A wooden sword clatters to the dirt. Noh Seong-gi doesn't bother picking it up. The senior disciple standing over him, a stocky bruiser named Kang, spits to the side and tells him a worm like him should just quit. Seong-gi stays on his knees, breathing hard, blood trickling from a split lip. He's lost 17 straight sparring matches this morning, and not one of his blows even touched a senior's sleeve. Kang laughs and asks if he should give the little garbage disposal disciple a tip. Seong-gi keeps his head down. He already knows the tip is going to be a kick to the ribs. It lands right on schedule. Kang's boot drives into his side and rolls him across the packed earth of the training yard. A couple of other junior disciples watch from the shade, wincing but not stepping in. Nobody steps in for Noh Seong-gi. He's the lowest-ranked disciple in the Noh clan, has been for 3 years. His chi reserves barely register, his stance work is sloppy, and his technique retention is so bad the instructors stopped correcting him 2 summers ago. They just let him flail. Today's punishment detail is the old storehouse on the eastern edge of the compound. Kang hauls him up by the collar and tells him to scrub every shelf until it gleams, or don't bother coming back for evening rations. Seong-gi wipes blood from his mouth and limps toward the eastern path. He doesn't argue. Never does. The storehouse sits half-collapsed against a cliff face, so far from the main halls that weeds have swallowed the approach path. It hasn't been used in living memory. The door is warped and sticks in the frame. Seong-gi has to throw his shoulder into it 3 times before it groans open. Inside, dust hangs so thick in the air he can barely see the far wall. Cobwebs drape every surface like funeral shrouds. Broken shelves lean against one another, stacked with rotting cloth, rusted practice weapons, and crates of documents so old the paper crumbles at a touch. Seong-gi finds a cracked bucket in a corner and hauls water from a nearby well. Scrubs. For hours, he scrubs. The sun arcs across the sky and starts its long descent toward the western peaks. His arms ache. His split lip throbs every time he bends over, and his ribs scream where Kang's boot connected. He doesn't stop. Stopping means thinking, and thinking means remembering the look on the instructor's face this morning when he failed the basic palm strike drill for the 400th time. Bored indifference. That's all he is to them. A warm body that does chores. Seong-gi wrings out his rag and moves to the deepest corner of the storehouse, where a massive shelf unit has collapsed against the rear wall. The wood is so old it's almost petrified. He grabs the edge and heaves. It doesn't budge. He braces his feet, locks his elbows, and pulls with everything his exhausted muscles have left. The shelf groans. Wood splinters somewhere in its frame, and then the whole thing tilts sideways, crashing to the floor in a storm of dust and dead moths. Seong-gi coughs into his sleeve, waving dust from his eyes. When the air clears, he sees it. A door. Set into the cliff face, not the storehouse wall. Stone frame, iron hinges, rusted but intact. No handle, just a narrow seam where 2 slabs of rock meet, almost invisible against the natural grain of the stone. Seong-gi runs his fingers along the seam. His heart kicks. Some part of him knows this is exactly the kind of thing a low-ranked disciple should report immediately. But another part remembers 17 losses in a row, remembers Kang's boot, remembers 3 years of being less than nothing. He presses both palms against the stone. Nothing happens. He pushes harder, gritting his teeth, and a thin trickle of something, instinct, desperation, makes him cycle the pitiful wisp of chi he still possesses. The stone glows, faint, gold, a single pulse of light that travels through the rock like a heartbeat. And the door swings inward. Seong-gi stares into the darkness beyond. Cold air washes over him, smelling of old parchment and something else. Something electric that raises the hairs on his arms. He steps through. The moment his foot touches the floor inside, torches ignite along both walls. Not real fire. Pale blue light that flickers without heat, running in channels carved into the stone. He's in a corridor, long, sloping downward, with smooth walls that look like they were cut by something far sharper than any chisel. His footsteps echo in the silence. The corridor opens into a chamber, and Noh Seong-gi stops dead, because he's never seen anything like this in his life. Thousands of scrolls, stretching in every direction, floor to ceiling, organized on black iron shelves that spiral inward toward a central pedestal, like the arms of a galaxy. The pedestal itself pulses with that same cold blue light, a steady rhythm. Waiting. Seong-gi takes one step closer and his foot bumps something. A skeleton. Old robes, brittle bones, lying face down just inside the entrance with one skeletal hand still reaching toward the pedestal. It's been here a very long time. Scorch marks radiate from the skull, burned into the stone floor in a perfect circle. Whatever this place is, it's not safe. Seong-gi should turn around. Should sprint back to the compound and tell the instructors exactly what he found. But his eyes catch the nearest scroll shelf. Every scroll has a name carved into its casing. Not clan names he recognizes. These are older. Grandmaster Yeonhwa. It says on the first one he notices. Grandmaster Baek Un-chul. Grandmaster Jin-sol Ah. 100 names he's never heard. 1,000. The air itself feels heavy with something. Knowledge, maybe. Or raw potential pressing down on him like deep water. Seong-gi reaches for the nearest scroll. His fingers close around the casing. Blue light explodes behind his eyes. He's not in the chamber anymore. He's standing in a courtyard under a blood-red sky, facing an army of 10,000 warriors. And an old man's voice thunders inside his skull. The man shows him a stance he's never seen. Chi flows along a completely different set of meridians, bypassing the standard pathways the Noh clan teaches, condensing into a point of impossible density at the crown of the head. The technique is called Crown of Stars. In the vision, the old man detonates that compressed ki outward in a shockwave that shatters stone for 300 paces in every direction. Seong-gi slams back into his own body. He's on his knees in the chamber, gasping, the scroll still clutched in his white-knuckled hand. His head is splitting. A migraine like someone drove a hot spike through his left eye and out the back of his skull. But the knowledge is still there. Perfect, crystalline, unshakable. He knows the Crown of Stars. Seong-gi staggers to his feet, vision swimming, and his eyes land on a wooden training dummy tucked in a corner alcove. Old, cracked, probably left here when the chamber was first built. He doesn't think. He just moves. His body drops into the stance the Grandmaster showed him. His chi, still that pitiful thread, spasms and tries to rebel. But the technique overrides his body's weakness. The knowledge forces the pathway open, whether his reserves can handle it or not. For 1/2 second, a star ignites at the top of his skull, blinding white. The shockwave rips outward. The training dummy doesn't just shatter, it vaporizes, reduced to splinters so fine they mist into the air like sawdust rain. Stone wall behind it cracks in a spiderweb pattern 10 feet across. Seong-gi collapses. He lies on the cold floor, every muscle seizing, blood trickling from his nose. And he laughs. It's a broken, half-hysterical sound echoing off the ancient walls. He just pulled off a technique that hasn't been seen in the Noh clan for 500 years. He doesn't know how he knows that, but he does, the same way he knows his own name. Then a shadow falls across him. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, accompanied by the rhythmic tap of a wooden cane on stone. A voice, cracked with age, says the boy has no idea what he's just touched. Seong-gi rolls his head sideways and sees an old man standing in the corridor entrance. Gaunt, stooped, leaning hard on a cane, with legs that look twisted and useless beneath his robes. But his eyes burn sharp and clear in a face carved by decades of something that wasn't peace. Seong-gi recognizes him. Everyone in the Noh clan knows Hyo Jin-han's face, even if nobody ever speaks his name aloud. The recluse, the crippled elder who lives in the back rooms where sunlight doesn't reach. The one they say went mad decades ago, trying to open a sealed archive that wasn't meant for mortal hands. Hyo limps closer, his cane tapping out that slow, patient rhythm. He says he felt the chi disturbance from half a mile away. He says a technique of that magnitude, fired by a boy with the reserves of a sick kitten, should have liquefied Seong-gi's brain. And yet here he is, laughing on the floor with nothing but a nosebleed and a headache. Seong-gi tries to push himself up and fails. Hyo watches him struggle for a long moment, those sharp old eyes cataloging every twitch and tremor. Then the elder sighs and lowers himself onto a stone block with the clumsy care of a man whose legs haven't worked properly in 30 years. He asks if Seong-gi knows what this place is. Seong-gi shakes his head, still too breathless for words. Hyo tells him. The library was sealed by Noh Cheon-sa, the clan's founder, 400 years ago, after he realized the Grandmasters whose knowledge he'd collected were becoming more famous than him. Jealousy. Petty, poisonous jealousy. The greatest martial archive in the Murim, and its creator buried it because he couldn't stand sharing the glory. Hyo's voice goes bitter on that last word. Seong-gi finally manages to sit up, cradling his throbbing skull. He asks why Hyo knows so much about a place that's supposed to be a myth. The old man goes quiet. The torchlight flickers across his ruined legs, and for a full minute he doesn't speak. Then he says he found this chamber 30 years ago. He was a rising star in the clan, ambitious and talented, and he'd spent a decade chasing rumors of the hidden archive. When he finally broke through that stone door, he thought he'd won. He stepped up to the pedestal. His hand touched the central scroll, and Noh Seong-gi had left a trap. Not a physical one, something far worse. A psychic backlash designed to fry the mind of anyone who tried to claim the founder's own sealed knowledge. Heo survived. Barely. The feedback shattered his leg meridians beyond repair and left him with a mind that still, 3 decades later, doesn't feel entirely like his own. Seong-gi stares at the old man, asks why he's still here, guarding a place that destroyed him. Heo's lips twist into something that isn't quite a smile. He says he stayed because he knew, eventually, someone else would stumble through that door. If he was there to guide them, maybe they wouldn't make the same mistakes he did. The old man leans forward on his cane, eyes glittering in the blue torchlight. He tells Seong-gi that the scroll he touched gives him access to something unique. The library doesn't just hold techniques. It holds the complete martial knowledge and personal memories of 1,000 dead Grandmasters. Every stance they perfected, every fight they won, every bitter lesson they learned in blood, it's all here. And Seong-gi apparently is compatible. Most people would have died when they touched that scroll. The library chose him. Seong-gi's headache is still pounding, but his mind is racing now, slotting information together. He asks what the catch is. Heo laughs, dry, rasping sound that hasn't known real humor in years. He says there are several catches. Accessing a Grandmaster's knowledge requires channeling their spirit directly, and the human mind isn't built to hold 2 consciousnesses at once. Each channeling causes a splitting headache, worse than what Seong-gi feels now, and partial memory bleed. Use a technique too powerful or channel too many times in one day, and he risks temporary confusion of identity. He might start speaking an ancestor's words, might forget for a few moments which life is his. Heo holds up 3 fingers, 3 times per day, maximum. Never more than 1 hour each session, and the knowledge is limited to whatever that specific Grandmaster was actually an expert in. Can't pull swordsmanship from a bare-handed master. Can't access memories the Grandmasters never had. Seong-gi looks around the chamber, at the 1,000 scrolls, the 1,000 dead masters, 1,000 lifetimes of combat wisdom waiting on these shelves. He asks how long it'll take to master even a fraction of what's in here. Heo says that's the wrong question. The right question is whether Seong-gi is willing to pay the price. Not just the headaches and the identity bleed, those are manageable. The real price is secrecy. If anyone outside this chamber learns what Seong-gi can do, the Noh clan's enemies will tear the compound apart to get their hands on him. Some enemies inside the clan won't hesitate either. Seong-gi thinks about Kang's boot in his ribs. Thinks about 17 losses this morning. Thinks about 3 years of being nothing. He meets Hyojin Han's eyes and says he's ready. Heo studies him for a long moment. Then he nods, just once, and tells the boy to sit cross-legged. First lesson starts now. Seong-gi drags himself into position, muscles screaming, head still pounding. Heo closes his eyes and begins speaking in a low, rhythmic cadence. Not a technique, not exactly, but a mental discipline. A way to compartmentalize memories so that when a Grandmaster's spirit floods in, the boy's own sense of self doesn't wash away with it. Seong-gi follows the exercise, builds walls in his mind, brick by brick, guided by the old man's steady voice. It takes an hour. When he opens his eyes again, the migraine has faded to a dull throb, and the world looks sharper, clearer, like someone polished a dirty lens. Heo tells him to try again. Same scroll, same technique. See if the walls hold. Seong-gi's hand closes around Grandmaster Yeonhwa's scroll for the second time. The blue light comes. The old man's voice thunders through him. And this time, when the knowledge floods in, Seong-gi's mind stays separate. He can feel the Grandmaster's presence. Vast, ancient, terrifyingly powerful. But it's like standing behind a glass window. He sees it, learns from it, but it doesn't swallow him. He releases the technique without firing it, letting the chi dissipate harmlessly, and opens his eyes. Hyojin Han's expression doesn't change. But there's something new in those old, tired eyes. Something that might be hope. The old man pulls himself upright on his cane and says they need to swear an oath, blood seal, unbreakable, that this chamber and everything in it stays between them. Seong-gi doesn't hesitate. He bites his thumb open and presses it to the stone. Heo does the same. The torchlight pulses once, acknowledging the pact. Then Heo sets the first real goal. 3 techniques mastered within 1 month. If Seong-gi can't manage that, he's not worthy of the library, and Heo will seal the door behind him permanently. Seong-gi looks at the cracked stone where the training dummy used to be. He remembers the star igniting at his crown, the impossible rush of power that wasn't his, but somehow also was. 3 techniques, 1 month. He's been failing basic palm strikes for 3 years. But tonight, he vaporized a wooden dummy with a 500-year-old forbidden art. He tells Heo he'll master 5. The old man snorts and says he'll be lucky to survive 2. He's smiling. A real one this time, thin and crooked. And his cane taps a faster rhythm on the stone as he turns to leave. Seong-gi stays in the chamber until the torchlight dims to embers, staring at the 1,000 scrolls and the glowing pedestal at their center. Somewhere in November is Noh Cheon-sa's sealed knowledge. The founder's spirit, locked away behind whatever trap crippled Heo Jin-han. Seong-gi doesn't touch the pedestal, but he thinks about it. And deep in the blue glow, something thinks back. The cane's tapping fades into silence. Seong-gi is alone with 1,000 dead masters. The torchlight flickers low and blue across the iron shelves. He doesn't leave. He walks deeper into the chamber, past scrolls and dust and centuries of forgotten war. His fingers brush the spines as he moves. Some are cracked and brittle. Others feel warm, like something inside them is still breathing. He stops in front of a scroll labeled Grandmaster Hwang Mu-jin. The name means nothing to him. None of these names mean anything to him yet. He pulls the scroll free. The casing is heavier than it looks. He unrolls it slowly, scanning the first lines. Not a technique, a biography. Grandmaster Hwang was a bare-handed fighter from the northern provinces. 63 recorded duels. 0 losses. Died of old age at 91, surrounded by students, his knuckles still calloused like stone. Seong-gi sets the scroll down gently. He moves to the next shelf. Another scroll, another master. Grandmaster Cha Young, blade dancer, specialized in twin daggers. Died defending a mountain pass against 300 raiders. Held the pass for 2 days alone. Her body was found standing. Both blades snapped. 47 enemies at her feet. Seong-gi's hand trembles. Not from fear, from the scale of it. 1,000 stories like this, stacked floor to ceiling, all of them waiting. He keeps walking. The shelves spiral inward, tighter and tighter, drawing him toward the center. The blue glow from the pedestal pulses stronger now. He can feel it in his chest. Not chi exactly, something older. Something that was here long before the Noh clan built this chamber. He circles the pedestal at a distance. The stone is black iron, same as the shelves, carved with symbols he doesn't recognize. They shift when he's not looking directly at them. The skeleton near the entrance flashes through his mind. Scorch marks. One hand reaching. He doesn't touch the pedestal, but he looks at what's resting on it. A single scroll, larger than the others. Its casing isn't wood or iron. It gleams like obsidian, slick and dark, and the blue light pulses from inside it. The seal on its spine is still intact. Theo's voice echoes in his memory. The trap that shattered his leg meridians, the psychic backlash that nearly killed him. That's the one. The Founder's Scroll. Noh Cheon-sa's sealed knowledge. Seong-gi stares at it for a long moment. Then he turns his back and walks to a different shelf. He's not ready. He knows he's not ready. But the scroll pulses behind him, and he swears he can feel it watching. He pulls 3 random scrolls from the nearest shelf, sits cross-legged on the cold stone. The first one is labeled Grandmaster Pyeon Sum-ho. He opens it. Nothing happens. Not a flicker. The scroll contains dense diagrams of footwork formations. All theory. No activation trigger. He sets it aside. The second scroll reads Grandmaster Ji Hai-won. He unrolls it, and the blue light surges immediately. A woman's voice slams into his skull. She's screaming. No, she's laughing, wild and fierce. And her chi is roaring through him like a river breaking a dam. The technique floods his mind in fragments. Something called Iron Embrace, a defensive art that hardens the skin to steel for 3 heartbeats, long enough to tank a killing blow and counter. He gasps and drops the scroll. The connection severs. His headache spikes hard enough to blur his vision. He sits there breathing through his teeth, counting heartbeats until the pain ebbs. 2 techniques in one night. He shouldn't push for a third. Heo said 3 was a daily maximum, not a recommendation, but he's still looking at that third scroll. Grandmaster Pyo Seo-jin. He picks it up, rolls it open. Blue fire erupts behind his eyes. This one is different. Pyo Seo-jin wasn't a fighter. He was a strategist. The knowledge that floods Seong-gi isn't a technique. It's a way of seeing. Battlefield geometry. Troop movement prediction. The exact angle an enemy's blade will take based on the tilt of their shoulder and the distribution of weight in their lead foot. It's not power, it's precision. Seong-gi's mind swallows it whole. When the vision fades, he's lying flat on his back, staring at the chamber ceiling. His nose is bleeding. His head feels like someone drove a spike through his left temple, but he's grinning. The grin of a man who's been starving for 3 years and just found the kitchen. He pushes himself upright, wipes the blood on his sleeve and stands. The pedestal pulses behind him. He ignores it. Walks to the training alcove where the wooden dummy used to be. The cracked stone is still there, scorched and shattered from his earlier demonstration. He faces the empty alcove and settles into a loose stance. Iron embrace. He channels Grandmaster Ji Hae-won's spirit, carefully, the way Hyo taught him, building the walls in his mind first. Her presence floods in. Wild laughter echoes somewhere in the back of his skull, and then his skin hardens. It's visible. His forearms darken to the color of tarnished iron, the texture rough and metallic under the blue torchlight. He holds it for 1 heartbeat. On the 4th, the technique collapses, and his skin returns to normal. The backlash hits immediately. His arms go numb from the elbows down, dead weight swinging at his sides. The numbness lasts maybe 10 seconds. Then it's replaced by pins and needles so intense he nearly bites his tongue. He shakes his arms out, grimacing. 3 heartbeats of invulnerability. Not much. But in a real fight, 3 heartbeats is the difference between a blocked strike and a caved-in skull. He files that away. Then he shifts his stance again, lowering his center of gravity and lets Grandmaster Pyo Seo-jin's strategic vision bleed into his perception. This one doesn't have a physical tell. No glowing skin. No visible chi. But the world changes. The chamber resolves into a grid of angles and threat vectors. He can see exactly where an opponent would stand to maximize leverage against him. He can see the blind spots in his own guard. He can see 3 separate escape routes, including one he hadn't noticed before. A narrow gap behind the 3rd shelf that leads to a secondary alcove. He blinks and the vision fades. The headache throbs harder, but the knowledge stays. He can't predict attacks perfectly. The Grandmaster's vision requires actual movement to read, actual enemies to track. But the framework is there now, a lattice of combat instinct woven into his nervous system. He stands in the alcove for a long time, breathing, settling the new information into his bones. The library is quiet, except for the faint hum of the pedestal. Then a voice cuts through the silence. Not in his head, real. Coming from the chamber entrance. Hyo Jin-han says he's impressed the boy didn't touch the pedestal. Seong-gi turns. The old man is leaning on his cane in the doorway, gaunt face half lit by the blue torches, expression unreadable. Seong-gi says he's not stupid. Hyo snorts and hobbles into the chamber, his cane tapping a slow rhythm on the stone. He glances at the 3 scrolls scattered on the floor, asks how many he's activated tonight. Seong-gi tells him 2, plus the one earlier. Hyo stops walking. 3 techniques in 1 night. That's the daily limit. And most compatible users can't manage more than 1 in their first week. Hyo studies the boy's face, the nosebleed, the pallor, the slight tremor in his hands, but also the steadiness in his eyes. The old man mutters something under his breath that might be a curse, or might be a prayer. Then he tells Seong-gi to sit down before he collapses. Seong-gi sinks to the floor, back against the cold iron shelf. Hyo lowers himself onto a stone outcropping nearby, joints creaking, and rests both hands on his cane. He says they need to talk about what the boy just proved. Seong-gi waits. Hyo explains that compatibility with the library isn't binary, it's a spectrum. Some people can access 1 scroll, maybe 2, before the psychic pressure fries their nervous system. Others can channel for years, absorbing master after master, building a composite fighting style that no living martial artist could counter. Hyo was somewhere in the middle. 30 years ago, he accessed 47 scrolls over the course of 2 years before the trap crippled him. 47. And that was considered exceptional. Seong-gi just accessed 3 in a single night on his first real attempt. And he's still coherent, still himself. Still thinking clearly enough to resist the pedestal's pull. Hyo's voice goes quiet. He says the boy might be the most compatible user the library has ever seen. Maybe more compatible than Noh Chon-sa himself. Seong-gi doesn't know what to say to that. His whole life, he's been the worst. Lowest ranked disciple. Last picked. First knocked down. 17 losses this morning to a guy who wasn't even trying. And now this old man is telling him he's special. He doesn't feel special. He feels exhausted and nauseous, and about 2 minutes from passing out. But he also feels something else. Something he hasn't felt in 3 years. Hunger. Not for food. For more. He looks at the shelves, at the 1,000 scrolls glowing faintly in the blue light, at the pedestal pulsing at the chamber's heart. He asks Hyo what happens next. Heo taps his cane twice on the stone, a thinking rhythm. He says the boy needs to rest. No more channeling tonight. Tomorrow morning, they start the real training. Not just accessing techniques, integrating them. A library full of dead masters is useless if the boy can't use their knowledge in actual combat. Heo will drill him on Crown of Stars, Iron Embrace, and the strategist's vision until the techniques are as natural as breathing. Only then does Seong-gi touch another scroll. Seong-gi nods. His eyelids are heavy. The adrenaline that carried him through the last hour is finally crashing. Heo pushes himself upright with his cane, tells the boy to get some sleep, and reminds him, not a word to anyone, no bragging, no demonstrations, no hint that the lowest-ranked disciple in the Noh clan just became the most dangerous man in the compound. Seong-gi drags himself to his feet. His legs are shaking. His head is pounding. His nose is still crusted with dried blood, but he walks out of that chamber with his spine straight for the first time in 3 years. Heo watches him go. The old man's face is unreadable in the torchlight, but his knuckles are white on the cane, and he's thinking about something he hasn't thought about in 30 years. Victory. Seong-gi stumbles through the hidden corridor, through the stone door, into the dark storehouse. The dust and cobwebs feel like another world now, a world from before. He closes the stone door behind him, drags the collapsed shelf back into place, stands there in the dark, breathing, feeling the new techniques humming under his skin like live wires. Crown of Stars, Iron Embrace, the strategist's vision. 3 pieces of a 1,000-piece puzzle. He's got 1 month to master them, and somewhere in the compound above, Kang is sleeping soundly, not knowing that the kid he kicked in the ribs this morning just learned 3 forbidden arts in a single night. Seong-gi smiles in the dark. It's not a nice smile. He limps out of the storehouse, into the cold night air, and starts the long walk back to the disciples' quarters. The moon is high. The compound is quiet, and deep beneath the eastern cliff, the pedestal keeps pulsing, waiting. The morning light cuts through the slats of the storehouse like a blade. Seong-gi's eyes snap open. He's still on the floor, back against the cold stone, legs tangled in a pile of mildewed scrolls. For a solid 3 seconds, he doesn't know where he is. Then the headache hits. It's a monster, pounding behind his left eye like someone's driving a nail into the socket. His nose is crusted with dried blood. His mouth tastes like copper and old parchment. And beneath all of it, 3 foreign presences hum in the back of his skull like distant thunder. Crown of Stars, Iron Embrace, the strategist's vision. Not dreams, real. He pushes himself upright, every muscle screaming, and looks at the collapsed shelf that hides the stone door. Still in place, still secret. The old wooden training dummy in the corner alcove catches his eye. Cracked, covered in dust, untouched for probably 20 years. Seong-gi stares at it. The technique is right there, coiled behind his forehead, waiting. Crown of Stars. The Grandmaster's voice from the vision echoes in his memory. Compress at the crown, spiral tight, then release outward in a detonation. He doesn't know if he can do it on purpose. Last night it just happened. But last night he wasn't trying. He plants his feet on the stone floor, shoulder-width apart, and closes his eyes. Breathes in. The chi in his body is still thin, still underdeveloped. 3 years of neglect don't vanish overnight. But the technique itself is flawless. That's what the library gives. Not power. Knowledge. Perfect, precise, battle-tested knowledge burned directly into the nervous system by a dead grandmaster who spent 60 years refining it. He doesn't need strong chi. He just needs enough to follow the blueprint. Seong-gi raises one hand, palm toward the dummy, and pulls. The chi responds sluggishly, like sucking cold honey through a straw. It gathers at the crown of his head, a tight knot of pressure that makes his skull ache worse. He keeps pulling. The knot compresses, tighter, denser, a marble of concentrated energy balanced at the very top of his skull. His hand starts to shake. The marble pulses once, twice. Then he releases it. The detonation isn't a fireball or a beam. It's a wave. A ring of invisible force erupts from his crown, expanding outward in all directions at once, and the wooden dummy takes the full brunt of it dead on. The dummy doesn't crack. It explodes. Splinters spray across the storehouse like shrapnel, embedding in the walls, raining down from the ceiling, skittering across the stone floor in every direction. The sound is deafening in the enclosed space. Seong-gi stumbles backward, ears ringing, and watches the last few chunks of wood clatter to a stop. Where the dummy stood, there's nothing but a scorch mark on the stone, and a few splinters too small to identify. His nose is bleeding again, fresh and hot, dripping down his lip, splashing onto the floor. But he's grinning. He can't help it. 17 losses to Kang, 17 times on his back in the dirt, and now he just vaporized a training dummy with a technique that hasn't been seen in the Murim for 400 years. Guess who's not the weakest anymore? He wipes the blood on his sleeve and laughs, a short, startled sound that doesn't quite sound like him. Then the storehouse door slams open. Seong-gi freezes. A figure stands silhouetted in the doorway, leaning on a cane, gaunt face half lit by the morning sun. Hyo Jin-han. The old man's expression is impossible to read. He stares at the scorch mark on the stone, at the splinters embedded in the walls, at the blood dripping off Seong-gi's chin. Nobody speaks. The silence stretches long enough that Seong-gi can hear his own heartbeat hammering in his ears. Then Hyo hobbles inside and shuts the door behind him. His cane taps a slow, deliberate rhythm on the stone. He stops 2 paces from the scorch mark and studies it like a scholar examining a rare artifact. A long breath hisses out through his teeth. He asks if Seong-gi has any idea how loud that was. Seong-gi opens his mouth, closes it, shakes his head. Hyo tells him the chi pulse registered halfway across the compound. Any disciple with decent sensitivity would have felt it like a thunderclap. The old man's voice is calm, but his knuckles are white on the cane. He says they've got maybe 10 minutes before someone comes to investigate. Seong-gi's stomach drops. The grin is long gone. He starts stammering an apology. Something about wanting to test it, not thinking. But Hyo cuts him off with a raised hand. The old man tells him to stop apologizing and start cleaning. They sweep the splinters into a pile. They scrub the scorch mark with a damp rag. Doesn't come out completely, but it looks less like a detonation and more like old fire damage. They drag a broken shelf over the spot just in case. Seong-gi's headache has graduated from nail in the skull to full orchestra of hammers. His hands are shaking badly now, but he doesn't stop moving. By the time footsteps approach outside, the storehouse looks almost normal. Almost. Hyo shoves Seong-gi toward the back corner and hisses at him to sit down and look pathetic. Not a hard ask, honestly. Seong-gi slumps against the wall, blood still crusted under his nose. Skin pale and clammy, eyes glassy. The door creaks open. A disciple sticks his head in. Some mid-ranker Seong-gi vaguely recognizes from the mess hall. The guy asks what that noise was. Hyo doesn't even turn around. He tells the disciple that he knocked over a shelf of old training manuals, and if the boy's got time to investigate every crash in the compound, he's got time to help reorganize them. The disciple takes one look at the ancient, crippled elder leaning on his cane. One look at the lowest-ranked disciple bleeding in the corner. And nopes right out of there. The door clicks shut. Footsteps retreat. Hyo waits until the sound fades completely, then lets out a breath and sags against his cane. He mutters that they got lucky. Seong-gi agrees. Then Hyo turns around and fixes him with a stare that could strip paint off a wall. He tells Seong-gi that if he ever uses a technique that loud inside the compound again, he'll break the boy's legs himself. And he means it. He can't afford a student who's stupid enough to get caught on day one. Seong-gi nods weakly. The old man's face softens, maybe. Just a fraction. He limps over to where Seong-gi is slumped against the wall and lowers himself onto a crate, joints popping like dry twigs. He studies the boy for a long moment. Then he says they need to accelerate the timeline. No more experimenting in the storehouse. No more unsupervised practice. Starting tonight, they train in the chamber itself, where the blue torches mask chi signatures. Seong-gi asks about the other 2 techniques. Iron Embrace. The strategist's vision. Hyo tells him he'll test those later, when the boy's not about to pass out from chi exhaustion. Right now, the priority is building his baseline. Seong-gi doesn't argue. He's too tired to argue. But there's a question burning in the back of his throat, and it comes out before he can stop it. He asks why the old man is helping him. Hyo is quiet for a long time. When he speaks, his voice is different. Lower, older. He says 30 years ago, he found the library and touched the founder's scroll. The trap shattered his legs, fried half his meridians, and left him crippled for life. But the trap also gave him something else. A fragment. A sliver of the founder's consciousness, embedded in his mind, like a splint. For 30 years, he's been carrying Noh Chonsa's voice in the back of his skull. Whispering, judging, laughing at him. He knows what the founder did. He knows why the library was sealed. Not to protect the clan from dangerous techniques, but to hoard the Grandmasters' glory for himself. Chonsa collected their knowledge and then buried it so no one could surpass him. Pure, petty jealousy dressed up as wisdom. Hyo's voice goes hard. He says he's been waiting 30 years for someone compatible enough to access the library without getting crippled. Someone who could master the techniques and prove, once and for all, that Cheonsa's legacy is a lie. Seong-gi stares at him. The weight of it settles on his shoulders like a physical thing. He's not just a student, he's a weapon aimed at a 400-year-old ghost. Hyo asks if that bothers him. Seong-gi thinks about Kang's boot slamming into his ribs. About 17 losses in a row. About 3 years of being the joke of the Noh clan. He says no, it doesn't bother him at all. Hyo actually smiles. It's a thin, crooked thing, buried in a face that's forgotten how to do it. But it's real. He taps his cane twice on the stone and tells Seong-gi to get some sleep. Real sleep, in a real bed, with actual food in his stomach. They start tonight. And he'd better be ready, because Hyo doesn't train students. He breaks them down and rebuilds them from scratch. Seong-gi drags himself upright. Every part of him hurts. The headache is still pounding. The nosebleed has finally stopped. The 3 techniques are still humming under his skin, restless and hungry. But he walks out of that storehouse with something he hasn't had in years. A reason to fight. The compound is waking up around him. Disciples heading to morning drills. Servants carrying water buckets. The clatter of wooden swords from the training yard. Kang is out there somewhere, probably still smug about yesterday's win. Seong-gi passes the training yard without stopping. He doesn't even look at Kang. He's got bigger problems now. A dead founder's ghost. A crippled elder's 30-year grudge. A library full of dead grandmasters waiting to be channeled. And somewhere in the shadows, a rival clan that would burn this compound to the ground if they knew what was hidden beneath it. Seong-gi reaches the disciples' quarters, collapses onto his cot, and stares at the ceiling. He can still feel the crown of stars coiled behind his eyes. Waiting. Tonight, the real training begins. And somewhere deep beneath the eastern cliff, the pedestal keeps pulsing, counting down to something. Seong-gi closes his eyes. Sleep drags him under. But before it does, he thinks one last thing. He's going to be ready. The old man doesn't move for a long time. Just sits there on that crate, knuckles white around his cane. Seong-gi waits. The blue torchlight from the corridor bleeds through the cracks in the storehouse wall. Hyo finally speaks. He says the boy asked why he's helping him. Seong-gi already got the short version. 30 years, crippled, fragment of a dead man's voice. But the short version isn't the whole version. Hyo's eyes go somewhere else. Somewhere older. He says, before he tells the boy what comes next, he needs to understand what he's walking into. What the library really is. And who built it. Seong-gi pulls himself upright against the wall. The headache is still a dull hammer behind his eyes. But he's listening. Hyo taps his cane once on the stone. The sound echoes in the empty storehouse. He says the founder's name was Noh Clan. He wasn't the first patriarch. He was the 5th. The clan already had 400 years of history before Cheonsa ever picked up a sword. 400 years of grandmasters. 400 years of techniques refined across generations of blood and war and desperate survival. Cheonsa inherited all of it, and for a while that was enough. Hyo's voice goes flat. He says Cheonsa was brilliant. Even the histories that hate him admit that much. By 30, he'd mastered every technique the clan possessed. By 35, he'd created 3 of his own. By 40, he was the strongest martial artist in the Murim. Undisputed. Untouchable. The kind of legend that makes rival clans kneel just by showing up. Seong-gi watches the old man's face. The lines around his mouth are deeper now, carved by something that isn't just age. Hyo says the problem started when Cheonsa turned 42. He stopped improving. The man who'd spent 30 years climbing suddenly hit a wall. Every technique he tried to create after that was just a rearrangement of things he already knew. Every new form was a dead end. He was still the strongest, but he wasn't getting any stronger. And that aided him. Hyo's voice drops. He says Cheonsa became obsessed with the idea that other grandmasters, living ones, in other clans, were surpassing him in secret. Somewhere out there, someone was developing a technique he couldn't counter. The jealousy started small. A rumor about a grandmaster from the Seo clan mastering some new defensive art. Cheonsa dismissed it. Then another rumor, another. And suddenly the strongest man in the Murim couldn't sleep at night. Seong-gi watches the old man's cane. The wood creaks under his grip. Hyo says Cheonsa made a decision. If he couldn't create new techniques, he'd collect them. Every grandmaster who died, friend or enemy, no clan or rival, he'd acquire their scrolls, their journals, their secret manuals. He sent agents across the Murim. Paid fortunes. threatened families. Some scrolls he bought, some he stole, some he took off corpses before the bodies were cold. Within 5 years, he had 1,000. Heo pauses, lets the number sit there. 1,000 dead Grandmasters. Every technique worth knowing in the entire Murim gathered in one place. Cheonsa built the chamber beneath the eastern cliff to house them. Black iron shelves. Blue torches that never burn out. A pedestal at the center for his own scroll, the founder's technique, the one he was still trying to perfect. Heo says Cheonsa studied those scrolls for the next 20 years, and he became something the Murim had never seen. Not just strong, complete. He could counter any style, predict any form, dismantle any defense. He won 63 consecutive duels without taking a single hit. He defended the Eastern Pass alone against 100 enemies and walked away without a scratch. Seong-gi blinks. That number, 63 duels, 0 losses. The same biography he read off Hwang Mu-jin's scroll. Heo catches the look on his face and nods. He says yes. Cheonsa didn't just collect the Grandmaster's knowledge. He claimed it as his own. Every victory he won after building the library was built on techniques he'd stolen from dead men, and he never credited a single one of them. Seong-gi's jaw tightens. Heo's voice goes cold. He says the Grandmaster's disciples started asking questions. Why did the legendary Hwang Mu-jin's signature technique suddenly appear in Cheonsa's arsenal? Why was Cha Yong's blade dance being performed by a man who'd never touched a dagger in his life? The questions grew louder. The Grandmaster's families demanded answers. Cheonsa's reputation started to crack. Not his strength, that was still absolute, but his honor. The thing that matters most in the Murim. Heo leans forward on his cane. He says, Cheonsa couldn't stand it. The Grandmasters he'd stolen from were getting more famous in death than he was in life. Hwang Mu-jin's 63 duels. Cha Yong's last stand at the pass. Stories that outshone everything Cheonsa had ever done. Because those Grandmasters earned their glory. Cheonsa just borrowed it. And the Murim knew. Heo's voice drops to almost a whisper. He says that's when Cheonsa sealed the library. Not to protect the clan from dangerous techniques. Not to preserve knowledge for future generations. He sealed it because he couldn't bear the thought of anyone else accessing those scrolls and surpassing him the way the dead Grandmasters already had. Pure petty jealousy. 400 years of history locked behind a stone door because one man's ego couldn't take the competition. Seong-gi stares at the scorch mark on the floor, the one they couldn't quite hide. The skeleton's scorch mark. Heo follows his gaze. His face goes still. He says the founder didn't just seal the door, he trapped it. Central pedestal, the one with Cheonsa's own scroll, was rigged with a psychic countermeasure. Anyone who touched it would trigger a fragment of Cheonsa's consciousness, a fragment designed to destroy the intruder's meridians and leave them crippled, or dead. The skeleton in the corridor wasn't the first, just the most recent. Seong-gi asks how many. Heo doesn't answer right away. When he does, his voice is flat. He says the clan records call the storehouse haunted. Every few decades, some curious disciple or ambitious elder disappears near the eastern cliff. No bodies, no evidence, just gone. The clan assumes they ran away, or were killed by rivals, or fell into a ravine. Heo says none of them ran. They found the door. They touched the pedestal, and the trap killed them. Seong-gi's stomach goes cold. He thinks about his own hand, hovering over that obsidian casing, the blue pulse. The pole. Heo says the boy's compatibility is the only reason he's still alive. Most people who touch a Grandmaster's scroll get fried on contact. Their meridians can't handle the sudden influx of foreign chi. Seong-gi's body accepted it, absorbed it. 3 techniques in one night without permanent damage. That's not talent. That's a 1 in 1,000 physiological fluke. Heo's eyes bore into him. He says he's been waiting 30 years for someone like Seong-gi. 30 years since he limped out of that chamber with his legs shattered and a dead man's voice screaming in his skull. Seong-gi asks what happened in the chamber. When he touched the pedestal, Heo is quiet for a long moment. The blue torchlight flickers through the cracks. He says he was 42 years old. Same age Cheonsa was when the jealousy started. A senior disciple with a reputation for being too curious for his own good. He'd heard the rumors about the eastern storehouse, the disappearances, strange lights some servants claim to see at night. He decided to investigate. Found the hidden door the same way Seong-gi did, followed the same corridor, saw the same 1,000 scrolls on their black iron shelves. Heo's voice goes distant. He says he spent 2 years trying to access those scrolls. Every night, sneaking into the chamber, studying the pedestal, testing the boundaries of the trap. He couldn't touch any of the Grandmaster's scrolls. His compatibility wasn't high enough, but he was convinced he could find a way. Hyo's hand tightens on his cane. He says on the 730th night, he made a mistake. He got too close to the pedestal. The blue light flared, and Cheonsa's voice exploded inside his skull. Not words, just raw, weaponized consciousness. The fragment didn't try to communicate. It tried to erase him. Hyo says he felt his leg meridians snap one by one, like someone was plucking strings inside his body. The pain was so bright he couldn't see. He crawled, dragged himself through the corridor on his elbows, while the founder's voice laughed and laughed and laughed. Made it to the storehouse. Collapsed. Woke up 3 days later in the medical ward with a healer telling him he'd never walk again. Seong-gi doesn't say anything. What is there to say? Hyo's mouth twists into something that isn't quite a smile. He says the trap didn't just break his legs. It left a piece of itself behind, a sliver of Cheonsa's consciousness, embedded in the back of his mind like a splinter. For 30 years, he's been carrying the founder's voice, whispering, judging, laughing at the cripple who thought he could steal what belonged to a legend. Hyo says some days the voice is quiet, other days it screams. He's learned to live with it. Mostly. Seong-gi asks what the voice tells him. Hyo's eyes go hard. He says it tells him the truth. That Cheonsa died in battle 200 years ago. Not in his bed like the clan histories claim. He fell fighting a Grandmaster from the Crimson Lotus, a woman whose name was erased from every record. The fragment doesn't know why Cheonsa picked that fight, or how he lost. But it remembers the moment of death, the shock, the rage, the disbelief that someone had finally surpassed him. Hyo leans forward. His voice is barely a whisper. He says Cheonsa's last thought, burned into the fragment, was a command. Sealed in the pedestal, waiting for someone compatible enough to survive the trap and strong enough to finish what he started. The pedestal isn't just counting down, it's calling. Calling to anyone with enough compatibility to hear it. And Seong-gi answered. The weight of it settles over the storehouse like a shroud. Seong-gi looks at his own hands. The same hands that pressed against the stone door. The same hands that touched Grandmaster Yeonhwa's scroll. He asks what Cheonsa wants. Hyo doesn't blink. He says the founder wants a body, not possession. The fragment in the pedestal isn't strong enough for that. But influence. A host compatible enough to carry the 1,000 Grandmasters' techniques. Someone who can finish Cheonsa's work and prove, once and for all, that no one surpasses the 5th Patriarch. Seong-gi's blood goes cold. He asks if the fragment can take control. Hyo says not yet. But the more techniques Seong-gi absorbs, the stronger the connection to the library becomes. And the library is Cheonsa's domain. Every scroll, every technique, every Grandmaster's memory, all of it flows through the pedestal. Which means all of it flows through the fragment. Hyo says the boy has a choice. He can walk away right now. Forget the chamber. Forget the techniques. Go back to being the lowest-ranked disciple who loses 17 straight matches to Kang. The fragment won't chase him. It can't leave the pedestal. Seong-gi stares at the scorch mark. Thinks about Kang's boot slamming into his ribs. Thinks about the crown of stars coiled behind his eyes. Waiting. He says no. Hyo studies him. The old man's face doesn't change, but something flickers behind his eyes. He says if the boy stays, he doesn't just risk the fragment. He risks Cheonsa's full attention. Every technique he masters makes him stronger, and every technique makes him a brighter target for the thing in the pedestal. Seong-gi asks how long he has. Hyo says he doesn't know. Maybe months, maybe years. Maybe the fragment is too decayed to ever pose a real threat. Or maybe the next technique Seong-gi absorbs will be the one that tips the balance. There's no way to tell. That's the trap Cheonsa built. The more you learn, the more dangerous you become. To your enemies, and to yourself. Seong-gi sits with that for a moment. Then he asks if Hyo is willing to risk it. The old man laughs. It's a dry, cracked sound. He says he's been carrying a dead man's voice in his skull for 30 years. Risk is the only thing keeping him alive. He pushes himself up off the crate. The cane clicks against the stone. He tells Seong-gi to get up. The sun is rising. Disciples are waking. They've got work to do. Seong-gi hauls himself upright. Every muscle screams. The headache is still there. The 3 techniques hum under his skin like plucked strings. But he stands. Hyo limps toward the door of the storehouse, pauses with his hand on the frame. Without turning around, he says one last thing. He says the boy needs to understand what he just agreed to. Cheon-sa didn't just die in battle. He died losing. And whatever killed him, whatever was strong enough to put down the man who mastered 1,000 Grandmasters, is still out. The library isn't just a weapon. It's a target. And the closer Seong-gi gets to mastering it, the closer he gets to whatever erased Noh Chan-sa from history. Hyo pushes the door open. Morning light slashes into the storehouse. Seong-gi squints against it. The old man's silhouette is sharp and thin. He says they start tonight. Real training. No more experimenting, no more mistakes. And Seong-gi had better be ready. Because the fragment isn't the only thing watching. The door swings shut. Hyo's footsteps fade into the noise of the waking compound. Seong-gi stands alone in the dusty storehouse. The scorch mark is still there. The pedestal is still pulsing somewhere beneath his feet, counting down. He doesn't know what killed Noh Cheon-sa. He doesn't know if the fragment will take him over. But he knows one thing. He's not walking away. Not now. Not ever. Seong-gi limps toward the door, toward the light, toward whatever's waiting for him in the dark beneath the eastern cliff. Night falls hard over the Noh compound. The last training bell rings, and the courtyard empties. Seong-gi waits in the storehouse, back against the cold stone wall. Every creak of the old beams makes his pulse jump. He hasn't eaten since noon. His stomach is a tight, hollow knot. The headache from the Crown of Stars test is finally fading. Not gone, just sleeping. He can still feel the 3 techniques humming under his skin like half-remembered songs. Iron Embrace, a low, metallic thrum in his chest. Strategist's Vision, a faint grid pressing against the back of his eyes. And Crown of Stars, coiled tight at the top of his skull, waiting. The door opens without a sound. Hyo slips inside like a shadow with a limp. The old man's cane doesn't click against the stone tonight. He's wrapped the tip in cloth. Smart. Hyo looks at Seong-gi's face and grunts. He says the boy looks like death warmed over. Seong-gi pushes off the wall. He says he's ready. Hyo's mouth twitches. Not a smile, exactly. More like a wound, remembering how to laugh. He tells Seong-gi to follow him. The old man limps to the rear of the storehouse. His hand finds the stone door. The seam glows with that cold blue light. The door swings inward. The corridor yawns open, blue torches flickering without heat. Seong-gi steps inside. The stone door closes behind them with a sound like a tomb ceiling. Hyo starts down the corridor. His limp is worse tonight. The cane taps against the carved stone, cloth muffling the sound. Seong-gi follows in silence. The air gets colder the deeper they go. The blue torchlight makes Hyo's gaunt face look like a skull. They enter the chamber. Thousands of scrolls on black iron shelves, central pedestal pulsing with its steady, patient rhythm. The Founder's Scroll, obsidian casing gleaming, blue light leaking from the cracks. Seong-gi feels the pull of it immediately. A low, magnetic hum in his teeth. Hyo sees him staring. He says to ignore the pedestal. Tonight, the pedestal doesn't exist. Tonight, they're working on something else. The old man limps to an open space between the spiraling shelves. It's a training circle, maybe 15 feet across. The stone floor is smooth and dark, polished by nothing but time. Hyo plants his cane and turns to face Seong-gi. He says the first thing the boy needs to understand is that he's been doing it wrong. Not the techniques, the channeling itself. Seong-gi frowns. He says he channeled 3 Grandmasters successfully. Hyo snorts. He says the boy channeled 3 Grandmasters like a drowning man grabbing driftwood. No control. No discipline. Just raw compatibility, keeping his meridians from snapping like dry twigs. The old man raises one bony finger. He says compatibility isn't enough. Power without a container is just an explosion waiting to happen. He says the Crown of Stars test proved that. Seong-gi thinks about the destroyed dummy. The way the chi detonated outward with no precision. The noise that echoed across the entire compound. Hyo is right, and he hates it. Hyo says tonight they're not learning any new techniques. Tonight, the boy learns how to breathe. Seong-gi blinks. He says he already knows how to breathe. Hyo's eyes glitter in the blue torchlight. He says every dead Grandmaster in this library would disagree. Sit down. Seong-gi sits. The stone is cold through his training pants. Hyo lowers himself to the ground across from him, movements slow and careful. The crippled legs fold awkwardly. The cane rests across his lap like a sword. Hyo closes his eyes. He tells Seong-gi to do the same. Seong-gi hesitates. The chamber feels different with his eyes shut. The pedestal's pulse is louder. The blue torchlight flickers against his eyelids. Hyo's voice cuts through the dark. He says the first discipline is called compartment. Every Grandmaster in this library had it. Most of them learned it before they learned their first technique. Seong-gi asks what it does. Hyo says it builds walls inside the mind. One room for your own thoughts. One room for the Grandmaster you're channeling. And a door between them that you control. Without it, every technique you absorb bleeds into your own sense of self. He says the boy got lucky with the first 3. The memory bleed was mild. A few foreign thoughts. A little disorientation. But the more techniques he absorbs, the louder the dead get. Seong-gi swallows. He remembers the voice of Grandmaster Ji Hae-won screaming and laughing when he touched her scroll. He remembers the grid of Pyo Seo-jin's strategist's vision, pressing down over his own thoughts like a lens. He asks how he learns to build the walls. Hyo says the boy needs to find the core of his own mind first, the place that is purely him. No techniques, no Grandmasters, no library, just Noh Seong-gi. Hyo says to breathe in through the nose. 4 counts. Hold. 4 counts. Out through the mouth. 4 counts. Hold. 4 counts. Again. Seong-gi breathes. The first few cycles are nothing. Just air moving through his lungs. His mind won't settle. Kang's boots slamming into his ribs. 17 straight losses. The skeleton's scorch marks burned into the floor. Hyo's voice telling him the founder wants a body. Breathe. In. 4 counts. Hold. The pedestal pulsing somewhere behind him. Counting down. 4 counts. Out. Hyo's voice drifts through the dark. He says the boy is thinking too much. Stop trying to silence the thoughts. Just watch them. Let them pass like clouds. Seong-gi breathes. The thoughts don't stop, but he stops chasing them. They drift. Kang's face. The split lip. The dust in the storehouse. The stone door swinging open. Crown of stars detonating outward in a perfect ring of force. Breathe. Something shifts. Not a thought. A stillness under the thoughts. A quiet space that's always been there, buried under 3 years of failure and rage. Hyo's voice, softer now. He says to find that stillness. That's the core. That's the room that belongs to the boy alone. Seong-gi sinks into it. The chamber fades. The pedestal's pulse becomes distant, like a heartbeat heard through water. The blue torchlight stops flickering against his eyelids. Just the stillness. Just him. Hyo says to build the walls now. Don't force them. Picture them forming naturally, like ice crystallizing on a winter pond. Seong-gi visualizes the walls. At first they're hazy, indistinct. But as he breathes, they solidify. Smooth gray stone. 4 walls. A ceiling. A single door made of dark iron. His room. His mind. The 3 techniques are still there, somewhere beyond the walls. Iron embrace. A warm metallic glow behind the stone. Strategist's vision. A grid of light bleeding through the cracks. Crown of stars. A spiral of blue-white chi pressing against the door. You can feel them. But they're outside now. Separate. Hyo's voice is barely a whisper now. He says to open his eyes. Seong-gi opens his eyes. The chamber comes back in a rush. The black iron shelves. The blue torches. The pedestal pulsing patiently. But everything feels slightly different. Sharper. Cleaner. Like someone wiped a layer of grime off the world. Hyo is watching him with those deep-set eyes. The old man nods once. He says the walls are up. Now to test them. Hyo pushes himself upright with the cane. The movement is painful. His shattered leg meridians offering no support. He limps toward one of the shelves. His fingers trail across the scrolls, reading the carved names by touch. He stops at a scroll near the middle tier. Dark wood casing. Faint blue light pulsing from the seams. He pulls it from the shelf and turns back to Seong-gi. He says this one belonged to Grandmaster Yu Songhwa, famous for a technique called Breath of the Frozen Mountain. Moderate difficulty. Shouldn't kill the boy if he loses control. Seong-gi's heart kicks. He asks if Hyo is serious. Hyo's face doesn't change. He says the walls are only theory until they're tested. If the compartment holds, the boy channels the technique cleanly. No memory bleed, no identity confusion, no screaming in his skull. If the walls fail, Hyo shrugs. Then the boy spends the next hour thinking he's a dead woman. He tosses the scroll to Seong-gi. Seong-gi catches it. The wood is cold. The pulse of blue light matches the pedestal's rhythm. He feels the Grandmaster's consciousness pressing against his mind like a hand on a door, testing the lock. Hyo says to open it. Seong-gi breaks the seal. Light floods his vision. He's standing in a snow-covered pass between two black mountains. The wind screams through the peaks. A woman stands before him, tall, hard-faced. Long black hair is streaked with gray, pulled back in a warrior's knot. Her robes are thin, but she doesn't shiver. The cold doesn't touch her. She looks at Seong-gi. No, she looks through him. Her mouth moves. She speaks of qi as temperature, of drawing the heat from the air and channeling it into a single point. The technique unfurls in his mind like a flower of ice. Breath of the frozen mountain. Compress the cold. Hold it in the lungs. Release it as a wave that flash freezes everything in a 20-foot cone. The Grandmaster demonstrates once. A single exhale. The air in front of her crystallizes into a wall of frost. The vision shatters. Seong-gi snaps back to the chamber. He's on his hands and knees. The scroll is still clutched in his left hand. His breath is misting in the cold air of the library. He can feel the technique lodged in his mind. But it's inside the room. The walls are holding. The iron door is shut. Grandmaster Yu Sang-hwa is a presence sealed behind stone. Separate. Him and not him. Hyo watches from across the training circle. The old man's expression is unreadable. He asks how it feels. Seong-gi pushes himself upright. His head is clear. No headache. No voice screaming in his skull. No foreign memories bleeding into his own. He tells Hyo the walls held. Hyo exhales. It's the first time Seong-gi has seen the old man release tension. He says that's good. That's very good. But the compartment isn't just for channeling. It's for fighting. He says the boy needs to be able to switch between rooms instantly. Call up a Grandmaster's technique and then drop it just as fast. No hesitation. No disorientation. Seong-gi asks how he trains that. Hyo's mouth does that not quite a smile again. He says the boy tests the new technique. Right now. Right here. Seong-gi looks at the scroll, then at the open space of the training circle. He says he might destroy the shelves. Hyo waves a bony hand. He says the blue torches mask qi signatures. The shelves are reinforced with qi-forged iron. The boy couldn't scratch them if he tried. Seong-gi stands. He faces the far wall of the chamber, away from the shelves and the pedestal. He breathes in. 4 counts. Hold. 4 counts. In his mind, he walks to the iron door. Opens it. Grandmaster Yu Sang-hwa's presence floods through him. Not invasive, controlled. He feels the technique settle into his body like a second skin. He breathes in again. This time he pulls the cold, the chamber's chill air, the ancient stone, the blue torchlight that gives no warmth. He pulls it all into his lungs, compresses it, holds it. Then he exhales. A wave of crystalline frost erupts from his mouth. It expands outward in a perfect cone. The air freezes so fast it screams. Ice forms on the far wall, a jagged sheet 20 feet across. The stone cracks under the sudden cold. Temperature in the chamber drops by 30 degrees. Seong-gi stumbles back. His breath is a cloud of white mist. His lungs burn like he's inhaled glass. But the technique worked. Perfectly. Cleanly. He slams the iron door shut. Grandmaster Yu Sang-hwa's presence retreats behind the walls. Seong-gi is alone in his own mind again. Hyo claps. Slowly. Ironically, sound echoes through the frozen chamber. He says the boy is a natural at compartment. Better than Hyo was at his age. Better than most of the dead Grandmasters. Seong-gi turns to face him. His teeth are chattering. He asks what happens next. Hyo limps toward the center of the training circle. He says now the real work begins. Compartment is the foundation. But a foundation isn't a house. He says the boy has 4 techniques now. Crown of Stars. Iron Embrace. Strategist's Vision. And he has 1 month to master 3 of them well enough to use in combat. Without revealing the library. Without alerting the clan. Without losing himself to the fragment in the pedestal. Seong-gi looks at the obsidian scroll on its black iron pedestal. The blue light pulses. Slow. Patient. Hyo follows his gaze. He says the fragment is aware of them. It can't act, not yet, but it can watch. Every technique the boy absorbs makes him a brighter target. Hyo says the boy needs to remember that. Every victory brings him closer to the thing in the dark. Seong-gi asks if that's supposed to scare him. Hyo's eyes are hard and bright in the blue light. He says it's supposed to keep him alive. Fear is a compass. It tells you where the danger is. The boy who isn't afraid is the boy who walks straight into the founder's trap. Just like Hyo did. 30 years of shattered legs and a dead man's voice in his skull. Hyo turns away from the pedestal. He says they're done for tonight. The boy needs to sleep. Let the compartment walls settle. Let his meridians recover from channeling a fourth technique. They start again tomorrow. Real training. Combat drills. Learning to switch between Grandmasters in the middle of a fight. Seong-gi follows Hyo out of the chamber. The corridor is colder than before. His breath mists in the blue torchlight. His lungs still ache from the breath of the frozen mountain. But his head is clear. The walls are holding. The four techniques are sealed behind their iron door. His mind is his own. They emerge into the storehouse. The stone door swings shut behind them. The seam vanishes into the cliff face. Hyo limps toward the front door. He pauses with his hand on the frame. Without turning around, he says the boy did well tonight. Better than Hyo expected. The old man's voice is almost gentle. He says to get some sleep. Tomorrow the training gets harder. Seong-gi asks how much harder. Hyo laughs. It's a dry, cracked sound, full of 30 years of bitterness, and something that might be hope. He says the boy will wish he'd stayed the lowest-ranked disciple, getting kicked in the ribs by Kang. The night air rushes in, cold and clean. The stars are sharp and bright over the eastern cliff. Hyo limps into the darkness, his cane tapping a slow rhythm against the stone. The door swings shut. Seong-gi stands alone in the storehouse. The scorch mark from the Crown of Stars test has been scrubbed away, but he can still feel the detonation under his skin. The Crown of Stars. Iron Embrace. Strategist's Vision. 4 techniques. 1 month. And somewhere beneath his feet, a dead man's consciousness is pulsing in the dark. Counting down. Waiting. Toward his cramped quarters on the edge of the compound. Toward whatever dreams are waiting for him behind the iron walls of his mind. The next morning, Seong-gi wakes before dawn. He feels different. The migraine from yesterday is gone. The nosebleed has stopped. His meridians hum with a quiet, steady warmth. Like a forge that's been banked but not extinguished. The compartment walls are still solid. He can feel the 4 techniques sealed behind their iron door, patient and waiting. He dresses quickly. Training pants, tunic, sandals. He splashes cold water on his face from the basin by his bed. The face in the water's reflection looks the same as always. Thin, unremarkable. The face of the lowest-ranked disciple who loses 17 straight matches to Kang. But the eyes are different. They're sharper now, more focused, like a blade that's finally found its edge. He slips out of his quarters before the morning bell. The compound is silent, gray light seeping over the eastern wall. He crosses the training yard toward the storehouse. Figure steps out of the shadows between 2 storage sheds. Kang, stocky, smirking. His arms are crossed over his chest in that way he has. The way that says he's about to ruin someone's morning. He says the little rat is up early. Seong-gi stops. Kang is blocking the path to the storehouse. Seong-gi tells him to move. Kang's smirk widens. He says the cleaning duty must have scrambled the little rat's brain, forgetting his place, getting ideas. He steps forward, too close, invading space the way he always does. He says maybe the little rat needs a reminder, a sparring match. Right now, right here, before the morning bell. Seong-gi's pulse quickens. Behind the iron door in his mind, Crown of Stars pulses like a star trying to be born. He could end this. 1 technique, 1 detonation. Kang wouldn't even know what hit him, but Hyo's voice cuts through the temptation. The boy needs to keep it secret. No one can know. Seong-gi breathes in. 4 counts. Hold. 4 counts. He looks at Kang's smirking face. Same face that's been looking down at him for 3 years. He says he's not sparring today. Kang's eyes narrow. He says the little rat doesn't get to refuse. Senior disciples give orders. Juniors obey. That's the way the clan works. He reaches out to grab Seong-gi's collar. Seong-gi moves. Not a technique, just body mechanics. A shift of weight Hyo showed him in the chamber. He steps inside Kang's reach, twists, and suddenly, Kang's arm is locked at an awkward angle. Seong-gi's hand is on his wrist. His other hand is pressed flat against Kang's chest. Not hitting, just resting there. The position is perfect. 1 push, and Kang goes down hard. The senior disciple's eyes go wide. He says, "What the hell is this?" Seong-gi leans close. His voice is low and calm. He says he's done being the little rat. He releases Kang's arm and steps back. Kang stumbles, catching his balance. His face cycles through confusion, rage, and something else. Something that looks almost like fear. Seong-gi walks past him toward the storehouse. Kang doesn't follow. He doesn't say anything. Seong-gi doesn't look back, but he can feel Kang's eyes on his back all the way across the yard. The storehouse door is unlocked. Heo is already inside, sitting on a crate. The old man's cane is propped against his knee. He's holding a cup of tea. Steam rises in the cold morning air. He says he saw that little display through the window. Seong-gi freezes. He asks if Heo is angry. Heo takes a long sip of tea. He says he's not angry. He's impressed. The boy used exactly enough to defuse the situation. No techniques, no key flare, just the body mechanics Heo taught him last night. He says that's the difference between a thug and a martial artist. A thug overwhelms. A martial artist controls. The old man sets down his teacup. He says the boy is ready for the next step. Not just channeling Grandmasters, but blending them. Seong-gi frowns. He says he thought he could only channel one at a time. Heo nods. He says that's the limit. One Grandmaster's consciousness active at once. But the boy can switch between them in combat. A heartbeat of Crown of Stars to break a guard. A flash of Iron Embrace to block a counter. A breath of strategist's vision to read the next attack. If he's fast enough, if the compartment walls are strong enough, it'll look like he's using a dozen techniques at once. Seong-gi's heart kicks. He asks if that's even possible. Heo smiles. It's a real smile this time. Thin and sharp and full of old, cold fire. He says it's not just possible. It's how Noh Cheon-sa became unbeatable. 63 consecutive duels. Not a single hit landed on him. Because he didn't fight like one Grandmaster. He fought like 100. The old man pushes himself off the crate. His cane taps against the stone. He says the boy has 4 techniques. That's enough to start. They train in the chamber tonight. Real combat drills. Full speed. Heo limps toward the hidden door. He pauses with his hand on the stone. He says the boy should eat something first. The training will be brutal, and Heo won't go easy on him just because his meridians are still recovering. Seong-gi watches the old man disappear into the corridor. Blue torchlight swallows him. The stone door swings shut. Seong-gi stands in the dusty storehouse. The morning light is getting stronger, slanting through the cracked shutters. The compound is starting to wake up outside. Muffled voices, footsteps, the clang of the morning bell. And somewhere under the eastern cliff, the pedestal is still pulsing. The fragment is still waiting. But Seong-gi isn't the same boy who walked into this storehouse 3 days ago. He has 4 techniques, a mentor who sees something in him, and a month to become something more than the lowest-ranked disciple in the Noh clan. He walks out of the storehouse, toward the mess hall, toward whatever breakfast they're serving to the juniors who don't matter. He keeps his head down, his shoulders loose, his chi banked low and quiet. But behind the iron door in his mind, 4 dead Grandmasters are waiting. And for the first time in 3 years, Noh Seong-gi is hungry for something besides food. Heo sets the scroll aside. His eyes lock onto Seong-gi with a weight that fills the chamber. He says there's one more thing before the real training begins. Seong-gi straightens his spine. The frost from his breath still clings to the stone floor in a perfect white fan. Heo says what they're doing here isn't just dangerous, it's treason. The old man's cane taps against the black iron shelf. He says the Noh clan has laws about the forbidden library. Laws written in blood 400 years ago. Any disciple who enters this chamber without the Patriarch's blessing is executed. Seong-gi's heart drops into his stomach. He didn't know that part. Heo's gaunt face doesn't flinch. He says that's why he's been hiding here for 30 years. Not just because his legs are shattered, but because the moment anyone finds out what's under the eastern cliff, they both die. Seong-gi asks why Heo didn't tell him this before. Heo's thin smile returns. He says the boy would have run. And Heo can't blame him. But now the boy has 4 techniques humming in his meridians. Now he's tasted what the library can give him. And Heo asks if Seong-gi really wants to walk away from that. The silence stretches between them. Behind the iron door in Seong-gi's mind, the 4 presences stir. Crown of Stars pulses like a second heartbeat. Iron Embrace sits heavy and solid in his bones. The strategist's vision sharpens the edges of the chamber into a clean grid, and breath of the frozen mountain still whispers cold against his lungs. He can't go back. He already knows it. The boy who cleaned this storehouse 3 days ago is dead. Seong-gi meets Heo's eyes. He says he's not walking away. Heo nods once, slowly, like he expected that answer, but still needed to hear it. The old man reaches into his robe. He pulls out a small knife. The blade is old iron, dark with age, the edge gleaming blue in the torchlight. He says then they swear an oath. Not words, something older, something the library will enforce. Seong-gi frowns at the knife. Hyo explains that the chamber beneath them isn't just a storage room for scrolls. It's a nexus, built on a convergence of ley lines that amplify chi. The pedestal at the center is the focal point, and Noh Chon-sa bound the whole thing with blood seals. The same seals that let the scrolls imprint their knowledge. The same seals that let the trap shred Hyo's meridians. Hyo says the library can also bind an oath. If Seong-gi swears on his own blood inside this chamber, the seals will hold him to it. Break the oath, and the backlash will be worse than the founder's trap. Hyo holds out the knife. He says this is the price of training, not pain, not exhaustion, absolute trust. Seong-gi asks if Hyo has to swear too. Hyo's laugh is dry and cracked. He says he already did. 30 years ago, when he crawled out of this chamber with Cheonsa's fragment screaming in his skull, he swore to protect the library and guide whoever came next. That oath is the only reason he's still alive. The fragment would have consumed him decades ago without it. Seong-gi stares at the knife. The blue light of the pedestal pulses in the corner of his vision. He thinks about Kang's smirk, about 17 losses, about being the lowest-ranked disciple in the entire compound, about a month from now when the assessment comes. He reaches out and takes the blade. The iron is cold, colder than it should be. Hyo instructs him to cut his palm and press it to the stone floor of the chamber. Then speak his oath. A simple one. He will never reveal the library's existence to anyone outside this room. He will never lead another person to the hidden door without Hyo's permission. And he will never use the techniques he learns here to destroy the Noh clan. Seong-gi hesitates on the last one. He asks why that clause exists. Hyo's eyes go somewhere far away. He says because Chonsa almost did. When the jealousy consumed him, he considered burning the whole clan to the ground, so no one could surpass his legacy. He wrote that clause into the seals himself, a failsafe against his own worst instincts. Seong-gi looks at the pedestal, at the founder's scroll pulsing with cold blue light. He wonders what kind of man writes a trap for his own future self, and he presses the blade to his palm. The cut is clean and shallow. Blood wells up in a dark line. Seong-gi kneels. He presses his palm flat against the cold stone of the chamber floor, and he speaks the oath. 3 lines. His voice steady. The blood seeps into the ancient rock. For a heartbeat, nothing happens. Then the chamber responds. The blue torches flare bright. The pedestal pulses once. Twice. A third time. And something cold slides through Seong-gi's meridians. Not chi. Something older. Something that tastes like iron and dust and 400 years of waiting. It coils around his heart once, twists tight, and fades into the background hum of his own pulse. Hyo watches the whole thing without moving. When the torches dim back to normal, the old man lets out a long breath. He says it's done. The library has accepted the oath. If Seong-gi breaks it, his own meridians will tear apart, same as Hyo's legs, same as the skeleton by the entrance. Seong-gi pulls his hand off the stone. The cut is already closed. A thin silver scar runs across his palm. He flexes his fingers. They still work. His chi still flows. But somewhere deep in the core of him, a new weight has settled. Hyo takes the knife back. He says the boy should remember this feeling. The weight of the oath. It'll keep him honest when the training gets hard. And it's about to get very hard. The old man limps toward the center of the chamber. His cane echoes against the black iron shelves. He gestures for Seong-gi to follow. They stop 10 feet from the central pedestal. Close enough that the blue light paints their faces in cold shadows. Far enough that the fragment's pull is just a whisper at the edge of consciousness. Hyo says the boy has 4 techniques now. Crown of Stars, Iron Embrace, Strategist's Vision. That's a strong foundation, more than most disciples learn in a lifetime. But having techniques and using them are 2 different things. Seong-gi asks what Hyo means. He already used Crown of Stars to destroy the dummy, already channeled Iron Embrace until his skin turned to steel, already froze a 20-foot stretch of floor solid. Hyo shakes his head. He says those were tests. Controlled. Slow. The boy had time to breathe, to center himself, to build the compartment walls carefully. In a real fight, he won't have that luxury. An opponent won't wait for him to visualize an iron door. An opponent will be trying to put a fist through his skull. Hyo says the goal for this month is brutal and simple. Master 3 techniques for combat. Not just channeling them, not just surviving the backlash, but switching between them instantly. 1 heartbeat, no hesitation, no disorientation. Crown of Stars to break a guard. Iron Embrace to block the counter. Strategist's vision to read the next 3 moves. All in the space of a single breath. Seong-gi's pulse kicks up. He asks if switching that fast is even possible. Hyo's thin smile cuts across his gaunt face. He says it's more than possible. It's how he survived the 2 years before the trap caught him. He was never the strongest fighter in the clan. Never had the deepest chi reserves, but he could switch between 8 different Grandmasters faster than anyone could track. He won 47 consecutive duels without taking a single hit, until he got arrogant, until he thought he was ready for the Founder's Scroll. Hyo taps his useless legs with the cane. He says Seong-gi won't make that mistake, because Hyo will drill the lesson into his bones every single night until the assessment. 3 techniques mastered for combat, 30 days, no excuses. Seong-gi looks at the thousands of scrolls on the black iron shelves, at the cold blue light pulsing from the pedestal, at the old man with shattered legs and 30 years of patience burning in his eyes. He asks which 3 techniques Hyo recommends. The old man doesn't hesitate. Crown of Stars for offense. It's the most destructive technique in Seong-gi's arsenal. Iron Embrace for defense. 3 heartbeats of absolute invulnerability can turn any fight. And Strategist's vision for control. Reading the battlefield is more valuable than any single strike. Breath of the Frozen Mountain stays in reserve. A hidden card. Something to pull out when the assessment throws a real surprise. Seong-gi nods slowly. The strategy makes sense. Offense. Defense. Control. 3 pillars. 1 fighter. Hyo says they start tomorrow night with Crown of Stars drills. Real combat scenarios. Full speed. Hyo will attack with his cane, and Seong-gi will learn to detonate the technique while moving, while dodging, while off balance. If he can't do it under pressure, he can't do it at all. Seong-gi asks if Hyo is strong enough to attack. The old man's eyes flash, cold and sharp. He says his legs are dead. His arms aren't. And he's had 3 decades to practice fighting from a sitting position. He says the boy shouldn't assume a cripple is helpless. Seong-gi feels a chill run down his spine. He remembers the way Hyo moved earlier, silent despite the cane. Present in the doorway before Seong-gi even sensed him. The old man isn't joking. The training is going to hurt. Hyo turns and limps toward the corridor. His cane taps a slow rhythm against the stone. He says the boy should get some sleep. Tomorrow night, the real work begins. And once it starts, there's no stopping until the assessment. Seong-gi watches the old man disappear into the blue-lit tunnel. The stone door swings shut behind him. He's alone in the chamber again. The 4 techniques hum in his meridians. The oath sits heavy around his heart. The pedestal pulses its steady rhythm. Somewhere in the back of his mind, behind the iron door, 4 dead Grandmasters wait in silence, and Noh Cheon-sa's fragment is still counting down to something. Seong-gi looks at the silver scar on his palm, then at the thousands of scrolls surrounding him. He has 30 days. 3 techniques. 1 mentor who won't go easy, and a secret that'll get him executed if anyone finds out. He walks out of the chamber, through the hidden door, into the dusty storehouse where his old life ended 3 days ago. The morning bell rings across the compound. Seong-gi takes a breath, steadies his chi, and steps outside to face the day like nothing has changed. Everything has changed. The morning sun hits the main courtyard, and it's already hot. Seong-gi's headache from last night's training still throbs behind his eyes. He blends into the crowd of junior disciples doing their morning drills. Nobody looks at him twice. He's just the guy who lost 17 straight spars to Kang. The guy who got kicked so hard his ribs still ache when he breathes wrong. And that's perfect. He keeps his chi tamped down. Keeps the 4 techniques humming quietly beneath his skin. Keeps the silver scar hidden against his palm. The courtyard is full of disciples running through basic forms. Senior instructors walk between the rows correcting stances. Kang is up front demonstrating a palm strike with that smug grin of his. Everything looks normal. And then the main gate explodes inward. The iron doors slam against the stone walls with a crack that echoes across the whole compound. Every disciple freezes mid-motion. A squad of warriors in gray and crimson robes marches through the gate like they own the place. 10 of them, maybe 12. All armed, all radiating ki dense enough to make the junior disciples stumble backward. Their leader walks at the front with the slow confidence of a predator who knows nothing in this courtyard can hurt him. He's tall, broad-shouldered. His hair is pulled back in a severe top knot, and his jaw looks like it was carved from granite. The gray robe he wears has the Seo clan's crimson hawk stitched across his chest. This is Moon Gwang-seok. Seong-gi recognizes him from the clan records Hyo made him study. Senior disciple of the Seo clan, ranked 4th in his generation across all 5 great clans. 62 confirmed victories, 3 kills, 0 losses. And he's standing in the Noh clan's courtyard with a smile that says he's here to cause trouble. Moon's gaze sweeps across the frozen disciples like he's counting livestock. He doesn't bow, doesn't observe any of the formal courtesies between clans. He just plants his feet in the center of the training ground and waits. Senior instructors don't move. Kang doesn't move. Nobody wants to be the first person to challenge a ranked warrior from a rival clan. Moon lets the silence stretch. Then he speaks. He says he's been traveling for 3 days, and the Noh clan can't even offer a greeting. He asks if this is what passes for hospitality in a once great house. His voice carries across the whole courtyard. Calm, amused, dripping with contempt. One of the senior instructors finally steps forward. A gray-haired woman named Instructor Beck, who's been teaching forms for 40 years. She offers a stiff bow and asks what business the Seo clan has here. Moon's smile doesn't waver. He says his clan has heard rumors, whispers that the Noh clan has been sitting on something valuable under the eastern cliff for centuries. Something they're too weak to use. He says the Seo clan is offering to take it off their hands. Instructor Beck's face goes pale. Seong-gi's heart slams against his ribs. The eastern cliff. The library. Somehow the Seo clan knows. Moon says he's not here to fight. He's here to deliver a message from his Patriarch, a formal challenge. The Seo clan wants to hold a joint assessment in 1 month's time. Their best disciples against the Noh clan's best. Winner takes possession of whatever is hidden under the eastern cliff. Instructor Beck says the Noh clan doesn't answer to Seo clan demands. Moon laughs. It's a cold sound. He says the offer isn't optional. He gestures at his retinue. 12 warriors with key signatures that make the air feel heavy and hard to breathe. He says if the Noh clan refuses, the Seo clan will come back with 50 or 100. And they'll take what they want regardless. The junior disciples are terrified. Some of them are actually shaking. Kang's smug grin has vanished completely. He looks like a child who just realized the monster under the bed is real. And Seong-gi is doing the math. 1 month until the assessment, the same deadline Hyo gave him. And now the Seo clan is going to be there, with Moon Gwang-seok leading their best fighters. Moon looks around the courtyard with theatrical disappointment. He says he expected more from the legendary Noh clan that once produced 1,000 Grandmasters. Now their disciples can't even hold eye contact. Kang takes a step forward. Seong-gi almost admires the idiot's courage. Almost. Kang's voice shakes as he says the Noh clan won't be insulted by outsiders. Moon doesn't even bother to draw his sword. He flicks 2 fingers in Kang's direction. A blast of compressed ki slams into Kang's chest and sends him crashing into the far wall. The impact shatters stone. Kang crumples to the ground and doesn't get up. Moon wipes his fingers on his robe like he touched something dirty. He asks if there's anyone else who'd like to demonstrate the Noh clan's legendary strength. Silence. The junior disciples are frozen. The instructors are frozen. Everyone is waiting for someone else to act. And Seong-gi feels the 4 techniques burning under his skin. Crown of Stars is practically screaming to be released. Iron Embrace hums in his bones. Strategist's vision is already feeding him tactical data without being called. The compartment walls in his mind are holding steady. The iron door is locked, but the Grandmasters behind it are restless. They recognize a threat. They recognize an opportunity. Seong-gi doesn't think. He acts. 1 step forward, then another. The junior disciples part around him like water around a stone. Instructor Beck hisses at him to get back. Moon notices him immediately. His cold eyes lock onto the scrawny kid in the patched-up training clothes. He asks what this is. Some kind of joke. Seong-gi stops 10 paces from Moon. His hands are steady. His breathing is even. The headache is gone. Everything is crystal clear. He says the Seo clan's message has been received. Now they can leave. Moon's eyebrows rise. He asks if the Noh clan is so desperate they're sending children to negotiate. Seong-gi doesn't answer. He just stands there, calm, patient, like 1,000 dead Grandmasters are watching through his eyes. Moon's smile flickers. Something in Seong-gi's posture is wrong. Too still, too centered, too calm for a junior disciple who just watched a ranked warrior put his senior through a wall. Moon's hand drifts toward his sword. He says the boy has 3 seconds to step aside. Seong-gi doesn't move. The chi in the courtyard shifts. Every warrior present feels it. A pressure building at the crown of Seong-gi's head, tight, compressed, spiraling inward like a star collapsing. Moon draws his sword. The blade is halfway out of the scabbard when Seong-gi releases Crown of Stars. Not the full technique. Not the wave of destruction that turned the training dummy to splinters. Just a flash. A controlled detonation aimed at a single point. The air screams. Moon's sword goes flying. It spins end over end across the courtyard and embeds itself in the stone wall 20 feet away. Moon stares at his empty hand. His fingers are trembling. Not from pain, from shock. The crown detonation hit the guard of his sword with surgical precision. A millimeter to the left, and it would have taken his hand off. A millimeter to the right, and it would have missed completely. Moon slowly raises his eyes to meet Seong-gi's. The predatory amusement is gone, placed by something colder, more dangerous, focused interest. He says that technique doesn't exist in any Noh Clan manual. He asks where the boy learned it. Seong-gi's chi reserves are screaming. The Crown of Stars flash took more out of him than it should have. His meridians are burning. His vision blurs at the edges. But his voice stays steady. He tells Moon the Seo clan's message has been received. He says the Noh clan will consider the challenge. And now Moon should leave. Moon's retinue is waiting for orders. Their hands are on their weapons. Chi signatures are flaring all across the courtyard. For one long moment, it could go either way. A single wrong word and this turns into a massacre. But Moon is a tactician. He doesn't know what other techniques Seong-gi is hiding. He doesn't know how many Noh disciples are secretly this dangerous. He didn't come here to die in an enemy compound over a diplomatic insult. He came to deliver a message and test the waters. The waters just turned out to be a lot deeper than expected. Moon retrieves his sword from the wall. He sheathes it with deliberate slowness, never taking his eyes off Seong-gi. He says the boy has talent. Raw and undisciplined, but talent. He asks for a name. Seong-gi gives it. Noh Seong-gi. Moon repeats it like he's memorizing the syllables. He says they'll meet again at the assessment in 1 month. And then he smiles. It's not a friendly smile. It's the smile of a collector who just found a rare piece he wants to acquire. Moon turns his back and walks toward the gate. His retinue falls in behind him. The iron doors swing shut. And the courtyard erupts into chaos. Junior disciples swarm around Seong-gi, shouting questions, demanding explanations. Kang is being pulled out of the rubble by 2 instructors. His ribs are cracked, but he's alive. Instructor Beck is staring at Seong-gi like she's seeing him for the first time. Everyone is asking the same question. How did the lowest-ranked disciple in the compound just disarm a ranked warrior from the Seo clan? Seong-gi doesn't answer any of them. He pushes through the crowd, walks toward the eastern edge of the compound. His legs are shaking. His vision is swimming. The backlash from Crown of Stars is hitting him hard. But he can't collapse here. Not in front of everyone. He makes it to the storehouse before his knees give out. The door slams shut behind him. He slides down the wall, presses his palms against his temples. Warm wetness trickles from his nose. Blood. Again. His chi reserves are dangerously low. The compartment walls are still holding, but there's a crack running through the iron door now. Something on the other side is pushing. 4 dead Grandmasters stirred up by combat adrenaline. And behind them, faint but unmistakable, the fragment's cold curiosity. Hyo's cane taps against the stone floor. The old man emerges from the shadows of the hidden corridor. His gaunt face is unreadable. He stands over Seong-gi and looks down at the blood dripping onto the dusty floor. He asks if it was worth it. Seong-gi wipes his nose with his sleeve. He says Moon was going to keep pushing. Someone had to stop him. Hyo's thin smile flickers across his face. He says the boy just revealed a forbidden technique in front of the entire compound and 12 Seo clan witnesses. The Patriarch will summon him within the hour. And when a weak disciple suddenly manifests Grandmaster-level power, people start asking questions. Questions that lead to the library. Questions that lead to execution. Seong-gi struggles to his feet. Every muscle in his body is screaming, but his eyes are steady. He says they have 1 month. 1 month to be ready for the joint assessment. 1 month to make sure when Moon comes back, the Seo clan leaves empty-handed. He says they can't do that if they're both dead because the library was discovered. Hyo taps his cane against the floor. 3 slow beats. Then he nods. He says the boy's control was sloppy, and the crown detonation was too loud, but the targeting was perfect. He says they'll work on the rest starting tonight. The morning bell rings again across the compound. The 4 techniques hum beneath his skin like barely contained storms. The silver scar pulses against his palm. Outside, the entire Noh clan is buzzing with rumors about the junior disciple who stood up to a ranked warrior. Inside, the fragment behind the iron door is still counting down to something. And somewhere on the road back to the Seo clan stronghold, Moon Gwang-suk is already planning how to break Seong-gi's mind open and take everything inside. The game has changed. Everyone knows it. The only question is, who moves next? The Seo clan retinue doesn't ride hard. They move at a walk down the mountain road. Moon Gwang-suk leads the column in silence. His 12 warriors keep their distance behind him. They know better than to speak when he's like this. Moon's right hand still tingles from the impact. That kid's technique hit the sword guard exactly. Not the blade, not the hilt, the guard. A target the size of a walnut, while Moon was mid-swing. He replays the moment in his head for the dozenth time. The junior disciple stepped forward without hesitation. His stance was garbage, his footwork was sloppy, and his chi reserves were laughable. But the technique itself was perfect. Perfect aim, perfect timing, perfect control. Moon has fought 62 ranked warriors across the 5 great clans. 3 of them never walked away. He's seen enough techniques to recognize when something doesn't belong. And that technique doesn't belong in the Noh clan. It's too refined, too old, too elegant. The Noh clan's current manuals are degraded copies of degraded copies. Moon knows this. Every clan outside the Seo knows this. The once mighty Noh have been in decline for 2 centuries. Their best techniques were stolen 200 years ago. Their grandmasters died without passing on their full knowledge. And now Moon has just watched a low-ranked nobody execute a technique that should be extinct. He isn't angry. He isn't humiliated. He's intrigued in a way that makes the back of his neck prickle. Because Moon Gwang-suk is a collector. Everyone in the Seo clan knows it. His quarters are filled with rare technique scrolls acquired through duels, trades, and less honorable methods. He spent 10 years hunting down fragments of older martial arts that the great clans forgot. And what he just saw in that courtyard is older than anything in his collection. Older, stronger, and completely unknown to any living master in the Murim. Which means the rumors about the Eastern Cliff were true. The Seo clan's intelligence network reported that something was hidden under the Noh compound. They didn't know what, just that the ley lines under the Eastern building were unnaturally dense. Moon volunteered for the message delivery for exactly this reason. To take a look with his own eyes, to see if the Noh clan was sitting on something valuable. And they are. They definitely are. The servant who poured the wine in the main hall overheard the instructors talking. Someone in the compound has been training in secret. Someone accessed a technique that doesn't appear in any Noh record. Moon puts it together as his horse picks its way down the switchbacks. The old storehouse on the eastern edge. The ley line concentration. The junior disciple who shouldn't have that power. There's a library under that cliff. Or a vault. Or a sealed training chamber from before the Noh clan's decline. Something that the current generation of Noh masters doesn't even know about. Because if they knew, they'd be using it. If they knew, that kid wouldn't have been the lowest-ranked disciple in the compound. He'd be a treasured asset, guarded day and night, trained by the Patriarch himself. Instead, he was cleaning a storehouse. Moon lets out a low chuckle. His second-in-command, a scarred woman named Hei, pulls her horse alongside his. She asks what's so funny. Moon tells her the Noh clan is sitting on a legendary treasure. And they sent their least important disciple to sweep the floor around it. And the kid figured it out on his own. Hei asks if they should turn back and take it now. Moon shakes his head. 12 warriors aren't enough for a siege, and they don't know what defenses the vault has. More importantly, the Seo clan just delivered a formal challenge. If they attack now, the other 3 great clans will unite against them. The Seo clan can't afford a war on 4 fronts over a rumor. Moon says they'll do this cleanly. The joint assessment gives them a legal path to take everything under the Eastern Cliff. All they have to do is win. Hei points out that the kid might be a problem. Moon's eyes go flat and predatory. He says the kid isn't a problem. The kid is the prize. Because a technique like that isn't something you learn in a month. It's something you absorb. Something you channel from a source. And Moon is very interested in that source. He wants to know what's under that cliff. He wants to know how a nobody with weak chi accessed a Grandmaster's art. And most of all, he wants to know what's inside the kid's head. Moon has a technique for that too. It's not a pleasant one. It's called Mind's Threshing Floor. A Seo clan secret that extracts memories from a captive's key channels. leaves the victim alive but hollow. Moon's used it twice before on rival cultivators who hid technique scrolls. Both of them ended up drooling in infirmary beds for the rest of their lives. He doesn't mind doing it again. He tells Hae to send word to the Patriarch that the Eastern Cliff intel is confirmed, and to prepare a full assessment team, not the standard 5, but 7. Moon will personally select the roster. He wants specialists, formation breakers, chi drainers, and at least one mental disruption practitioner. Because the Noh Clan's junior disciples aren't the target, the Noh Clan's secret vault is, and the boy named Noh Seong-gi is the key. Hae nods and spurs her horse ahead to deliver the message. Moon rides in silence the rest of the way down the mountain. But his mind is already 3 steps ahead, planning how to isolate the kid during the assessment, how to break through whatever mental defenses he has, how to peel his memories open like a fruit. And somewhere deep in the Noh Clan compound, behind an iron door in Seong-gi's mind, something cold registers the intent like a scent on the wind. The fragment stirs. It doesn't speak. It doesn't act. It just notes and waits. Back in the storehouse, Seong-gi doesn't feel the fragment's attention. He's too busy trying to stand up without blacking out. Haeyo's cane taps twice on the stone floor. The old man tells him to sit down before he falls down. Seong-gi slumps back against the wall. His legs are still shaking. The nosebleed has slowed to a trickle, but his meridians feel like they've been scrubbed with hot sand. Haeyo produces a small clay bottle from his sleeve and tosses it to Seong-gi. It's ki-stabilizing elixir. Tastes like burnt honey and regret, but it takes the edge off the burning. Seong-gi drinks half the bottle in one go. His vision sharpens a little. Haeyo leans on his cane and regards the boy with those unreadable eyes. He says the Patriarch's summons will come before sundown. Seong-gi asks what he's supposed to say. Haeyo says the truth, most of it. Tell Hong Tae-jun that he found a technique manual in the storehouse among the old documents. Tell him it was a fragment, barely legible, and he's been practicing it in secret because he was tired of losing. Tell him he doesn't know the technique's name or origin. Seong-gi asks if the Patriarch will believe that. Haeyo's thin smile flickers. He says Hong Tae-jun is a strict old warhorse, but he's not stupid. He'll know Seong-gi is lying about something. The trick is to give him a lie that's close enough to the truth that he doesn't dig deeper. A junior disciple finding a forgotten manual in a dusty storehouse is embarrassing for the clan, but it's not treason. A junior disciple discovering a forbidden library of 1,000 dead Grandmasters is execution. Seong-gi nods slowly. His head still pounds. The iron door in his mind has a hairline crack running from top to bottom, and the 4 presences behind it are restless. But the walls are holding. He asks Haeyo what happens if the Patriarch doesn't believe him. Haeyo's voice goes flat. He says then Seong-gi will find out exactly how fast the old man can move when he's motivated. And he won't like the answer. The afternoon bell rings across the compound. Seong-gi has maybe 2 hours before the summons comes. Haeyo tells him to use that time to rest and stabilize his chi. Then he vanishes back into the hidden corridor without another word. Seong-gi sits alone in the dusty storehouse. The elixir is doing its work. The burning in his meridians fades to a dull ache. He closes his eyes and checks the compartment walls. The crack is still there, but it isn't spreading. The iron door holds. Behind it, the 4 Grandmasters have settled into something like sleep. And behind them, faint as a whisper, the fragment's attention is still fixed on him. It's not pushing anymore. It's not trying to break through. It's just watching, which is somehow worse. Seong-gi forces himself to his feet, drags a broken shelf over the scorch mark on the floor, and sweeps the last of the dummy fragments into a corner. Then he walks out of the storehouse and into the afternoon light. The compound is buzzing. Everywhere he looks, disciples are clustered in small groups, talking in low voices. They go quiet when he walks past. He catches fragments of their conversations. Something about a CO clan challenge. Something about the Eastern Cliff. And something about the lowest-ranked disciple who stepped up when no one else would. A few of them stare at him with open curiosity. Most of them stare at him like he's suddenly become a different person. Which, in a way, he has. He was Noh Seong-gi, the clan's punching bag. 17 losses to Kang, 0 wins, 0 prospects. Now he's Noh Seong-gi, the junior disciple who disarmed a ranked warrior from the CO clan in front of everyone. The transition doesn't feel real. It feels like he's wearing someone else's skin. He walks past the training yard. Instructor Beck is there, supervising a group of junior disciples who are running through basic footwork drills. She looks up as he passes. Her gray hair is pulled back in its usual severe bun, and her face is its usual mask of iron discipline. But her eyes follow him. For just a moment, her expression isn't disapproval. It's something closer to reassessment. Seong-gi keeps walking. He makes it to the dormitory, climbs onto his thin mat in the corner, and lies down. His body is screaming for rest. His mind is screaming for answers he doesn't have. He closes his eyes, and the fragment behind the door counts down to something he still doesn't understand. The summons comes an hour before sunset. Not a messenger, not a junior disciple, the Patriarch's personal attendant. A severe woman in gray robes who appears in the dormitory doorway and says 4 words. The Patriarch requires Noh Seong-gi. Everyone in the dormitory goes still. Seong-gi gets up. His legs are steady now, the elixir having done its work. His chi reserves are still low, but the burning is gone. The nosebleed has stopped. The compartment walls are intact. He follows the attendant through the compound. Disciples part to let them pass. The stairs are different now, less curious, more wary. Nobody knows what's about to happen. Nobody knows if Seong-gi is walking toward a reward or an execution. He doesn't know either. The Patriarch's hall is at the center of the compound. It's a low stone building with a tiled roof and heavy wooden doors carved with the Noh Clan's emblem. A mountain peak with a star above it. The doors are open. Inside, the hall is dim and cool. Torches burn in iron brackets along the walls, casting long shadows across the stone floor. And at the far end of the hall, seated on a simple wooden chair that looks more like a throne than furniture, is Hong Tae-jun. He's older than Seong-gi expected. His hair is white and his face is lined, but his shoulders are still broad and his hands are still thick with muscle. He wears plain gray robes without any ornamentation. No gold, no jewels, no symbols of rank except the mountain and star emblem stitched small over his heart. He doesn't need decoration. His presence fills the hall like water fills a basin. Seong-gi stops 10 paces from the chair. He bows. Properly this time, not the sloppy half-bow he gave Instructor Beck on his first day, but a full formal bow with his forehead nearly touching the stone. Hong Tae-jun's voice is quiet, but it carries. He tells the boy to rise. Seong-gi straightens up. The Patriarch studies him for a long moment. His eyes are pale gray and completely unreadable. He says he's heard 3 different versions of what happened in the courtyard this morning. He asks Seong-gi to tell him the truth. Seong-gi recites the story Heo gave him. He found a damaged technique manual in the old storehouse while cleaning. It was mostly unreadable, but the diagrams for one technique were intact. He's been practicing in secret because he was embarrassed to ask for instruction. He didn't know the technique was forbidden. He only used it because the Seo clan warrior was going to kill Kang. Hong Tae-jun listens without moving. When Seong-gi finishes, the silence stretches out. The torches crackle. Then the Patriarch asks a single question. He asks what the technique was called. Seong-gi's heart lurches. He doesn't know. He knows the name Crown of Stars perfectly well, but Heo warned him never to speak it. That name died with the Grandmasters who created it, and anyone who uses it now is confessing to accessing forbidden arts. So Seong-gi says he doesn't know. The fragment was too damaged. Hong Tae-jun's pale eyes don't blink. He says that's convenient. The word hangs in the air. Seong-gi doesn't answer. The Patriarch rises from his chair. He's tall. Taller than Seong-gi expected from a man that old, and he moves without any of the stiffness that Heo carries. His steps are silent on the stone floor. He stops 3 paces from Seong-gi and looks down at him. He says the technique that Seong-gi used this morning doesn't appear in any surviving Noh Clan manual. It doesn't appear in any manual from the Seo clan, the Jin clan, the Hae clan, or the Crimson Lotus. It doesn't appear in any manual anywhere in the known Murim. Because it was lost 200 years ago when the clan's archives were raided. He says no one in the compound should know that technique. He asks Seong-gi why he does. Seong-gi's mouth is dry. The iron door in his mind is vibrating. The 4 presences behind it are awake again, and the fragment's attention has sharpened into something almost eager. Hong Tae-jun's chi flares. Just a ripple, not an attack, not a threat. Just a leak of pressure that fills the hall like a sudden drop in temperature. The torches flicker. Seong-gi feels it in his bones. This old man could kill him with a thought. And he's waiting for an answer. Seong-gi opens his mouth, and what comes out isn't the lie Heo gave him. It's something else. Something that surprises him as much as it surprises the Patriarch. He says he doesn't know where the technique came from. He says he touched something in the storehouse. Something old, and it went into his head. He doesn't say scroll. He doesn't say library. He says something. Hong Tae-jun stares at him. His chi pressure doesn't waver, but something shifts in his pale eyes. It's not anger. It's recognition. He asks if the thing Seong-gi touched was behind a hidden door. Seong-gi freezes. He doesn't answer. but his silence is an answer. Hong Tae-jun's expression doesn't change. He says he's known about the door in the eastern cliff for 40 years. He's just never been able to open it. Seong-gi's heart stops. The Patriarch turns away and walks back to his chair. He sits down slowly, and for the first time, he looks every one of his years. He says the clan's founding records mention a vault under the eastern cliff, a repository of forbidden knowledge sealed by the fifth Patriarch, Noh Chan-sa. The records say the vault can only be opened by someone with a specific compatibility. The records don't say what that compatibility is. Hong Tae-jun never found out because the door never responded to him. He tried. 30 years ago, when he became Patriarch, he went to the storehouse alone and pressed his chi against that hidden seam in the stone. The door didn't move. He tried every technique he knew, every chi manipulation in the clan's surviving manuals. The stone didn't even glow. Eventually, he accepted that the vault was either a myth or sealed beyond recovery. He decided to leave it buried, because if the fifth Patriarch sealed it, there was probably a good reason. Seong-gi is barely breathing. The Patriarch looks at him again. He says that now a junior disciple with no notable talent and no notable bloodline has apparently walked straight through a door that rejected a Patriarch and come out with a technique that was lost 2 centuries ago. He asks Seong-gi what else is in there. Seong-gi's mind is racing. Hayo told him to lie, but Hayo didn't know the Patriarch already knew about the vault. The game has changed. The lie won't hold. The truth will get Hayo executed and the library sealed forever. He needs a third option. He finds it in the space between 2 heartbeats. He tells the Patriarch that the vault is dangerous. He says it's filled with technique knowledge that was sealed for a reason. He says the founder left traps behind, psychic countermeasures that destroy anyone who tries to take too much. He says a skeleton is lying just inside the entrance, scorched into the stone. And he says he's only accessed a handful of fragments, and only the ones that didn't trigger the traps. It's not the whole truth, but it's not a lie either. Hong Tae-jun listens. When Seong-gi finishes, the silence stretches out again. Then the Patriarch does something unexpected. He laughs. It's not a warm laugh. It's a dry, humorless sound like stones grinding together. He says Noh Chan-sa was a paranoid bastard who trusted no one, even his own descendants. Of course he booby-trapped the vault. Of course he made sure no one could use his precious collection without his permission. It's exactly the kind of thing the clan histories gloss over when they call him a great founder. Hong Tae-jun leans forward. His pale eyes are sharp again. He says the Seo clan has challenged them for what's under the eastern cliff. He asks if Seong-gi understands what that means. Seong-gi nods. He says the Seo clan knows about the vault. The Patriarch corrects him. They suspect. They don't know what's in there, or they'd have attacked already, instead of issuing a formal challenge. But Moon Gwang-seok saw Seong-gi use a forbidden technique, and Moon is smart enough to put pieces together. By the time the assessment arrives, the Seo clan will have a much better idea of what they're fighting for. And what they're fighting for is inside Seong-gi's head. Hong Tae-jun sits back. He says he should execute Seong-gi right now. Words are calm and matter-of-fact. Entering a forbidden vault is treason. Using a sealed technique is treason. Revealing a sealed technique in front of a rival clan is catastrophic idiocy at best, and deliberate sabotage at worst. But executing Seong-gi won't fix any of those problems. It won't close the vault. It won't stop the Seo clan, and it won't prepare the Noh clan for an assessment that they are currently guaranteed to lose. Because the Noh clan's current generation is weak. Hong Tae-jun says it without flinching. Their best disciples have mediocre technique mastery. Their instructors are teaching from degraded manuals. Their Grandmasters died without heirs to their full arts. The clan has been coasting on reputation for 100 years, and now the Seo clan has called their bluff with a formal challenge and 12 witnesses. If the Noh clan refuses, they lose the vault by default. If they accept and lose the assessment, same result. The only way to keep what's under the eastern cliff is to win, and the only person in the compound who might be able to turn the tide is a junior disciple who's been absorbing forbidden techniques in secret. The irony isn't lost on Hong Tae-jun. He says it out loud, flat and bitter. The clan's survival depends on the same thing they've been taught to execute people for. Seong-gi asks what the Patriarch wants him to do. Hong Tae-jun's answer is immediate. He says, Seong-gi has 1 month. He'll be excused from all regular duties. He'll train with whatever resources he needs, within reason. And on the day of the assessment, he'll stand with the clan's representatives and fight. If he wins, the vault stays secret, and his unauthorized access is pardoned. If he loses, he'll probably die in the arena, and the Seo clan takes the vault anyway. Either way, The problem resolves itself. It's not a kind offer, but it's a practical one. Seong-gi bows again. He accepts. Hong Tae-jun waves a hand in dismissal. The audience is over. Seong-gi turns and walks out of the hall. The torches flicker behind him. His legs are steady, but his mind is a storm. Patriarch knew about the vault. The Seo clan knows about the vault. Everyone knows something is under the eastern cliff, except the junior disciples who walk past the storehouse every day. And now, Seong-gi is officially the clan's secret weapon. Pardoned, excused from duties, and expected to win a battle against the Seo clan's best warriors in 30 days. He walks back across the compound. Sun is setting, painting the roofs orange and the shadows long. Disciples are heading to the dining hall for the evening meal. A few of them glance at him as he passes. Their expressions are different now, still wary, still uncertain, but with a new edge that Seong-gi can't quite name. It takes him a moment to recognize it. It's respect, or something close to it. The kid who lost 17 straight matches just walked out of the Patriarch's hall alive after disarming a ranked warrior. That's not nothing. That's not even close to nothing. Seong-gi doesn't let it go to his head. He knows what he looked like in that courtyard. Exhausted, bleeding, barely standing. He knows Moon Gwang-suk let him win because Moon was being cautious, not because Moon was beaten. He knows that in 1 month, Moon won't be cautious. He'll be prepared, he'll be focused, and he'll be coming for everything inside Seong-gi's skull. Seong-gi reaches the storehouse as the evening bell rings. Hyo is waiting inside, leaning on his cane in the shadows. He asks how the audience went. Seong-gi tells him everything. About the Patriarch knowing about the vault, about the offer and the pardon, about the assessment and the month of training. Hyo listens without interrupting. When Seong-gi finishes, the old man taps his cane against the stone floor. 3 slow beats. Then he says one thing. He says the Patriarch is a smarter man than he gave him credit for, and they have a lot of work to do. He turns and limps toward the hidden corridor. The stone door slides open, blue light spilling into the dusty storehouse. Seong-gi follows him down into the dark. The library is waiting. The 1,000 scrolls are waiting. The fragment behind the iron door is waiting. And somewhere on the road to the Seo clan stronghold, Moon Gwang-suk is already drawing up his roster. Hyo doesn't waste a single breath. The moment the stone door seals behind them, he's already limping toward the black iron shelves. His cane taps out a slow, deliberate rhythm on the stone floor. The blue torches flicker in their brackets as he passes. Seong-gi follows him deeper into the chamber. The air is cold and dry, thick with the weight of 1,000 dead masters. Hyo stops at a section of shelves near the far wall. The scrolls here are darker than the others. Their wooden casings are almost black, carved with symbols that seem to drink the torchlight. Hyo reaches up with his free hand and pulls down a scroll no thicker than a finger. The casing is obsidian, polished smooth, with a single silver thread wound around its center. He hands it to Seong-gi without ceremony. The label reads Grandmaster Miran. Seong-gi has never heard the name. He asks who she was. Hyo's answer is flat and immediate. The clan erased her. Miran was a grandmaster of the Noh clan 400 years ago. She specialized in something the clan found embarrassing. Assassination, not battlefield combat, not honorable duels, not defensive formations. Stealth kills in the dark. She could walk through a guarded compound without a single guard noticing. She could enter a locked room and leave only a cooling body behind. Clan elders at the time called her a necessary evil. Then they called her a disgrace. After she died, they burned every record of her existence, except this one. Chonsa preserved her scroll in his library because he didn't care about honor. He cared about power. And Moran's technique, Heart of Shadows, was one of the most lethal things he ever collected. Hyo says the technique does 2 things. It erases the user's chi signature, making them invisible to spiritual detection, and it bends the light around their body just enough to blur their outline and shadows. It's not true invisibility, but in low light, against a distracted opponent, it might as well be. Hyo warns Seong-gi that this is a different kind of strain. Crown of Stars is brute force. Iron Embrace is endurance. Breath of the Frozen Mountain is external temperature manipulation. This one is internal displacement. He'll be pulling his own chi inward, compressing it so tightly that it vanishes from outside perception. The compression has to be absolute. One flicker of chi leakage and the technique fails. Hyo tells him to sit down and open the scroll. Seong-gi settles onto the cold stone floor, cross-legged. He unrolls the dark parchment. The diagrams are unlike anything he's seen. No stances, no strikes, no physical movements at all. just spirals. Concentric rings of ink that spiral inward toward a single black dot at the center of the page. Small annotations in a woman's handwriting circle the edges. They describe a breathing pattern so shallow, it's almost a corpse's. They describe a mental image of pulling every strand of chi into a knot behind the navel. They describe a final step. Exhale. And become nothing. Seong-gi closes his eyes and begins to breathe. His chest barely moves. He pulls his chi inward, strand by strand, coiling it tight in his lower abdomen. The sensation is deeply wrong. His body protests, screaming that he's suffocating his own meridians. Sweat breaks out on his forehead. The technique doesn't want to settle. It feels like holding his breath while running a sprint. He tells him to stop fighting the compression. Accept it. Let the chi vanish. Be empty. Seong-gi exhales slowly. He releases the tension in his shoulders, his jaw, his hands. The knot of chi in his core tightens one more turn. Then something clicks. His chi signature vanishes. Hyo's eyebrows lift just slightly. He can't feel Seong-gi at all. Not a trace. The boy is sitting right in front of him, and every spiritual sense says the space is empty. Hyo tells him to stand up and move. Seong-gi rises to his feet. His body feels light, hollow. The blue torchlight around him bends strangely at the edges of his vision. He steps sideways into the shadow of a shelf. His shape blurs. It's not perfect, not like the legends describe. But it's good. Really good. Hyo watches him move through the stacks. The old man can still track him by the faint distortion of the air, but only barely. If he weren't looking directly at the spot, he'd miss it entirely. Seong-gi circles around behind Hyo and stops 3 paces from his back. He releases the technique. His chi flares back into normal sensation, like a limb waking up from sleep. Pins and needles race through his meridians. Hyo doesn't turn around. He just says, that's enough for now. When they fight for real, Seong-gi will need to activate and deactivate Heart of Shadows in a heartbeat. He'll need to switch between it and the other techniques without a pause. But that's a problem for the next 3 weeks. Right now, there's something else. Hyo turns and limps toward the center of the chamber, toward the pedestal. The black iron pillar stands alone in the middle of the library. Blue light pulses from the cracks in the obsidian scroll resting on top. The rhythm is slow and steady, like a heartbeat, like something waiting. Seong-gi follows him, his skin prickling. He asks what they're doing. Hyo stops 10 paces from the pedestal. He says it's time for a trial. The Patriarch demanded that Seong-gi prove his worth in the assessment. Hyo demands something different. He demands Seong-gi prove his loyalty right now. Not with words. Not with an oath in his palm. By facing the thing behind that iron door and walking away whole. Seong-gi stares at the pedestal. The crack in his mental walls pulses in time with the blue light. The fragment is aware. It's been aware for some time. Hyo says the founder's spirit isn't just a trap. It's Cheonsa's actual consciousness. Or what's left of it. Stripped of flesh, stripped of mercy, stripped of everything except ambition and spite. It's been sealed in that scroll for 400 years. It can't leave. It can't act directly. But it can reach. It can whisper. It can offer things. And Seong-gi has already opened a crack in his walls. The fragment has been probing that crack since the day he took his first technique. Hyo wants to know if Seong-gi can resist. Not in calm meditation. Not in a controlled breathing exercise. While the fragment is actively in his head. Because during the assessment, when Seong-gi is exhausted and desperate, that crack will widen. The fragment will try to slip through. Seong-gi can't shut it out now. In a controlled environment, he's dead a month from now. Or worse, he'll become a puppet with Cheonsa's voice behind his eyes. Seong-gi doesn't hesitate. He asks what he has to do. Hyo tells him to walk to the pedestal and kneel. Not to touch the scroll. Not to channel anything. Just kneel and wait. The fragment will do the rest. Seong-gi takes a breath. Then he walks forward. Each step echoes off the stone walls. The blue light seems to brighten as he approaches. The black iron shelves loom on either side like the ribs of a buried beast. He stops 3 paces from the pedestal. The obsidian scroll is right there. Cracks spiderweb across its surface. Cold light spills from within. He kneels. The stone is freezing against his knees. He places his hands on his thighs and closes his eyes. For a long moment, nothing happens. He hears Hyo's breathing 10 paces behind him. He hears the faint hum of the blue torches. He hears his own heart beating in his ears. And the crack in his mental walls widens. And a voice speaks inside his skull. It's not a sound, It's a pressure, a cold coil of meaning that wraps around his thoughts and squeezes. The voice is old and dry and amused. It says it's been watching him. It says he's stronger than the last one. The cripple who crawled away with shattered legs and a splinter in his mind. That one was weak. But Seong-gi is different. Seong-gi can hold 3 techniques in a single night and still stand. Seong-gi can face a ranked warrior and disarm him with a perfect strike. Seong-gi can be so much more. The voice offers him a deal. Forget the cripple's training. Forget the Patriarch's assessment. Forget the oath carved into his palm. Touch the scroll. Take the founder's own technique. Become what the Noh clan was always meant to be. Unstoppable. The voice shows him images. Seong-gi stands in the assessment arena. Moon Gwang-suk kneels before him, eyes empty. The Seo clan warriors are scattered like broken dolls. Noh clan bows to their new champion. Seong-gi stands on a mountain of his enemy's blades. He is not the lowest-ranked disciple. He is not the boy who lost 17 matches. He is the heir to a legacy 400 years in the making. All he has to do is reach out and take it. Seong-gi's fingers twitch. The scar on his palm aches. The cold inside his skull intensifies. The voice whispers again. It says the cripple is afraid. Afraid of what Seong-gi could become. Afraid of being surpassed. The cripple had his chance and he failed. Seong-gi doesn't have to fail. He can succeed where Hyo Jin-han crawled. He can claim what Hyo was too weak to hold. Seong-gi can become the new founder. The new Cheon-sa. Without the jealousy, without the fear, without the weakness. The voice is so reasonable, so patient, so close. Seong-gi opens his eyes. He's still kneeling. His hands are still on his thighs. The obsidian scroll pulses 3 feet away. He can feel the pull. It's physical. Gravity that tugs at his chi, his mind, his very will. He wants to touch it. Every instinct in his body tells him this is the answer. This is the shortcut to the power he needs. This is the way to win. And he knows, with absolute certainty, that if he gives in now, he will never come back. The fragment isn't offering partnership. It's offering possession. A slow erosion, one compromise at a time, until there's nothing left of Noh Seong-gi except a voice in the back of his own skull. Just like Cheon-sa's voice in Hyo's head. Just like the 1,000 dead Grandmasters trapped in their scrolls. The library isn't a gift. It's a trap that's been waiting for a compatible host for 400 years. Seong-gi thinks of Hyo's shattered legs. The old man's gaunt face. 30 years of hiding, of guarding, of carrying another man's malice inside him. He thinks of the oath in his palm, the 3 clauses. Never reveal the library. Never lead another person to the hidden door. Never use the techniques to destroy the Noh clan. He swore that oath. He bled for it. The scar on his palm is still silver and fresh. And this is the part where it matters. Not in the ceremony, not in the light show. Right now, kneeling in front of the thing that broke Hyo's legs and filled his skull with poison, Seong-gi closes his eyes again. He breathes. Finds the iron door in his mind. The crack is wider now. The cold leaks through like winter air through a broken window. He visualizes the door. Thick iron, black and heavy. He visualizes his hands pressing against it. He pushes. The fragment's voice sharpens. It tells him he's making a mistake. It tells him he'll never be strong enough without this. The Seo clan will break him. Moon Gwang-seok will peel his mind apart like a piece of fruit. Seong-gi pushes harder. The iron door groans. The cold fights back. His head pounds. Blood trickles from his nose and drips onto the stone floor. But he doesn't stop. He pushes until the door is flush with the frame. He pushes until the crack is a hairline sliver of blue light. He pushes until the fragment's voice is a distant murmur, barely audible over the sound of his own breathing. And then he slams the door shut. The cold vanishes. His mind goes quiet. The only sound in the chamber is his own ragged breath and the soft drip of his blood on the stones. Blue light of the pedestal is still pulsing. The scroll is still there. The offer is still waiting, but he isn't reaching for it. He rises to his feet. His legs are shaky, but they hold. He turns his back on the pedestal and walks away. Each step is heavier than the last. His head throbs with every heartbeat. The nosebleed has slowed to a thick trickle. When he reaches Hyo, the old man is smiling. It's not a kind smile. It's the smile of someone who just watched a loaded crossbow get pointed at a target and not fire. Hyo says that was the trial. Seong-gi just passed. He proved he can resist the founder's direct pull. Not in theory, not in a controlled exercise, but with the fragment screaming in his head, and the scroll 3 feet away. That's what real loyalty looks like. Not obedience. Not fear. The ability to stand at the edge of absolute power. Hear the best argument the darkness can make, and still say no. Hyo taps his cane once against the floor. The sound is final. Seong-gi needs to rest. Tomorrow they start the real work. Combat switch. Blending techniques. Turning 4 separate powers into a single, seamless weapon. But for now, Seong-gi has earned something. Hyo reaches into his robe and pulls out a small cloth pouch. Inside are 3 dried leaves, dark green and curled at the edges, chi-stabilizing herbs from the eastern slopes. He tells Seong-gi to steep them in hot water and drink the tea before sleeping. Will calm his meridians and speed the recovery. Seong-gi takes the pouch. His hands are shaking. He asks if it will always be like that. Hyo's expression doesn't change. He says it will get worse. The crack in the door will widen every time Seong-gi absorbs a new technique. Every time he channels a Grandmaster for more than a few minutes. Every time he gets hurt or exhausted or desperate. The fragment doesn't sleep. It doesn't forget. It doesn't stop. But now Seong-gi knows he can shut the door. That's the difference between a victim and a soldier. A victim gets surprised. A soldier gets prepared. And Seong-gi just proved he's a soldier. His cane taps out a slow rhythm on the stone. Seong-gi follows him, the pouch clutched in his hand. The crack inside his mind is sealed, but he can still feel the cold on the other side. Waiting, counting. The fragment has been counting for 400 years. It can count a little longer. But it knows now. It knows Seong-gi heard every word. It knows he was tempted. And it knows he still walked away. That's a kind of declaration. The next time they meet, it will be personal. The next morning, Seong-gi's skull feels like someone used it for an anvil. The chi-stabilizing tea helped, but only barely. His meridians are still raw from slamming the mental door shut. Every heartbeat sends a dull throb through his temples. He rolls off the straw mat in the corner of the storehouse. The scar on his palm catches the early light. Still silver. Still cold. He dresses slowly, moving like a man twice his age. The compound outside is already alive with the sounds of morning drills, wooden swords cracking together, feet shuffling through combat stances, instructors barking corrections. Seong-gi slips out of the storehouse and heads for the eastern well. He needs cold water on his face before anyone sees him like this. The well is in a small courtyard between the kitchens and the eastern wall. Nobody uses it this early except the kitchen staff, and they're busy with breakfast fires. He reaches the stone rim and hauls up the bucket. The water is so cold it numbs his fingers. He splashes it on his face, gasps, and watches the blood-tinged droplets fall back into the bucket. His nosebleed started again sometime during the night. Not surprising. The fragment fought back hard. He's just reaching for the bucket again when he hears it. A soft scrape of a shoe on stone. Behind him. Close. He doesn't turn. Not yet. Strategist's vision flickers on without conscious thought. The grid overlays the courtyard. Threat vectors snap into place. One figure. 10 feet back. Slight build. No chi signature flare. Not attacking. Watching. Seong-gi lets the vision fade and turns slowly. A girl stands in the shadow of the eastern wall. She's small. Sharp-boned. Dark eyes that don't blink enough. Her hair is pulled back tight, and her disciple robes are plain, unadorned. No rank markers. She's been there for a while, long enough that the morning dew has soaked the hem of her pants. Seong-gi doesn't recognize her. Not from Kang's circle. Not from the senior ranks. She's nobody, a background face. But background faces don't follow people to wells at dawn. He asks her what she wants. The girl doesn't answer right away. Her eyes move across his face, the dried blood under his nose, the exhaustion in his shoulders. She says she saw what he did. Seong-gi's stomach drops. He keeps his face blank and asks what she's talking about. The girl takes one step forward. Just one. Deliberate. Measured. She says she was in the courtyard when the Seo clan arrived. She saw Kang get blasted into a wall. She saw 12 warriors in gray and crimson. And she saw a junior disciple nobody respects step forward and disarm a man ranked 4th among all 5 great clans, with a technique that doesn't exist in any Noh clan manual. Seong-gi's pulse kicks up. His hand tightens on the well's stone rim. He tells her she's mistaken. It was a desperation move, a fluke. The girl's expression doesn't change. She says flukes don't hit a moving sword guard with that kind of precision. She says flukes don't leave the kind of scorch pattern she found in the old storehouse on the eastern edge. Seong-gi goes very still. The well bucket drips. The distant crack of training swords fills the silence. He asks who she is. She says her name is Cha Soo-yeon. She's a fifth-year disciple, unranked, assigned to kitchen duty and scroll copying. She says nobody notices kitchen girls. Nobody watches them. Nobody cares where they go or when. And she's been watching him for 3 days. Ever since the night the storehouse shook and the eastern building lit up with a noise that felt like a thunderclap in her chi senses. Seong-gi's mind is racing. 3 days. She's been following him for 3 days. He never noticed. He was too exhausted, too focused on training, too beat to pay attention to shadows. Soo-yeon looks at the silver scar on his palm. Her eyes linger there for a moment. Then she looks back up at his face. She says she wants in. Seong-gi almost laughs. Almost. He tells her she doesn't know what she's asking. Soo-yeon says she knows exactly what she's asking. She's been invisible in this compound for 5 years. She's swept floors and copied scrolls, and served tea to seniors who don't remember her name. She's watched. She's watched the Noh clan decline while the elders argue about tradition. She's watched the Seo clan circle like vultures. She's watched disciples like Kang strut around acting like they're warriors when they've never seen real combat. And then 3 days ago, she watched a junior disciple, the lowest-ranked fighter in the compound, produce a technique that made a Seo clan elite back down. She says whatever's happening in that storehouse, whatever secret he's hiding, she wants to be part of it. Seong-gi tells her to forget what she saw. Go back to the kitchens, stay invisible. Soo-yeon's jaw tightens. She says if he sends her away, she'll go straight to the Patriarch and tell him everything. The scorch mark, the noise, the technique, the hidden door she found behind the collapsed shelf. Seong-gi freezes. He asks how she found the door. Soo-yeon says she didn't. Not yet. But she saw the seam in the wall when she was copying him. The way the dust pattern was disturbed, the faint blue glow. She was just fishing. His reaction just confirmed everything. Seong-gi stares at her. This slip of a girl who looks like she'd blow over in a strong wind. And she just played him. Clean. The fragment behind the iron door stirs. A whisper of cold amusement. It likes this one. Seong-gi tells himself to kill her. The thought is sudden and cold, and not entirely his own. He shoves it down. Hard. He's not a killer. He's not that. Not yet. He tells her to meet him at the storehouse after the evening meal. Come alone. Tell no one. Soo-yeon nods once. Sharp. Efficient. No triumph in her expression. Just a grim satisfaction. She turns and walks back toward the kitchens without another word. She moves like someone who's spent years learning how not to be seen. Seong-gi watches her go. His headache is worse now. He's got about 12 hours to figure out what to do with a blackmailing kitchen girl. Or more accurately, he's got 12 hours to convince Haeo not to kill her. The day drags. Seong-gi moves through his duties like a ghost. Sweeping. Fetching. Standing in the back during group drills. He avoids Kang's glare from across the training yard. The senior disciple's ribs are still wrapped, and his pride is bruised worse. He avoids Instructor Beck's curious stare. He avoids everyone. The fragment is quiet. Too quiet. It's waiting. It knows something's shifted. When the evening meal ends and the compound settles into its nightly quiet, Seong-gi slips through the shadows toward the eastern edge. Soo-yeon is already there. She's standing in the darkness beside the storehouse door. So still, she's almost invisible. He doesn't ask how she got past the patrols. She's clearly better at this than he is. He leads her inside. The storehouse is dark. Dust still thick in the air despite the cleaning. Haeo is waiting in the center of the room, his cane planted, his face like carved stone. He doesn't look surprised. He says he felt her following Seong-gi 3 days ago and has been waiting to see what she'd do. Soo-yeon doesn't flinch. She meets the old man's gaze and holds it. Haeo asks her why she really wants in. Soo-yeon hesitates. For the first time, the mask cracks. She says her parents were killed in a Seo clan border raid 8 years ago. She was 7. She hid in a grain barrel while her mother and father fought and died in the courtyard. The Seo warriors burned the village and left. A Noh clan patrol found her 3 days later, half dead from dehydration, still hiding in the barrel. They brought her to the compound, gave her a place, gave her work. She's been waiting ever since, waiting for a way to get strong enough to make the Seo clan pay. She says she's watched every training session, memorized every scroll she's copied, practiced in secret when no one was looking. But the Noh clan's current techniques aren't enough. They're hollow, diluted. Whatever the Seo clan stole 200 years ago, they left the scraps behind. She needs something real, something that can hurt them. And whatever Seong-gi used in that courtyard to disarm Moon Gwang-suk, is the most real thing she's seen in 5 years. Soo-yeon's voice doesn't shake. Her eyes don't water. She delivers her story the way someone reports a supply inventory. Flat, precise, controlled. That's worse. That's the control of someone who's been feeding on rage for 8 years and has learned to keep it on a short leash. Heo is silent for a long moment. Then he taps his cane against the floor. Once, twice, 3 times. He says she's got the eyes of a predator and the patience of a scavenger. And he says that's exactly what the Noh clan used to look for in its assassins. Heo turns and limps toward the rear wall. The hidden seam glows blue at his touch. The stone door swings inward. He tells Soo-yeon to follow. She doesn't hesitate. She steps into the corridor without a backward glance. Seong-gi follows her, his mind churning. Heo leads them into the chamber. The blue torches, the black iron shelves, the 1,000 scrolls, the pulsing pedestal at the center. Soo-yeon stops just inside the entrance. Her eyes go wide. Her composure shatters for a single breath. It's the first time Seong-gi has seen her look her age. Heo tells her to look around, but to touch nothing without permission. He says the pedestal is a death trap, and the scrolls will fry her meridians if she's not compatible. Soo-yeon turns in a slow circle, taking in the scale of it. She asks if this is what the Seo clan wants. Heo says yes, and if they get it, they'll use its knowledge to destroy the Noh clan completely. Soo-yeon's expression hardens. She asks what the price is. Heo smiles. It's the same smile he gave Seong-gi, sharp, knowing. He says the price is a blood oath, binding and unbreakable. He says she'll train in secret, with the threat of execution hanging over her head every single day. He says the techniques will hurt. They'll push her body past its limits, and her mind past its walls. And there is a fragment of a dead Grandmaster's consciousness sealed in that pedestal that will try to worm its way into her head the moment her defenses slip. If she breaks, she'll become a puppet. If she fails, she'll die or wish she had. Soo-yeon doesn't blink. She asks when she can start. Heo laughs. It's a dry, rattling sound. The laugh of a man who hasn't had much to laugh about in 30 years. He looks at Seong-gi and says he likes this one. He says she's got the same kind of desperate, hungry fire that Seong-gi has. And desperate, hungry people are the only ones who survive what comes next. Heo pulls the small iron knife from his robe. The blade gleams blue in the torchlight. He tells Soo-yeon to cut her palm and press it to the stone. Soo-yeon takes the knife without hesitation. She draws it across her palm in one clean stroke. Blood wells up, dark and steady. She kneels and presses her hand to the stone floor. Heo recites the 3 clauses. Never reveal the library. Never lead another person to the hidden door without his permission. Never use the techniques to destroy the Noh clan. Soo-yeon repeats them. Her voice is steady. The chamber flares blue. The pedestal pulses. Cold coils around her heart and fades. The cut on her palm closes into a thin silver scar. It's done. She's bound. Heo taps his cane and says, "That's enough ceremony for one night. Training starts tomorrow." He tells Soo-yeon her first task is to learn the compartment discipline, building the mental walls that will keep her own mind separate from whatever Grandmaster she channels. He tells Seong-gi his task is to teach her the breathing exercises and the visualization. No more secrets between them. They're partners now. Seong-gi looks at Soo-yeon. She's still kneeling on the stone, staring at the silver scar on her palm. She looks up at him. Her dark eyes are bright, not with tears, with something hungrier. She says she's been invisible for 5 years. She says she's done being invisible. Heo nods and limps toward the shelves. He says there's a scroll he's been saving for someone exactly like her. Grandmaster from 300 years ago who specialized in garrote work and pressure point strikes. Her name was Noh Seong-gi. The clan erased her records too. Soo-yeon rises to her feet. Her hand is still bleeding a little at the edges of the scar, but she doesn't seem to notice. She follows Heo into the stacks. Seong-gi watches them go. The fragment behind his mental door shifts. It whispers something he can't quite make out. But the tone is clear. It's pleased. It's got 2 of them now. The game just got more interesting. The morning meal tastes strange. Not wrong exactly, just a little too metallic at the back of the throat. Seong-gi sets his bowl down and glances across the mess hall. 3 disciples at the far table are already slumped forward. Their spoons clatter to the floor. No one else seems to notice. Seong-gi rises halfway out of his seat. Then his vision slides sideways. The wooden beam above him doubles. His legs forget how to stand. He catches himself on the table edge. Bowl clatters. Someone laughs, thinking he's drunk. Seong-gi's chi stirs sluggishly, like honey in winter. The technique hums at the base of his skull. Strategist's vision. It doesn't need an enemy to read. It reads environments. Right now, it's screaming that something is very, very wrong. The disciples who fell aren't sleeping. Their breathing is too shallow. Their faces are too pale. Bad news. Seong-gi forces his chi to cycle faster. The sluggishness fights him. Whatever is in the water, it's designed to suppress chi. It's working. But Seong-gi's meridians have survived Crown of Stars backlash. They've been scrubbed raw and rebuilt. They don't close easy. He pushes past the numbness. His head clears in stages. First, his vision sharpens. Then his legs remember their job. He stands. Around him, more disciples are dropping. Senior disciples, junior disciples. Doesn't matter. The poison doesn't care about rank. Kang collapses near the door. His bandaged ribs heave. His eyes are open but empty. Seong-gi moves. His steps are unsteady at first. Then they firm up. He reaches the kitchen entrance. The cook is on the floor. 2 assistants beside her. All 3 breathing. All 3 unconscious. The water barrel in the corner has a faint shimmer on its surface. Seong-gi kneels. He doesn't touch the water. He just looks. The shimmer is chi residue. Someone laced the barrel. Someone got inside the compound walls. He rises and heads for the eastern edge of the compound. Every step is faster than the last. His chi burns through the remaining numbness. The fragment behind the iron door stirs. It whispers something about poisons it's seen before. 300 years ago, a rival clan used something similar. The Grandmaster of Poisons could brew mixtures that paralyzed meridians and left warriors helpless for hours. Seong-gi shoves the whisper back behind the door. Not helpful right now. He reaches the storehouse, wrenches the door open. Heo is already on his feet, leaning on his cane. His gaunt face is grim. He says the whole compound is down. He felt the chi signatures wink out one by one. Too fast to be a fight. Too synchronized to be natural. Seo clan. Has to be. Yoon Gwang-suk didn't wait for the assessment. Seong-gi asks if Heo is affected. Heo shakes his head, says he's been brewing his own tea for 30 years. Paranoia has its perks. Seong-gi tells him about the water barrel, the shimmer, the cook. Heo's jaw tightens. He says this is a diversion. The poison is just the opening move. Whatever comes next will hit the eastern cliff. The library. Seong-gi turns toward the hidden door. Heo stops him with the cane, says if the Seo clan knows enough to poison the water supply, they know exactly where the vault is. They'll come through the mountain, not the front door. There's a secondary entrance on the cliff face, used by the founder for escapes. Heo never found it. But the Seo clan's intelligence has had 200 years to map every crack in this mountain. Seong-gi asks what they do. Heo's smile is sharp as a blade. They make them regret walking into a dead man's library. He limps to the hidden door, presses his palm to the stone. It glows blue and swings inward. The corridor is cold. The blue torches flicker. Then Seong-gi hears it. Footsteps. Not from behind, from ahead, from inside the chamber. They're already here. Heo curses under his breath. Says they must have found the cliff entrance. Seong-gi doesn't wait. Moves down the corridor. His footsteps are silent. Heart of Shadows folds around him like a second skin. His chi signature vanishes. His outline blurs into the torch shadows. Heo watches him disappear. The old man's eyes are bright with something between pride and terror. The chamber doors are open. Seong-gi sees them from the corridor mouth. 7 figures. Gray robes. Crimson hawks stitched across their chests. Seo clan assassins. The real ones. Not the ceremonial retinue Moon brought to the gate. These move like ghosts. Their chi signatures are compressed to pinpricks. Professional infiltrators. They're fanning out through the shelves. One is at the far wall, another near the pedestal. A third is pulling scrolls from the iron shelves and dropping them into a silk bag. They're not here to study. They're here to steal. Seong-gi counts them, 7 total. One is giving orders in a low voice. Tall, broad. Something wrong with his left arm. It moves too stiffly. An old injury. Maybe from a previous mission. Seong-gi slides along the wall. Heart of Shadows keeps him invisible. The SEO assassins don't sense him. The blue torches mask chi signatures anyway. They can't feel him. But he can feel them. Their chi is disciplined, trained. These aren't junior disciples. These are killers. Think. What does he have? 4 techniques. Crown of Stars will bring the ceiling down. Too destructive for a chamber full of irreplaceable scrolls. Iron Embrace gives him 3 heartbeats of invincibility. Useful, but only 3. Breath of the Frozen Mountain can freeze a 20-foot cone. In tight quarters, that's devastating. But it'll hit the scrolls too. Strategist's vision overlays the battlefield in angles and threat vectors. He activates it. The grid snaps into place. 7 enemies, red outlines, threat vectors radiating from each one like red threads. The one nearest the pedestal has the highest chi density. The leader, the one with the stiff arm, is second. The others are lower, but still dangerous. 7-on-1 is suicide. Unless he's smart about it, he slides closer. The nearest assassin is pulling scrolls from a shelf near the south wall. His back is half-turned. Strategist's vision paints a threat vector from the man's blind spot. Seong-gi strikes. He drops Heart of Shadows for a split second. Iron Embrace activates. His skin hardens. He steps out of the shadows. One punch. Full body weight behind it. The assassin's ribs crack. He doesn't scream. The breath leaves him in a wet gasp. He crumples. 1 down. The second assassin turns. Fast. Too fast. A blade appears in his hand. Straight thrust at Seong-gi's throat. Iron Embrace is still active. The blade hits steel-hard skin. Skitters sideways. Seong-gi grabs the man's wrist. Twists. The blade drops. He drives an elbow into the man's temple. The assassin's eyes go glassy. He drops. 2 down. 5 left. The leader shouts something. The remaining assassins stop grabbing scrolls. They fan out. Professional. Coordinated. 2 come at Seong-gi from opposite sides. Strategist's vision shows the pincer. Threat vectors converging. He drops Iron Embrace. Activates Breath of the Frozen Mountain. Cold condenses in his lungs. The temperature in the chamber drops 20 degrees in a heartbeat. He exhales. The cone of frost catches both assassins mid-step. Their robes freeze solid. Their skin goes white. Their chi signatures stutter. They're not dead, but they're not moving either. 4 down. 3 left. The leader snarls something. He draws a blade that gleams with its own chi signature. Technique weapon. Something forged with an ability baked in. The stiff-armed assassin moves to flank Seong-gi. The third one hangs back, guarding the silk bag, protecting the stolen scrolls. Seong-gi's key reserves are dipping. Crown of Stars is still available, but 1 shot, then he's dry. The leader lunges, his blade sings. Seong-gi activates Strategist's vision. The threat vector splits into 3 possible trajectories. He picks the middle one, dodges. Wrong choice. The blade curves. It wasn't a straight thrust, it was a feint. The flat of the blade catches his shoulder. Chi-enhanced impact. Seong-gi flies backward. Hits a black iron shelf. Scrolls rain down around him. The leader advances. Says something about Moon wanting the boy alive. But accidents happen. Seong-gi pushes himself up. His shoulder screams. The stiff-armed assassin moves in. This one doesn't use a blade. He uses his hands. Chi-hardened fingers strike like spear points. Pressure point technique. Seong-gi's strategist's vision paints the attack. 3 strikes. Throat, heart, groin. He blocks the first 2. The third hits his thigh. His leg goes numb. He stumbles. The leader raises his blade for the finishing blow. Then a cane catches him across the back of the skull. Heyo. The old man moves faster than his limp should allow. His cane is wrapped in chi, thick, dense. 30 years of stored resentment. The leader staggers. Hyo doesn't stop. He strikes again, and again. Each hit lands on a pressure point. The leader's chi signature flickers. His blade drops. He falls. 5 down. The stiff-armed assassin hesitates. Seong-gi uses the opening. He drops Strategist's vision, activates Crown of Stars. Just a flicker. Just enough to compress chi at the crown. The assassin senses it. He spins. Too late. Seong-gi releases. Not a full detonation. A needle-thin blast. Precision. It hits the assassin's stiff arm. The arm that was already injured. The arm that was a weakness. The chi blast tears through old scar tissue. The assassin screams. Finally a sound. His arm goes limp. Seong-gi steps forward. 1 more punch. Iron Embrace. Steel fist meets jaw. The assassin drops. 6 down. 1 left. The scroll guard. He's frozen. He's seen 5 of his squad get dismantled and 1 get crippled. He looks at the silk bag in his hands. He looks at Seong-gi. He drops the bag. Runs for the rear of the chamber. The cliff entrance. Hyo moves to follow, then stops. He's breathing hard, too hard. Seong-gi sees it, a dark stain spreading across Hyo's robe. Mid-back, a blade wound. The leader got him. During that flurry of cane strikes, Hyo didn't block, he just attacked. He took a blade to the spine to keep the leader off Seong-gi. No. Seong-gi catches Hyo before he falls. The old man's weight is nothing. He's always been gaunt. Now he feels like paper. Hyo's eyes are still sharp, but they're fading. He says the bastard got him good. Then he coughs blood. Seong-gi lowers him to the stone floor, presses his hands against the wound, tries to cycle chi into the injury. It doesn't work. The blade was poisoned. The same stuff from the water barrel. Chi suppressant. It's shutting down Hyo's meridians. Hyo grabs Seong-gi's wrist. His grip is still strong. He says the poison won't kill him. Not yet. It's slow, designed to paralyze and weaken. The assassins wanted prisoners, but the wound is bad. Without an antidote, his body won't be able to heal. He'll bleed out, or the poison will seep into his heart. Either way. Seong-gi asks where he can get the antidote. Hyo's eyes flick toward the pedestal. The obsidian scroll pulses blue. Steady. Patient. Hyo says the Seo clan brewed it, somewhere in their camp. But the Patriarch has a vault. The real vault. Not the library, the clan's emergency stores. Hong Tae-jun keeps antidotes for every poison used by the 5 great clans. Standard protocol. Hyo says Seong-gi has to tell the Patriarch. Now. Everything. The library. The training. The oath. All of it. Or Hyo dies. Seong-gi looks at the old man's face. Gaunt. Crippled. 30 years of hiding. And the first thing he did when the assassins came was throw himself at them with nothing but a cane and a death wish. For Seong-gi. Seong-gi says he'll do it. Hyo laughs. Weak. Wet. He says he knew the boy was a good investment. Then his eyes close. Not dead. Not yet. But close. Seong-gi rises. His leg is still numb from the pressure point strike. His shoulder is a mess. His chi reserves are scraping bottom. 7 assassins are unconscious or crippled on the floor. 1 escaped. The one who fled will reach Moon. Moon will know the raid failed. He'll send more. Or he'll come himself. But first, the Patriarch. Seong-gi limps toward the corridor, pauses at the entrance, looks back. Hyo is a small shape on the stone floor, surrounded by unconscious Seo clan assassins. Broken shelves. Scattered scrolls. The pedestal pulses blue. Patient. Always patient. Seong-gi turns away. He climbs the corridor, through the storehouse, into the compound. The mess hall is still full of unconscious disciples. Poisoned water drips slow from the barrel tap. Everything is silent. Seong-gi crosses the courtyard toward the Patriarch's hall. His leg is starting to come back. His chi is cycling sluggishly, but his mind is clear. For the first time in weeks, the fragment behind the iron door is silent. Not sleeping. Watching. Waiting to see what happens next. Seong-gi reaches the Patriarch's door. Seong-gi pushes open the iron doors. The Patriarch's hall is dead silent. 4 stone pillars hold up a ceiling painted with old battle murals. Dragons breathing fire on long-dead enemies. Hong Tae-jun sits on the raised stone seat at the far end. His white hair spills over his shoulders like frozen waterfalls. A sword lies across his knees. One hand rests on the pommel. He doesn't look surprised. Not even a little. Seong-gi stumbles forward. His numb leg buckles halfway. He hits the cold floor on one knee, then both. His shoulder screams at the impact. He's done. The words pour out of him before the Patriarch can speak. Poison in the water. Seo clan assassins in the hidden library. Yo Jin-han bleeding from a poisoned blade. He needs the vault antidote, now. Hong Tae-jun's face doesn't change. Not a twitch. He just listens. When the kid finishes, he tilts his head. He asks if this is some kind of desperate joke. Seong-gi doesn't answer with words. He raises his right hand, palm open. The silver scar catches the torchlight. He says the blood oath binds him to 3 clauses, and then he flicks a tiny pulse of crown of stars at the ceiling. Just enough to make a banner ripple. Hong stands up, fast. The sword clatters to the stone. He grabs Seong-gi's wrist and yanks the palm closer. He stares at the scar for 3 full heartbeats. Then he whispers a name. Chonsa. Old stories. He knows them. Every Patriarch does. He asks where Hyo is. Seong-gi pushes himself upright, legs screaming. He says the storehouse. Corridor. Cliff chamber. Hong tells him to move. They walk out of the hall together, the old patriarch and the beat-up disciple. They cross the main courtyard under the afternoon sun. Unconscious disciples litter the ground like dropped dolls. Cook snoring against the well. Senior Kong slumped by the mess hall steps. Nobody stirs, the poison still doing its work. They reach the storehouse. Seong-gi leads him past the broken shelf, through the hidden door, down the stone corridor lit by old blue torches. Hong's hand never leaves his sword. The chamber opens up. 1,000 scrolls on black iron shelves, the pedestal in the center pulsing steady blue light, and 7 bodies, 6 breathing, 1 not. Hio's on the floor near the pedestal, a dark stain spreading across the back of his gray robe. Hong kneels beside him. 2 fingers press into Hio's neck. He feels for a pulse. He's still alive. Barely. The old man's face is the color of old parchment. Hong pulls a small jade bottle from inside his robe. He uncorks it with his teeth. A single green pill rolls into his palm. He pushes it between Hio's lips, presses his thumb against Hio's throat to trigger a swallow. Qi flows from Hong's fingertips into the old cripple's chest. Steady and deep. He works for a full minute. Then Hio's breathing slows, deepens. The wound stops spreading. Hong says the antidote bought him time, but he'll need real treatment. And a bed. The patriarch rises. He turns in a slow circle, taking in the chamber, the scrolls, the blue-lit shelves, the obsidian scroll on the pedestal pulsing like a patient heart. He walks to the pedestal, stops 3 feet away, doesn't touch it. Smart man. He says this place was a legend, a nightmare. He never believed it was real. He thought Chonsa's jealousy was just a cautionary tale. But here it is, 1,000 dead grandmasters whispering in the dark. And his lowest disciple just used them to dismantle a Seo clan hit squad. He laughs. It's not a happy sound. He asks how many techniques the boy has. Seong-gi counts in his head. Crown of Stars, Iron Embrace, Strategist's Vision, Heart of Shadows. 5 forbidden techniques crammed into one scrawny junior's skull. Hong's eyes narrow. He asks about the penalty for breaking the oath. Seong-gi touches his chest, says his meridians will tear apart. Hong nods, slowly. Then he asks about the girl, Su-yeon. Seong-gi's heart drops through the floor. He says she took the oath too. She's bound. Hong's jaw tightens. He says they'll discuss her later. For now, Hio needs rest. They carry the crippled elder out together. Up through the corridor. Into the storehouse. They lay him on a pile of old mats. He's still breathing. Pulse steady. Color returning. Then Hong turns to Seong-gi. His eyes are cold. He says the boy just revealed a forbidden vault. Trained in secret. Used techniques that got the clan's grandmasters murdered 400 years ago and dragged a girl into the mess. He asks if Seong-gi understands the punishment for treason. Execution. No appeal. Seong-gi says he knows, but he also says the Seo clan knows about the vault now. They sent 7 assassins. 1 escaped. He's already on his way back to Moon. Moon will come with more, a lot more. Hong stares at him for a long time. Then he says they're going to the inner hall. Now, they leave Hio with the storehouse closed. The patriarch leads the way, back across the courtyard, into the main compound. They pass the mess hall. The unconscious disciples are starting to stir, groaning, rolling over. A few sit up and look around like they've forgotten the last 3 hours. Hong shouts orders at the first senior disciple he sees. He tells him to check the water barrels, secure the gate, wake up anyone who's still down. Then he jerks his head at Seong-gi. Keep walking. They enter the inner hall. Smaller. Darker. No murals here, just bare stone and a heavy iron table in the center. 2 guards are already inside. They're the only ones not affected by the poison. Night shift patrol. Cha Su-yeon kneels between them. Her hands are bound with chi-suppressing ropes. She looks up when Seong-gi enters. Her eyes go wide. Hong tells him to kneel beside her. He does. The patriarch sits on the stone chair behind the table, places the sword flat on the iron surface. He says the clan is in more danger than it's been in 200 years. A rival clan knows about the vault. A disciple used forbidden arts in public, and 2 junior members swore a blood oath in secret. He asks if they have anything to say. Su-yeon speaks first. Her voice is steady. She says her parents were killed by the Seo clan. She wants revenge. She's willing to die for it. Hong says that's convenient, but it doesn't excuse the oath. Seong-gi cuts in. He says he's ready to take whatever punishment the Patriarch gives, but he asks one thing. Let Soo-yeon go. She didn't break any public law. He'll take the fall for the training. Hong's lips thin. He says that's not how treason works. Both of them swore the oath. Both of them are bound. But he'll make a deal. He pulls a scrap of old parchment from his sleeve, unfolds it. A map, crudely drawn. He says there's a tomb in the eastern mountains, a place the Noh clan abandoned after the Great Betrayal. Inside is a relic, the crown of the first Patriarch, a circlet that amplifies chi control tenfold. It was lost when the clan's founders fled the old stronghold. If Seong-gi brings it back, he'll pardon them both. He'll even grant formal access to the library under supervision. Because the clan needs power now. Real power, not scraps. But if Seong-gi fails, if he comes back empty-handed, Soo-yeon dies. He says it flat. No emotion. The girl flinches. The guards tighten their grip on her ropes. Seong-gi asks how much time he gets. 2 days. The tomb is half a day's hike. It's guarded by traps, old wards. And maybe worse. Hong says Cheonsa's fragment might try to reach him out there. He should be ready. Seong-gi looks at Soo-yeon. She's pale, but she nods. Just once. He says he'll do it. Hong leans forward. He says there's one more thing. Soo-yeon goes with him. Seong-gi starts to protest. Hong raises a hand. He says if the boy fails, she's dead anyway. Better she's at his side to make sure he doesn't run. And if she dies in the tomb, that's her punishment for the oath. Either way. Soo-yeon's eyes flicker. She knows she's a hostage. A pretty little leash around Seong-gi's neck. She doesn't argue. Smart. Hong stands. He tells the guards to cut her ropes. They attach a chi-suppressing band to her wrist, just in case. Then he dismisses them. Seong-gi and Soo-yeon are left alone in the inner hall. The iron door clangs shut. Soo-yeon rubs her wrists. She asks if he's insane. Taking on a cursed tomb with 5 techniques and 0 chi. He says he'll manage. She says she's not bait. He says he knows. They head out into the compound. The sun's dipping toward the mountains. Orange light spills across the courtyard. Disciples are up now, cleaning, checking each other. Nobody notices them. Seong-gi leads her to the storehouse. He needs to check on Hyo before they go. The old man's still on the mats. Breathing slow. Color better. The blood on his robe is drying. Seong-gi kneels and presses 2 fingers to his temple. Pushes a tiny thread of chi in. Not enough to hurt. Just enough to say goodbye. Hyo's eyes flutter. Don't open, but his lips move. He whispers that the boy better not die. He says the antidote cost a fortune. Seong-gi laughs. It hurts. Soo-yeon watches from the doorway. She says they're losing light. They grab a small bag of supplies. Dried meat. A water skin. A length of rope. Seong-gi straps a short blade to his hip. Not his preferred weapon, but his chi is too drained for big techniques. Then they walk out. Past the eastern cliff. Toward the mountain pass. It doesn't speak. Doesn't push. Just waits. It knows where they're going. It knows what's in that tomb. And it's patient. Always patient. Soo-yeon says they'll be back in 2 days. Or not at all. Seong-gi just keeps walking. Shoulder aching. Leg stiff. Chi sputtering like a dying candle. The old tomb waits a half-day west. Full of traps, wards, and maybe a crown that'll save them. Or a grave that'll swallow them both. Guess which one seems more likely right now? The tomb entrance gaped like a wound in the hillside. Weathered stone pillars flanked a dark maw. Runes pulsed faint blue along the threshold. Soo-yeon crouched to read the wards. Her pale fingers traced the ancient script. She said the path ahead was still hungry. The young hunter rested his good hand on the short blade. His shoulder sent a dull throb down to his ribs. Chi flickered inside him like a candle almost dry. They'd walked half a day through thinning pine and scree. No birds sang within a mile of this place. The air tasted of copper and old regret. Seong-gi stepped through the threshold first. The darkness swallowed his silhouette in 2 heartbeats. Soo-yeon followed without a word. Her silver hair caught the last light and vanished. Stone stairs descended into a cold deeper than night. Dust motes hung motionless in the unmoving air. The walls tightened after 20 steps. Carved faces stared from the rock with hollow eyes. Seong-gi's boot nudged a loose tile. A dart shot from a seam in the wall. He twisted sideways just in time. The iron point clipped his sleeve and embedded in the stair. Soo-yeon knelt beside the mechanism. She disarmed the next 3 triggers with quick fingers. Her movements were precise and utterly silent. The young hunter's shoulders screamed as he straightened. He bit down on the pain and kept walking. A wide chamber opened at the foot of the stairs. Faint luminescence bled from veins in the stone. A pedestal rose in the center like a bleached rib. Atop it rested a circlet of tarnished silver. 3 shards of black crystal dotted the band. Soo-yeon breathed a word he almost didn't catch. She called it the crown of withered stars. The air around the relic shimmered with silent pressure. Seong-gi's chi stuttered as he drew closer. The fragment behind the compound's iron doors stirred. It recognized this place through some thread he couldn't name. Soo-yeon warned him not to touch the crown yet. She gestured toward the floor. A ring of compressed bone dust surrounded the pedestal, the remains of the last fool who tried. Seong-gi studied the pattern of the trap. He couldn't burn chi to deflect it. Soo-yeon pulled a pouch of salt from her belt. She poured a narrow line across the bone dust. The substance sizzled and turned to harmless ash. She told him it was a simple corrosion ward. Her voice carried a note of relief she didn't hide. The crown sat unguarded now. Seong-gi reached out with his left hand. His fingers closed around the cold silver. The black crystal shards ignited with a dark purple light. The chamber disappeared. He stood in a vast library that stretched into eternity. Shelves rose like cliffs, stacked with scrolls and leather tomes. 1,000 spectral figures moved among the aisles. Each figure bore the mark of a Grandmaster. Their eyes were hollow, but their movements held purpose. Cheonsa's voice spoke from everywhere and nowhere. It was the same whisper that coiled behind the iron door. He told the stunned hunter that this was his archive. The library housed 1,000 Grandmasters of forgotten paths. Their techniques were etched into the very walls, and he laid out the terms with a voice like grinding bone. The young warrior would master 3 techniques. He would have 1 month. Seong-gi tried to speak, but the vision held him still. Cheonsa's shadow loomed over the spectral rose. It stretched thin and jagged like a torn veil. He said the crown was merely a key. It opened the door to this archive. But it would not unlock the true power alone. Seong-gi felt his own heartbeat loud in his ears. The fragment back at the compound fed on his confusion. He hated how predictable he'd become. The vision shifted without warning. The library dissolved into the inner courtyard of the clan compound. Moonlight silvered the training posts. A lone figure knelt in the shadow of the main hall. The man's face was half hidden by a hood, but the hands gave him away. Those scarred knuckles had landed on Seong-gi dozens of times in sparring. Do-yun, the quartermaster, the man who counted their grain and measured their arrows. He pressed his forehead to the dirt, and his lips moved in the same whisper Seong-gi now heard. Cheonsa's voice threaded through Do-yun's words. The quartermaster was a puppet wearing a loyal man's skin. He'd been feeding the fragment scraps of clan movement for months. He'd marked the tomb's location from old scrolls, and he'd waited for someone else to breach the wards. Soo-yeon's sharp mind had only played into the trap. Seong-gi saw Do-yun rise and turn toward the mountain pass. The vision burned to smoke. The young hunter crashed back into his body. The crown clattered from his grip onto the pedestal. Soo-yeon grabbed his arm and asked what he saw. Sweat poured down his face. He told her the traitor was Do-yun, and the crown was a key, not a weapon. She paled, but her eyes stayed hard. A soft shuffle sounded from the stairwell behind them. Slow footsteps descended into the chamber. Do-yun emerged from the dark with a calm smile. He held no weapon. His scarred hands rested loose at his sides. The quartermaster told them they'd done the heavy lifting nicely. He said the master would be pleased. Seong-gi's hand flew to the short blade. His shoulders screamed a raw protest. Chi sputtered and died before it could form in his palm. Do-yun's aura flared without warning. It was dense and cold like a winter river. Soo-yeon stepped between them instantly. A thin dagger appeared in her left hand. She told the quartermaster to step back or lose his throat. Do-yun's smile didn't waver. He flicked 2 fingers toward her. A column of force slammed into her chest. Her body flew across the chamber and struck the wall. She crumpled without a sound. The young hunter lunged with the short blade. Do-yun caught his wrist mid-thrust. Bone ground against bone in the traitor's grip. The blade spun away into the shadows. Seong-gi saw stars as his wounded shoulder twisted. Do-yun's voice was still that same mild tone he used in the grain stores. He remarked how the mighty fallen air couldn't even muster a spark. Then he drove a knee into the hunter's stomach. Air left Seong-gi's lungs in a wet rush. He dropped to his knees beside the pedestal. The crown still rested there. Its black crystal shards glimmered like hungry eyes. Do-yun plucked the relic from its resting place. He tucked it into a leather pouch at his belt. He said it was never meant for broken vessels anyway. The trader's shadow stretched long in the glowing stone light. Soo-yeon stirred against the wall but couldn't rise. Blood trickled from a cut above her brow. Seong-gi tried to summon his chi again. The fragment behind the iron door mocked him silently. It whispered that this was the price of hesitation. Do-yun crouched to meet the young hunter's glare. He said the Patriarch still believed in him. How quaint. And his fist connected with Seong-gi's temple. The world fractured into white noise. When vision swam back, the trader was already at the stairwell. He paused to deliver a parting truth. Cheon-sa needed the crown to open the compound's seals. With it, the fragment could walk free at last. The puppet had simply been patient. Seong-gi clawed at the stone floor to push himself up. His left arm buckled. A fresh spike of agony lanced through his shoulder joint. The chamber started to shudder. Do-yun triggered a final ward on his way out. Cracks spidered across the ceiling. Chunks of ancient stone rained down. Soo-yeon dragged herself toward the young hunter. Her voice was a rasping plea to move. They stumbled together toward a side crevice just as the main chamber collapsed. The pedestal shattered under a falling slab. Darkness swallowed them in a grinding roar. Seong-gi tasted dust and iron. Couldn't tell which way was up. Soo-yeon's slender fingers hooked into his collar and pulled. They tumbled through a narrow fissure into an old ravine below the tomb. The drop was a dozen feet of loose rock and jagged edges. Pain blanked his mind for a long, stretched second. The young hunter came to at the bottom of a steep gully. Silt and sharp stones pressed into his back. Moonlight was a faint silver scrape far above. Soo-yeon lay a few feet away. Her breathing was shallow but steady. The crown was gone. Do-yun's footsteps had faded into the mountain silence. The trader was walking back to the compound with the key in his pocket. Inside those stone walls, the Patriarch trusted the quartermaster with every shipment. No one would suspect until it was too late. Seong-gi's chi was a dead ember. His shoulder had dislocated again in the fall. The short blade was buried somewhere under the rubble. He tried to rise and his body simply refused. His own weakness pressed down like a physical weight. The fragment's whisper coiled at the edge of his thoughts. It told him he'd gamble anything for scraps of power. It reminded him he'd already lost more than he knew. The young hunter shut his eyes against the dark. He let the failure settle into his bones. It was not a trick or trap avoided. It was a clean defeat. The enemy had walked in behind them and taken everything. Soo-yeon's voice cut through the silence. She asked if he could move his fingers. He flexed them slowly. She told him not to speak for a while. The ravine walls wept moisture onto their broken bodies. A nightbird called somewhere far above. Seong-gi stared at the thin ribbon of stars overhead. He thought of the 1,000 Grandmasters he could never reach now. 3 techniques locked behind a key, now worn at a puppet's belt. 1 month to stop a disaster already in motion. The clan would fall from within. Do-yun would smile as he swung the gates open. And the Patriarch would never see it coming. The young hunter's jaw tightened until his teeth ached. He'd walked into the tomb expecting a relic. He'd found the shape of his own ruin instead. This was the kind of lesson that left permanent scars. Soo-yeon crawled closer and pressed a cloth to his brow. She said nothing else. The gesture was enough. They lay there in the cold, with the taste of stone and blood. Above them, the mountain held its silence. The fragment behind the iron door ceased its whisper for now. It had what it wanted. The crown was out in the world. The puppet was returning home. The heir who could have stopped it was bleeding in a ditch with an empty hand. Seong-gi made a quiet vow between 2 ragged breaths. He would climb out of this ravine. He would find another way. But tonight belonged to the loss. No clever reversal waited in the shadows. No hidden technique sparked to life in his chest. There was only the slow crawl of hours and the ache of a genuine defeat. The kind that changed what you were allowed to believe about yourself. The kind that sat heavy for more than a handful of chapters. He closed his eyes and let the darkness carry the weight. They claw their way up the ravine. Loose scree slides under every step. Seong-gi's shoulder protests with a sharp, wet grind. Soo-yeon hauls him over the edge by his good arm. Both of them look like they lost a fight with a rock slide. The afternoon sun's already bleeding orange through the pines. Neither one speaks for a long minute. Then Seong-gi spits blood into the dirt and starts walking. The compound gates loom ahead. Gray stone and rusted iron. A guard spots them from the watchpost. His face cycles through panic, then outright horror. He shouts something about the Patriarch's orders. The gate groans open before they even reach it. 2 disciples rush out with a stretcher. Seong-gi waves them off. His legs still work. Barely. Soo-yeon stays at his shoulder, her bound wrist tucked against her ribs. Her eyes never stop moving. She's cataloging every face, every shadow. Good instincts. The main courtyard is half empty. A dozen disciples are still recovering from the poison. Kang's sitting on a bench with bandaged ribs, glaring at nothing. He watches Seong-gi pass and doesn't say a word. Smart man. Instructor Beck intercepts them at the hall steps. Her gray hair's pulled tight, and her mouth's a thin line. She asks if they found the crown. Seong-gi shakes his head. Then he describes the hooded man. The gaunt face, the sunken cheekbones. Her senior. The elder she's known for 20 years. Instructor Beck's expression doesn't change, but her knuckles go white on her belt. She says the Patriarch is already waiting. The hall smells of bitter tea and old stone. Hong Tae-jun stands at the center, arms folded. White-haired Patriarch doesn't waste time with greetings. He asks for the report. Seong-gi tells him everything. The tomb, the crown, the ambush, the black thread pulsing at the elder's skull. Chonsa's fragment compelling the puppet to stand down. Hong's eyes narrow at the word puppet. He asks for the elder's name. Instructor Beck provides it from the doorway. Elder Yong-sik, third generation, a quiet man who never sought promotion, never married, never missed a meal in the clan hall, and never once let anyone see the thing inside him. Hong's chi flares for half a heartbeat. The candles flicker. Then he does something unexpected. He laughs. Not a happy sound. A dry, bitter rasp. He says the founder's ghost has been wearing their robes for decades, and nobody noticed. Now they're going to fix that. He sends a runner to summon Yong-sik to the main hall. No soldiers, no shackles. Just a polite request. The trap is the invitation. Seong-gi chews one of Hyo's dried leaves. The taste is still burnt honey and regret. But a thin trickle of warmth seeps into his chi channels. Not enough for a full technique. Enough for about 3 minutes of clarity. Soo-yeon unwinds the chi-suppressing band from her wrist, flexes her fingers. She looks at Seong-gi. He looks at her. Neither one needs to say it. They're about to fight an elder, while running on fumes. Guess what kind of math that adds up to? Bad math. Very bad math. Yong-sik walks into the hall 10 minutes later. He's wearing plain gray robes and a calm smile. The same face from the ravine. The same gaunt, patient mask. He bows to the Patriarch, asks if there's been a new development with the Seo clan. Hong doesn't return the bow. He simply repeats the words from the tomb. The master will be pleased. Yong-sik's smile freezes. The temperature in the room drops. Instructor Beck steps sideways to block the main door. 2 other elders drift into position near the pillars. Yong-sik's eyes flick left and right. His smile slides off like old paint. He drops the act. He says the master warned him this might happen. That the boy would talk. That the girl would run her mouth. Then he asks if Hong really thinks 4 exhausted relics can stop him. Hong's answer is simple. He says Yong-sik won't be fighting relics. He'll be fighting the library. Yong-sik's brow furrows. That's when Seong-gi activates Strategist's vision. The grid snaps over his sight. Threat vectors erupt from Yong-sik's core. 7 active lines, all feeding from the black thread. The thread's the control node. Everything else is just redirected rage. Soo-yeon moves first. She's been studying Na Hae-suk's scroll for days. Pressure point strikes, rote work, and a little trick called silk bind. A thin ribbon of compressed chi shoots from her wrist. It wraps around Yong-sik's left forearm, snaps tight. His chi flares, trying to burn it off. But silk bind doesn't rely on raw power. It constricts based on the target's own tension. The harder he fights, the tighter it gets. Yong-sik snarls. Heart of Shadows activates around him. His outline blurs into that oily smear of bent light. He vanishes from sight. Seong-gi's grid traces the disturbance. The threat vectors don't disappear. They just move faster. He calls out the angle to Soo-yeon. She lunges left, ribbon lashing at empty air. It catches something solid. Yong-sik reappears, his right arm bound now, both limbs pinned by the silk. He twists anyway, using raw footwork to close the gap. His shoulder slams into Soo-yeon's chest. She skids back, but doesn't fall. Seong-gi steps in. 2 heartbeats of iron embrace. His skin hardens. Yong-sik's palm strike hits his ribs like a hammer on an anvil. The shield absorbs it. The 3rd heartbeat passes. Iron embrace collapses. Seong-gi's knees buckle. But he's already inside Yong-sik's guard. He presses 2 fingers against the elder's temple. Not a strike, a door. The iron door in his own mind cracks open an inch. The fragment's attention surges forward. Not the full spirit, just a single thread of Cheonsa's presence. It recognizes its puppet, and it's furious. The black thread at Yong-sik's skull vibrates so violently, the air shimmers. Yong-sik screams. His muscles lock. The puppet strings go rigid, then slack, then rigid again. Cheonsa's fragment pours contempt through the connection. It's not enough to free him. It's enough to paralyze him for 3 full seconds. Seong-gi doesn't waste them. He channels Crown of Stars. The last ember of chi in his core compresses at the crown of his head. A needle-thin line of silver light. He doesn't aim at Yong-sik's body. He aims at the base of the skull, at the root of the black thread. The detonation is silent. A single point of pressure. The thread snaps. Not severed by force, unraveled by resonance. The Crown of Stars matched the frequency of Cheonsa's own binding and canceled it out. The black thread dissolves into smoke. Yong-sik collapses. He hits the stone floor face first. His body convulses once, then goes still. Silence. Soo-yeon crouches, checking his pulse. She looks up. He's alive. The puppet is just a man now, a broken, exhausted old man with decades of someone else's hatred scoured from his skull. Hong Tae-jun exhales slowly. Instructor Beck lowers her hands, the defensive chi fading from her fingertips. The Patriarch looks at Seong-gi. He asks if that was the library or the boy. Seong-gi can't answer. He's too busy trying not to pass out. His vision is a smear of gray. The fragment behind the iron door is quiet. For the first time in days, the presence feels satisfied. Not triumphant, just sated. Seong-gi slumps against a pillar. Soo-yeon catches his arm before he slides down. She tells him he's an idiot. He tells her she's welcome. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you rip a ghost's leash off a man's soul without killing him. But the victory comes with a price tag. Always does. Yong-sik is taken to the infirmary. The clan elders gather in a closed session. Hong Tae-jun doesn't waste time on speeches. He announces the truth. No Cheonsa's spirit still clings to the world. Elder Yong-sik was his first vessel. He won't be the last. The fragment in Seong-gi's mind is the only link they have to Cheonsa's plans. The crown is gone. The ritual needs that crown, which means Cheonsa's real agent, not the puppet, the one pulling the strings, is still out there, maybe inside the clan, maybe not. Hong orders a full census of every elder, disciple, and servant. Blood inspections. Chi resonance tests. Nobody leaves the compound without a witness. Paranoid? Absolutely. Necessary? You bet your last elixir it is. And then the second problem hits. The healer's apprentice runs into the hall. She's young, maybe 14, and her face is chalk white. She says Hyo Jin-han is worsening. The poison's not done. Green antidote bought them time, but the toxin's mutated. It's chewing through his meridians at a cellular level. The clan's store of heart's ease, the only herb that can purge it, is depleted. The last batch went bad 6 months ago in a damp cellar. Seong-gi's blood goes cold. He asks where they can get more. The healer hesitates. Then she says the only known supply is in the Seo clan's private gardens, a greenhouse built into the mountain's southern face, protected by a standing garrison. Hong's expression doesn't flicker. He already knows what's coming. He sends a formal request by Falcon to the Seo clan outpost. The response arrives before sunset. Moon Gwang-seok himself writes the reply. He'll provide the herb, enough to save Hyo Jin-han's life. But he wants something in return. A show of good faith. A hostage. And not just any hostage. He wants the girl, Cha Soo-yeon. Sent to the Seo clan border post by midnight. Remain there under guard until the herb is delivered and verified. Seong-gi reads the letter twice. His hands shake. Soo-yeon takes it from him and reads it herself. She doesn't flinch. She says it's an obvious trap. He knows that. She says Moon wants leverage over him, over the library, over whatever he thinks Seong-gi's hiding. He knows that too. She says she's going anyway. He opens his mouth to argue. She cuts him off. She reminds him he's got no chi left, no crown, and a half-dead mentor who'll die by morning if they don't move. She's the only bargaining chip they have. And she's not about to let Hyo Jin-han die because she was too scared to walk into a cave. Seong-gi stares at her. That sharp-boned face. The fire behind the exhaustion. He tells her she's insane. She says she learned from the best. Then she turns to the Patriarch and accepts the terms. Hong Tae-jun nods slowly. He doesn't like it, but he's a patriarch. He makes the call that saves the most lives. He orders an escort prepared. 4 of the clan's best scouts. Soo-yeon will be delivered to the border post under flag of truce. Seong-gi insists on coming as far as the ridgeline. Hong allows it. Night falls. A cold wind cuts through the mountain pass. Soo-yeon walks ahead of the scouts, her chi-suppressing band back on her wrist. This time voluntarily, a thin strip of leather and restraint. Her face is stone. Seong-gi matches her pace. Neither one speaks for most of the hike. Then, at the ridge where the No territory ends and Seo land begins, she stops. She turns and looks at him. She tells him not to do anything stupid. He asks what counts as stupid. She says rescuing her before the herb is verified. He doesn't answer. She smiles. Just a little. The first one he's ever seen on her face. Then she walks down the slope toward the torchlights of the So clan outpost. The scouts fan out behind her. Seong-gi watches until her silhouette disappears into the gate. The iron doors close with a hollow boom, and Noh Seong-gi is left standing on a cold ridge with a fractured shoulder, an empty core, and a clock that's ticking down on Hyo's life. He's got no crown, no reinforcements, and his only ally just walked into the enemy's jaws. Guess what he's going to do next? Exactly what she told him not to. The cold wind bites through his torn tunic. He doesn't feel it. Noh Seong-gi turns his back on the Seo outpost and walks. Every step grinds the shattered bone in his shoulder. His chi core is a dry well. His leg still drags from the nerve strike. And the woman who just walked into a cage for him is already behind iron doors. He keeps walking anyway. The compound gates open before he reaches them. Word travels fast in a clan under lockdown. The guards don't stop him. They see his face and step aside. He crosses the courtyard in the dark. Lanterns gutter in the wind. The infirmary smells of bitter herbs and old blood. Hyo Jin-han lies on a low cot near the far wall. His chest barely rises. The healer's apprentice sponges sweat off his brow. Seong-gi drops to one knee beside the cot. Hyo's eyes flicker open. The old man's gaze is clouded but sharp enough. He asks where the girl is. Seong-gi tells him, no softening, no excuse. Hyo closes his eyes for 3 heartbeats. Then he laughs. A dry, rattling thing that ends in a cough. He says the boy's got a talent for charging into traps. Seong-gi doesn't argue. He asks if Hyo can still teach him something. The old man's lips twitch, even with death nibbling at his meridians. Hyo motions to the apprentice. The girl leaves without a word. Hyo tells Seong-gi about chi muscle reconstruction, an art buried in the library's oldest section. Grandmaster named Jaegil Myung perfected it 3 centuries ago. He sewed severed limbs back on with chi thread alone. Hyo memorized the scroll 30 years ago, before the pedestal trap shredded his legs. His own body is too broken to use it. His meridians lie in knots. But Seong-gi's body is young. Empty and wrecked, sure, but whole. Hyo says the technique can knit bone and flood dry channels. Temporarily. Borrowed vitality with a brutal interest rate. Seong-gi doesn't care about the interest. He asks where the scroll is. Hyo tells him the library's eastern alcove has a false wall, a seam hidden behind the shelf of Grandmaster Peon's scrolls. He stashed a copy there decades ago, wrapped in oiled leather, untouched. Seong-gi pushes to his feet. His shoulder screams at him. He ignores it. He limps through the hidden corridor. The library chamber looms around him. Pedestal at the center pulses blue in the dark. He doesn't look at it. He moves to the eastern alcove. His fingers find the seam behind the shelf. A panel of stone swings inward. Inside, a tiny subchamber no bigger than a closet. A leather bundle rests on a stone ledge. He unwraps it. The scroll is old, the ink slightly faded but legible. Diagrams of the human meridian system mapped like a spider's web. Notes in Hyo's cramped handwriting along the margins. Seong-gi brings it back to the infirmary. He unrolls it across the stone floor. Hyo's voice guides him. Barely a whisper now. The old man traces invisible lines in the air. He tells Seong-gi to imagine his own chi as a needle and thread. Seong-gi sinks into a breathing trance. His core is empty, so he pulls from his body's reserves. The technique doesn't use chi from the core. It converts life force directly from tissue, blood, and bone. That's the catch. Tomorrow's strength burned today. Seong-gi visualizes the thread, a silver filament, impossibly thin. He drives it into the shattered shoulder. The pain is immediate and white-hot. His jaw locks. The thread weaves through torn muscle and splintered bone. Inside his body, the chi stitches pull. Fibers reknit. Fractures seal. He feels the dead nerve in his legs spark and scream. Then it fires. The leg jerks. Sensation floods back. His core doesn't refill. That's not how it works. But the channels around it smooth out. The cracks in his meridians fuse into raw, tender scar tissue. Sweat pours off him. His vision swims. Hyo's voice cuts through. He says to stop before his heart gives out. Seong-gi severs the chi thread with a mental snap. He collapses forward, catching himself on his hands. His hands. Both of them working. Both steady. He flexes the previously injured shoulder. It holds. The joint feels new and fragile, like fresh ice over a river. But it moves. Hyo watches him. His expression is unreadable. The old man says the boy just burned 6 months of his lifespan. Maybe more. Seong-gi wipes his mouth. He asks how many hours of fighting it bought him. Hyo snorts. Maybe 5. Sunrise is 4 hours away. Hyo's window is half that. Seong-gi stands up. The world steadies around him. He looks lighter on his feet. Leaner. Sharper. Like a blade pulled from the forge too early. Still glowing. Still dangerous. But brittle. Hyo tells him there's a satchel in the storehouse. Sewn into the 3rd floorboard from the door. Inside, a seal-breaking tool old Noh scouts used. A thin iron spike that shorts out simple chi wards for 3 seconds. Not enough to crack a fortress. Enough to open a greenhouse lock. Seong-gi retrieves it. He straps a short blade to his hip. It doesn't speak. It just watches. Patient. Satisfied. Seong-gi locks the mental door tighter. He isn't getting his power from that thing tonight. He's running on borrowed time and will. He steps into the night. Heart of Shadows folds around him. His outline blurs into the tree line. He crosses the border into Seo clan territory. The Seo outpost squats on a stony plateau. Torches burn at 4 watchtowers. Seong-gi activates Strategist's vision. The world overlays itself in cold blue threat vectors. Guards patrol in overlapping rotations. 3 minutes of coverage. 90 seconds of gap. He slips through during the gap. The outer wall is rough-hewn stone, easy to climb. He scales it with his newly mended fingers. At the top, a sentry turns toward him. Seong-gi drops low and freezes. The man squints at the shadows, then turns away. A heartbeat later, Seong-gi is over the wall. He lands in a vegetable garden behind the barracks. The greenhouse sits against the cliff face. Warm air spills from its glass vents. Inside, rows of glowing blue flowers pulse softly. Heart's ease. Each bloom a perfect 5-petaled star, the color of a winter sky just before dawn. He uses the iron spike on the lock. The ward sputters and dies for 3 seconds. He's inside before it resets. Harvesting takes 2 careful minutes. He fills a padded leather pouch with 12 intact blossoms, enough to brew a full purge. He tucks it into his tunic. Now the hard part. The holding cells are built into the main keep. 2 guards at the entrance. 4 more inside. Seong-gi scales the outer wall of the keep. He enters through a 2nd-story window left cracked for ventilation. Heart of Shadows keeps him a smear of bent light. He finds the stairwell to the lower level. The air smells of damp stone and old blood. A single iron-bound door at the end of the hall. He disables the outer guards with precise nerve strikes. Silent. Efficient. The door is locked with a manual bolt. No chi wards. They didn't expect anyone this deep. He slides the bolt open. Inside, Cha Soo-yeon sits on a stone bench. Her wrists are shackled with suppression manacles. Thick metal bands etched with draining arrays. Her chi-suppressing leather wrap is gone. These are worse. She looks up. Her eyes widen for a fraction of a second. Then she suppresses it. She tells him he's an idiot. He crouches beside her. He says he got that speech already tonight. He works the manacles with a pick from the satchel. The first clasp clicks open. The second sticks. Footsteps echo down the corridor. Guards changing shift. Seong-gi rips the second manacle off with a wrench of iron embrace. The technique burns through 30 seconds of his borrowed time. Soo-young's chi surges back into her channels. She flexes her wrists. Pulls her to her feet. They slip out the cell and head for the stairs. But the steps are already filling with gray-clad warriors. Moon Gwang-seok stands at the head of the stairwell. He claps slowly. He says he knew the boy would come. The hostage was bait. He just didn't expect him to heal so fast. Seong-gi's strategist's vision lights up a dozen threat vectors. 8 warriors in the stairwell. 4 more behind them. Moon himself is a furnace of compressed chi. He's been cultivating for this fight. Soo-yeon's silk-bind ribbon flicks out. It snares the first 2 warriors and hurls them into the wall. Seong-gi exhales breath of the frozen mountain. A cone of frost ices the stairwell floor and walls. 3 warriors slip and crash down the stairs. Moon vaults over them. His hand forms a technique Seong-gi hasn't seen before. Shadow annihilation. A yard of absolute darkness blooms from his palm. It swallows the frost and rushes towards Seong-gi's chest. Iron Embrace hardens his skin for 3 heartbeats. Darkness smashes into him like a battering ram. He skids backward but stays upright. 2 heartbeats left. He uses them to close the distance. He drives the short blade at Moon's ribs. Moon twists aside, faster than a man his size should move. The blade scores his armor but doesn't bite. Moon's hand clamps onto Seong-gi's shoulder. The same shoulder that was broken an hour ago. Seong-gi feels the newly healed fibers scream, but they hold. He headbutts Moon in the mouth. Moon staggers back. Blood drips from his lip. He grins. He says he's not here to kill Seong-gi. He's already gotten what he really wanted. Seong-gi's blood goes cold. He asks what that means. Moon gestures toward the window. In the distance, a pillar of blue light erupts from the Noh compound. The library. The core scroll. Moon tells him the real assault hit while Seong-gi was playing hero. Hae and 20 elite warriors breached the vault through the cliff entrance. They took the obsidian scroll. Cheonsa's prison. Seong-gi has nothing left to guard. Soo-yeon screams and flings another warrior into a pillar. Moon steps back into the shadows of the stairwell. His men form a wall between them. He tells Seong-gi to take the girl and the herb. They've earned that much. Then he and his warriors melt into the darkness. Not all of them. 2 lie unconscious. The rest retreat in perfect order. Soo-yeon grabs Seong-gi's arm. She says they have to go. Now. They sprint out of the keep. The greenhouse blooms are still safe in his tunic. They scale the outer wall as the remaining guards rally. Crossbows snap. 1 bolt grazes Seong-gi's calf. He doesn't slow. They crash through the tree line and keep running. The blue light over the Noh compound fades. When it's gone, the night feels emptier than before. They reach the Noh gates at the edge of dawn. Smoke rises from the eastern cliff. The library's secret entrance is blown wide open. Crater scars the hillside. Bodies in So gray and Noh blue lie tangled in the wreckage. The attackers didn't get away clean, but they got what they came for. Seong-gi and Soo-yeon limp through the burning courtyard. Patriarch Hong Tae-jun stands in the center. His white hair is singed. His hands are blackened with chi burn. He looks at Seong-gi. He says the pedestal is empty. The obsidian scroll is gone. Cheonsa's spirit is loose. Seong-gi pulls the pouch of Heart's Ease from his tunic. He hands it to a waiting healer. The healer runs for the infirmary. Seong-gi sways on his feet. Hong steadies him with 1 scarred hand. The old patriarch's eyes are stone. He says they failed tonight. But the war isn't over. Seong-gi looks toward the infirmary. He says they need to save Hyo first. Then they hunt. The fragment behind the iron door pulses once, softly. Almost pleased. And Seong-gi realizes with a sick lurch that Cheonsa wanted the scroll taken. The prison wasn't broken. It was unlocked from the inside. And whatever just walked out of that obsidian casket is no longer a whisper. It's a storm. Fragment behind the iron door dimmed to a sullen ember. Seong-gi stepped back from the cracked stone. A hiss of displaced air slithered through the gap. Hong Tae-jun appeared at the corridor's end with 40 Noh Clan soldiers. Their dark steel armor drank the torchlight. The old patriarch's scarred hand rested on a sheathed greatsword. He announced that the hunt would start now. Hyo was somewhere inside the sealed archive. Seong-gi nodded and drew a shallow breath. His ribs still ached from the earlier clash. The iron door groaned as the soldiers pushed it wider. Beyond the threshold lay a darkness that swallowed sound. The patriarch gave the order to advance. 12 elite scouts took point. Their chi-fed lamps revealed a passage lined with smooth black glass. The air tasted of old blood and starlight. 1 scout's foot touched a floor tile that sank. A blade of compressed force sliced upward through his thigh. The man screamed and collapsed as his comrades dragged him back. Hong ordered the scouts to slow their pace. Seong-gi activated his strategist's vision. The passage overlaid with a mesh of violet threads. Each thread marked a pressure plate or a hidden ward. He called out the safe steps in a quiet voice. The soldiers moved in single file behind him. A ceiling panel slid open. A dummy of woven bone dropped from the darkness. It swung a rusted scythe at the rearguard. 2 soldiers parried and shattered the construct. Patriarch's blade cleaved through 3 more puppets in a single arc. The shards melted into foul-smelling mist. The temperature dropped as they descended another 20 steps. A thick fog coiled around their ankles. Seong-gi's vision pulsed with warnings of a chi depletion trap ahead. He signaled for combat formation. The squad locked shields just as the fog ignited. A ring of ghostly blue flame roared up the walls. It drained the ambient energy from any exposed body part. One scout lost his gauntlet, and his hand withered instantly. Hong thrust his greatsword into the floor. A shockwave of neutral chi snuffed the flames outward. The fog retreated into cracks in the stone. The Patriarch grunted and pulled his blade free. Seong-gi wiped cold sweat from his brow. They pressed deeper. A false wall slid open and revealed a gallery of obsidian statues. Each figure held a different weapon frozen in mid-swing. The old soldier beside Seong-gi asked if they were guardians. The young strategist shook his head. He whispered that these were failed challengers. The statues began to crack. Hong signaled a charge before the things could fully animate. Steel met stone under the low ceiling. 2 soldiers were pinned by a falling bronze spear. The Patriarch himself shattered the largest construct with a 2-handed strike. The shards scattered across the polished floor. And then the gallery ended at a massive copper door. Carved into its surface was a circular seal depicting a lotus pierced by 9 swords. Seong-gi studied the seal. His strategist's vision overlaid the 9 swords with 9 distinct chi patterns. He realized the door demanded a simultaneous 9-point disruption. Hong ordered his 6 remaining elites to form a circle. He and Seong-gi filled the last 2 gaps. They each channeled a thin blade of chi into the swords at the correct angle. The lotus seal bloomed bright red. The door split down the middle and groaned open. Beyond it, the chamber opened into a vast circular hall. Tiers of crystal shelves spiraled up into shadow. Thousands of scrolls glimmered with dormant chi. The squad spread out in a wide perimeter. At the center of the polished floor, a stone chair faced a towering iron door. This door was a perfect mirror of the one above. The figure slumped in the chair, robed and still. Seong-gi's breath caught. It was Heo. The old scholar's beard was matted with dried blood. His hands clutched a single jade scroll. His eyes were open but clouded over. Hong approached first, his sword ready. He placed a gauntleted hand on the old man's shoulder. Heo's lips moved. He spoke in a rasp that barely carried. The old man said the casket was never a prison. It was a test. And the test had already begun. A thin trickle of dark fluid leaked from the corner of his mouth. Heo's gaze shifted to the scroll in his hands. He whispered that the library contained the collected legacies of 1,000 Grandmasters. Their techniques were bound into these halls, but the iron door required 3 specific keys. 3 masteries that only a true heir could learn. 1 month in solitude per technique. He had tried. His voice cracked. The trial guardian had accepted his challenge, and it had broken him. He pressed the jade scroll into Seong-gi's palm. The young strategist stared at the object. Cool threads of starlight seeped from the scroll's edges. Heo's final breath rattled out. His hand fell limp. The stone chair beneath him began to crumble into fine dust. The chamber groaned. Dust and crystal shards rained from the ceiling. Hong shouted for immediate retreat. The soldiers grabbed the wounded and ran. Seong-gi lingered for 1 heartbeat. He looked at the dead scholar who had spent a lifetime guarding secrets. Then he turned and sprinted through the crumbling archive. Puppet lunged from a side passage with a needle-tipped chain. The rearguard soldier beside Seong-gi took the strike through the shoulder. Another soldier hacked the chain free with a hand axe. They dragged the injured man along, while the walls tilted inward. The copper door was already half closed. Hong wedged his greatsword into the shrinking gap and held it with a roar. The soldiers hauled the wounded through one by one. Seong-gi dove last. The sword snapped, and the gates slammed shut behind him. The gallery's statues were now fully awake. 40 obsidian warriors blocked the upper passage. The Patriarch drew 2 auxiliary blades from his back harness. He ordered his squad to form a wedge. They rammed through the first line with a coordinated chi burst. A stone axe clipped the young strategist's ankle. He stumbled but rolled under a horizontal sweep. The soldier ahead pulled him upright by the collar. The fog trap reactivated as they crossed the stairway. One scout exploded in a blossom of blue-white fire. The rest jumped the final steps and landed in a heap on the upper level. The dummies reanimated behind them in a clattering tide. Ong bellowed for a full retreat to the iron door. They ran. Seong-gi's ribs burned with every stride. The Patriarch brought up the rear, spinning his dual blades in a constant arc. A dummy's head flew past the young strategist's ear. Two soldiers reached the outer door and pushed. The gap was narrow. The wounded were shoved through first. A stone blade carved a line across the Patriarch's back as he squeezed past. He grunted and stumbled into the torchlit corridor. His soldiers caught him. Seong-gi turned and slammed his shoulder against the iron door. It ground forward and latched. The impacts from the other side stopped immediately. Everything fell silent. The young strategist slumped against the cold metal. His chest heaved. 40 soldiers had entered. 9 remained. The library's final secret hummed in his clenched fist. Hong straightened, ignoring the blood pooling in his boot. He said Hyo had known this would happen. The old scholar had chosen the stone chair as his tomb. Seong-gi looked down at the jade scroll. It pulsed once. A whisper of starlight curled around his split knuckles. He realized the technique inside was one of the 3. The old man had given him the first key. The Patriarch placed a bloodied hand on his shoulder. He said they would talk in the morning. Right now, the clan needed a clear head. Seong-gi nodded and walked away from the sealed door. His shadow stretched long and broken behind him. 2 days after the old man died in a stone chair, the boy stands at the cliff's edge with a jade scroll in his hands. Soo-yeon waits 3 steps behind him, her ribbon coiled around a new scar on her forearm. The scroll pulses with threads of liquid starlight, cold and hungry. It's the kind of technique that doesn't want to be read. He still hasn't unrolled it. Because his ribs are cracked and his chi reserves are a shallow puddle, and he doesn't know if the iron door will hold. And also because a man is climbing the ravine wall right now, fast and silent. Seong-gi freezes. His strategist's vision snaps on, overlaying the cliffside in cold blue vectors. One threat point. Moving like a spider through the scree. Familiar build. Moon Gwang-suk. And something is different about him. The chi around his shoulders doesn't ripple like a normal cultivator's. It eats the light. Soo-yeon already has her ribbon lashing out before Seong-gi can speak. The silk wraps around a boulder, and she yanks it free, sending it tumbling down at the climbing figure. Moon doesn't dodge. The boulder hits a yard of absolute darkness around his frame and simply stops. No crater. No impact. It just vanishes into a void that swallows sound and stone and light alike. The technique isn't something you learn from a clan manual. Seong-gi's stomach drops. He's seen diagrams like that before. He's seen the spiral compression patterns and the way the edges of reality fray. On a scroll in the library, buried in the back shelves, labeled with a name that was scratched out and rewritten in Cheonsa's cramped hand. Moon crests the cliff edge and lands 3 paces away, that dark mantle seething around his shoulders like a living cloak. His sword is still sheathed. He doesn't need it. He tells the boy this is what the Seo clan unearthed from a sealed vault 6 months ago. A technique called shadow annihilation. He says the vault had a note attached. The note was signed, Noh Cheon-sa, a parting gift from the dead king, along with directions to a certain library under a certain cliff. Seong-gi's blood turns cold. He realizes the whole thing has been a breadcrumb trail. Cheon-sa didn't just build the library to hoard techniques. He planted scrolls outside the compound. Seed scrolls. Little bombs of power designed to lure ambitious clans into chasing the source. The Seo clan's obsession with the eastern cliff wasn't greed. It was bait. And Moon just swallowed the hook. The boy whispers to Soo-yeon that he needs to buy 10 seconds. She doesn't ask why. She just snaps her ribbon in a tight spiral and throws herself at Moon like a woman with nothing left to lose. He presses his back against the cliff face, closes his eyes, and reaches for the library inside his mind. Not for a technique. For a memory. The fragment behind the iron door stirs with something like amusement. It doesn't stop him. The mental library snaps open, 1,000 shelves unfolding in a silent flash. He flips past Crown of Stars and Iron Embrace, past Breath of the Frozen Mountain and Heart of Shadows. He finds the scratched-out label, Grandmaster Sol Ha-jun, the man who created Shadow Annihilation 300 years ago. He presses his awareness against the scroll and lets the vision flood him. And here's where the past bleeds through. A small dojo by a frozen river. Not the Noh compound. Sol Ha-jun, a young man with ink-stained fingers and hollow cheeks, kneels before a figure in white. Noh Cheon-sa, alive and smiling in a way that doesn't reach his chip of ice eyes. Cheon-sa tells the young master that his technique is brilliant but incomplete. He offers to perfect it. In exchange, Sol Ha-jun must sign a blood oath of secrecy and dedicate the final art to Cheonsa's research. The young man hesitates. Cheonsa slides a jade box across the floor. Inside is a letter that proves Seol's wife and child are already detained in a holding cell beneath the eastern mountain. The young man signs. 3 months later, shadow annihilation is complete. One day after that, Sol Ha-jun's body is found at the bottom of the ravine, his meridians fried from backlash. Suicide, the official report says. Cheonsa files the technique away in the library and writes a note beside it. Flawed. Ego dissolution threshold too high. Requires passive host with no ambition. Perfect for a puppet. Seong-gi's eyes snap open. He knows the weakness. The technique eats light and chi by pulling from the user's deepest ambition. The more you want, the harder it hits. But if the host stops wanting, it starves. A passive host with no ambition, Cheonsa wrote. Moon Gwang-suk, for all his strength, wants more than any human alive. He wants the library, the power, the respect, the legacy. It's all fuel. Seong-gi straightens up from the cliff, his cracked ribs grinding like broken glass. Soo-yeon is already on one knee, her ribbon shredded, a gash across her cheekbone leaking red. Moon stands over her with that dark shroud swirling, a yard-wide blankness that swallows the morning light. The boy calls out. He says the technique is eating Moon's lifespan. He says every minute Moon uses it, he burns 6 months of his remaining years. The big man's eyes flicker. Doubt. The dark shroud gutters for half a heartbeat, and that's the opening. Seong-gi launches forward, his chi core screaming, and he punches Moon straight in the sternum with a normal fist. No technique, no forbidden art, just knuckles on bone. The dark shield doesn't react because there's no chi to devour. Moon staggers back, shock more than injury cracking his concentration. The shroud frays at the edges. Seong-gi talks. He tells Moon the truth about the seed scroll, about Cheonsa's note calling the technique a trap for ambitious fools. He says the Seo clan's informant who sold them the vault location was a man with a black thread in his skull. He asks Moon if he knows where the informant is now. Dead, of course. They always are. Moon's breathing turns ragged. He's not dumb. He's just been played. The shroud flickers again, thinner now, and Seong-gi doesn't wait for a third opening. He switches techniques, one Grandmaster at a time. First, Heart of Shadows. He blurs into the cliff's own silhouette, chi signature erased, invisible for 2 heartbeats. Moon swings a blade of absolute darkness at nothing. Second, Iron Embrace. His skin hardens for the next 3 heartbeats, and he steps out of the shadows directly into Moon's backswing. The impact rattles his spine but doesn't break through. Third, Breath of the Frozen Mountain. Cone of frost explodes from his lips, not at Moon, but at the rocky ground between them, flash freezing the scree into a sheet of ice. Moon's footing slides. The dark shroud roars, trying to consume the ice. But it's just frozen water. No chi, no ambition, nothing to eat. It's a stupid trick and it works because Moon is panicking now. Seong-gi's mind is splitting apart. Switching 3 techniques in rapid succession without a proper rest window pushes the daily limit beyond its snapping point. The headache isn't a dull throb anymore. It's a spike of white fire behind his left eye. But he's got one more move. He drops into a low crouch with his palm flat on the frozen ground and channels the last thing he can pull from the library. Not a Grandmaster. A memory of Heo. Not a technique, but a lesson the old man taught him 30 years ago and drilled into him over cold cups of tea. The strongest warriors never attack blade. They attack the hand that holds it. Moon is already off balance. Seong-gi doesn't hit him with chi. He lunges forward, grabs Moon's sword wrist with both hands and twists. A simple joint lock. Moon's fingers go numb. The dark shroud vanishes instantly, starved of the host's active intent. And for one stupid, beautiful second, Moon Gwang-suk is just a big man with a sprained wrist and a lot of regrets. Seong-gi drives his forehead into Moon's nose. Cartilage snaps. Moon drops. Soo-yeon is already on her feet, her ribbon lashing out to bind his ankles and wrists. She cinches the silk tight, and the big man goes still, blood pooling in the hollow of his throat. The fight is over. And that's when the strain catches up. The white fire behind Seong-gi's eye spreads down his spine like hot paraffin, then goes terrifyingly cold. His legs stop listening to him. He topples sideways onto the frozen scree, face pressed against ice, tongue thick as a dead fish. The world shrinks to a tunnel of gray static. His last clear image is Soo-yeon's face above him, mouth moving, no sound. A leaf crunches under a soft foot. Not Soo-young's. Something colder. The static eats the edges. But he hears a woman's voice. Low. Amused. She says the Crimson Lotus has been watching this little drama for 3 whole weeks. She tells Soo-yeon to step away from the CO man. She says her mistress has use for him. And then the static swallows everything. Days pass underwater. Seong-gi drifts. The room is small. A single candle on a stone ledge. Shadows licking the ceiling like slow tongues. The ceiling is wood, not cave rock, which means he's in the compound infirmary. His body is a prison of locked muscles and fried nerves. He can blink. That's it. The rest of him is a cold, silent slab that doesn't answer when he screams at it inside his skull. His chi channels feel like glass splinters. Not broken, shattered. The backlash of triple channeling in 60 seconds without recovery has turned his meridians into a web of microscopic cracks. Hayo's voice, half-remembered, reminds him that over-channeling without the heavenly harmony integration always does this. The good news is he didn't try to use the actual scroll. If he'd opened that jade casing, the ego dissolution would have been permanent. This paralysis is just a temporary bill. A steep one. Soo-yeon comes twice a day. She sits beside the bed with her ribbon mending kit and a bowl of cold broth. And she talks. She tells him the Black Needle Squad dragged him back to the compound. She tells him the masked woman from Crimson Lotus left a jade token on Moon's chest and disappeared with the big man in tow. She tells him that Hong Tae-jun looked at the token and went very pale and ordered the compound gates sealed for a week. And she tells him that the fragment behind his iron door has been whispering. Not to him. To her. He says it offered her a deal while he was unconscious. She says she told it to go boil its skull. A muscle near his left eye twitches. The first sign of return. Over the next 10 days, the recovery comes in fragments. Honest, brutal, grinding fragments. He can't sit up without someone propping him with a stone slab and 3 rolled blankets. And even then, his spine screams like a snapped bowstring. He can't circulate chi at all. Every attempt sends white-hot needles through his arms, so he stops trying and just breathes. Simple breaths. In, out. A disciple's exercise that he last did at 6 years old. Hong Tae-jun visits once, at dawn on the 4th day. He doesn't sit, just stands in the doorway, with his white hair catching the candle glow and his stone-cold eyes unreadable. He says the Crimson Lotus wants something with Moon. He says they've been quiet for a decade, and now they're moving. Which means Cheon-sa's loose spirit has already made contact with their mistress. He says the library wasn't just a vault, it was a delivery system. 1,000 Grandmasters techniques seed across the Murim to cultivate rivals. Then a central library to attract a suitable vessel. All arranged so the old bastard could walk out of his own death and pick a new body. The Seo clan was just one fish on 1,000 hooks. The Crimson Lotus is another. Hong tells the paralyzed boy that the vault chose him for a reason, and now he has to earn that choice. He leaves a small leather-bound journal on the bedside table. Hyo's journal. Seong-gi can't move his hands yet, so Soo-yeon reads it aloud each evening. The pages describe techniques and traps, old grudges and quiet kindnesses, and one entry near the end, written 2 days before Hyo died. It says the boy is the first host the old man has seen who didn't collapse under the weight. It says he's betting everything on that. 6th day, Seong-gi's left hand curls into a fist. The 7th day, he manages to lift a cup of water to his own lips. On the 10th day, he walks 3 steps to the chamber pot and back, before he collapses sweating onto the mattress. Progress. It's the most humiliating, grinding, inch-by-inch progress of his entire life. And it's exactly what he needs because the Heavenly Harmony Scroll is still sealed. And the iron door in his mind is still intact. And Moon Gwang-seok, the man who once disdained a junior disciple with 17 straight losses, is now a prisoner of the Crimson Lotus. The game Cheon-sa started 400 years ago just accelerated. But Seong-gi is still in it. And this time, he's done being the bait. The compound gates creak open on the 11th day. The iron hinges groan like an old man waking from a bad dream. 2 guards in gray robes push the leaves apart. Beyond the threshold, the mountain road sits empty. Not for long. A single figure appears at the bend, walking without hurry. The figure wears a deep crimson cloak that catches no sunlight. The hood is up, the face a shadow. In one gloved hand, a jade coin flips between the knuckles. That jade coin is identical to the token they found on Moon's chest. The guards reach for their blades. The woman stops 10 paces from the gate and tilts her head. She asks if this is how the Noh clan welcomes an honored guest. Her voice is low and amused, like someone watching a cat chase its own tail. She announces that the Crimson Lotus sends its regards to the Patriarch and to the boy who cracked the sky on the cliff. Showtime, apparently. Inside the main hall, Hong Tae-jun sits with a cup of cold tea. Seong-gi stands to his right, still pale, still moving like his bones are made of old rope. Soo-yeon is beside him, a fresh scar glinting on her forearm. The woman enters alone. She flicks the jade coin onto the stone floor, and it spins without falling. She lowers her hood. Her face is unremarkable. Mid-30s, sharp cheekbones, a thin white scar over her left eyebrow. She says her name is Bae, a herald of the Crimson Lotus. She says her mistress has been watching the Noh and Seo clans dance for 3 weeks now. She calls it a charming dance. She claps her hands once, soft, mocking. Then she delivers the message. The Crimson Lotus is hosting a tournament 3 days from now. The Valley of Black Petals. She says the best fighters of the Murim are already gathering. The prize is an audience with the mistress and a single boon. Any boon. Including, she notes, the release of a certain Seo clan prisoner, Moon Gwang-suk. Soo-yeon's ribbon-calloused fingers curl at her side. Bae smiles. She says the big man has been a well-behaved guest. A little gloomy, sure, but he still has all his limbs. Mostly. Hong's teacup cracks in his grip. He doesn't notice. He asks what the Crimson Lotus really wants with the boy. Bae shrugs. She says her mistress finds the vault's survivors interesting. She says that a spirit with too much time always gets lonely. Then she looks directly at Seong-gi. That look has a black thread somewhere behind it. She tells him the tournament is not a request. If he doesn't show, the old man's ghost will pick a new home. And she doesn't think Seong-gi will like the renovation. She turns, cloak sweeping a half-circle of dust. The jade coin shatters into 6 perfect segments and then melts into the stone. Hong stares at the spot for a long time. He says they can't ignore this, and they can't walk into it headfirst either. Seong-gi nods. His chi is shallow, his body still healing. The Heavenly Harmony scroll is still sealed in its jade casing. He's got cards. Not many, but enough. He tells Hong he'll go. Soo-yeon steps forward and says she's going with him. Hong tries to argue. She points at the scar on her face and asks if he wants to add another. Hong closes his eyes. Then he tells them they're both idiots. He gives them 3 days. 3 days to prepare, to heal, to plan, and 1 Black Needle operative to forge their new identities. Seong-gi and Soo-yeon spend the first day in the clan's archive. They dig through records of the Crimson Lotus, a sect that vanished a decade ago after a purge by the 5 great clans. They learn the sect follows the teaching of the Veiled One, a philosophy of absorbing the strength of rivals. Hence the tournament. Hence the obsession with Cheon-sa's library. The second day, the operative arrives. A gaunt woman named Yu, with ink-stained fingers and a voice like dry leaves. She hands them 2 sets of papers and 2 small lacquered boxes. Inside each box is a mask. Not cloth. Thin porcelain, painted with the face of a forgotten minor clan, the Cheong. Seong-gi's mask is a hawk. Soo-yeon's is a crane. Yu tells them the real Cheong heirs died in a flood 6 years ago. No one will question the names. Seong-gi becomes Cheong Jae-woon. Soo-yeon becomes Cheong Mi-ra. Yu also gives them false technique scrolls, low-tier arts copied from old manuals, to complete the legend. They're freelancers from a dead house looking for glory. Believable. By the evening of the second day, Seong-gi's chi reserves are still barely a trickle. He can't fight at full strength. But he's not planning to fight. Not yet. He's planning to watch, to find the transfer ritual, to sabotage it before Cheon-sa plants himself in Moon's skull. If that means winning a few rounds with deception and cheap tricks, so be it. He cracks open Hyo's journal one last time. A page near the back describes the old man's encounter with a Crimson Lotus recruiter 30 years ago. Hyo wrote that the recruiter's chi felt cold and hungry, like a mirror that wanted to swallow the one looking into it. Good to know. They leave before dawn on the third day. The Valley of Black Petals sits 3 mountain ranges east. Seong-gi and Soo-yeon travel light. 1 pack each. A sword for her, a simple staff for him. They wear the gray Cheong robes, the hawk and crane masks clipped to their belts. The path narrows into a ravine choked with black boulders. A cold wind smells of old incense and something metallic. Then they see it. The valley opens like a fist unclenching. At its center, a coliseum carved from living black stone. Bone-white pillars rise around the perimeter, each one carved with a different beast in agony. The arena floor is pale sand, raked in spirals. Overhead, dark silk banners ripple without wind. The Crimson Lotus banner, a circle of 12 petals, each petal a hooked blade. Participants are already gathering in a holding area outside the arena's western gate. Maybe 60 warriors. Some wear clan colors. Most don't. Masks everywhere. Demon faces. Animal skulls. Porcelain dolls. Seong-gi notes the chi signatures. Half of them are genuine threats. The other half are cannon fodder, hoping to impress a sponsor. He and Soo-yeon slide the masks on. A monk with a tiger face guards the registration table. He glances at their papers, stamps them with a wax seal that smokes, and then turns crimson. He tells them their bracket starts at noon. No killing outside the ring. Inside, no rules. Seong-gi nods. They walk through the gate. The interior of the Coliseum is a honeycomb of cells and observation decks. The Crimson Lotus built this place to host games long before the sect went underground. Now it's humming again. Soo-yeon spots a cage near the arena's far edge. A cage of black iron bars. Inside, a big man sits cross-legged, his broad shoulders drooping. Moon Gwang-suk. He doesn't look like the predator who once climbed a ravine with a shadow technique. He looks hollowed out. A suppression collar wraps his throat, its runes pulsing dull red. Next to the cage, a black crystalline throne rises from the sand. That's where the ritual will happen. Seong-gi's mental library stirs faintly. The fragment behind the iron door twitches. It recognizes that throne. It wants that throne. He pushes the sensation down. Soo-yeon whispers that Moon looks like a man who hasn't slept in weeks. Seong-gi says that's probably because the spirit's been chewing on him. A gong echoes across the arena. First matches begin. The preliminary brackets are chaos. Three-way fights, no weapons restrictions, no mercy. Seong-gi watches from the shadows of a pillar. A Crimson Lotus herald announces the contestants. Two masked fighters beat a third into the sand until his leg twists the wrong way. Another match ends with a woman freezing her opponent solid, then shattering him with a kick. The crowd, mostly Crimson Lotus cultists in red-trimmed robes, applauds politely. They aren't here for the blood. They're here for the talent. Soo-yeon leans close. She asks how he plans to win without revealing his actual techniques. Seong-gi says he's not planning to win. He's planning to lose convincingly enough to stay in the brackets until he can get close to the throne. She gives him a look. That look says she doesn't believe him. Fair enough. Neither does he. Then the herald calls the next set of names. Chong Jae-woon. That's his cue. Seong-gi walks into the sand. His opponent is a scarred bruiser with a face like a smashed jar and fists wrapped in iron-studded leather. The bruiser grins and asks if the little hawk is lost. Seong-gi doesn't answer. He plants his staff in the sand. The gong sounds. The bruiser charges. Seong-gi drops, rolls left, and sweeps the staff at ankle height. Not a fancy technique, just geometry and timing. The bruiser stumbles, catches a mouthful of sand. Seong-gi feints a jab. The bruiser swings wild, and Seong-gi's staff taps him behind the ear. 2, 3. The bruiser collapses in a heap. Cheap. Effective. Nobody's impressed. That's exactly the point. Seong-gi retreats to the shadows before anyone can study him. He whispers to Soo-yeon that the bruiser's chi signature was boosted. Someone pumped him full of stimulant herbs. Someone wants the early rounds to be a bloodbath. Soo-yeon's mat comes an hour later. She doesn't need to hide. Her silk bind technique can pass as a common ribbon art. She wraps her opponent, a twin-dagger rogue, in 3 seconds and tosses him into the wall. Rogue doesn't get up. She walks off like she's bored. The crowd murmurs. People are noticing, but Soo-yeon doesn't care. She's eyeing the throne. Bird's eye view from the stands shows the layout. 6 Crimson Lotus elders ring the throne, each one channeling a stream of dark chi. The transfer ritual is already in motion, just waiting for the right moment. Maybe during the finals. Maybe before. Seong-gi doesn't intend to let it get that far. Between rounds, he finds a quiet alcove and opens Hyo's journal to the page about Crimson Lotus hideouts. A sketched diagram shows the Colosseum's underground catacombs, cells for prisoners, storage for ritual materials, and a tunnel that leads from the throne's base to a secondary altar. The secondary altar is where they'll prep Moon's body. If he can get there without being seen, he can disrupt the transfer at the source. Soo-yeon nods. She says she'll keep the crowd distracted in the next bracket. She'll take a dive in the quarterfinals, make it dramatic. Seong-gi says do it. He pulls the hawk mask tighter. The next hour moves in blurs. Soo-yeon's quarterfinal fight is a mess of flying ribbons and a spiked chain. She over-rotates on purpose, lets the chain snag her ankle, and hits the sand with a grunt. The crowd boos. She limps out, mask still on, playing the failed warrior. Seong-gi waits for the guards to relax. The Crimson Lotus cultists gather to cheer a particularly gruesome knockout. He slides into a service corridor. Heart of Shadows. It's risky. His chi is shallow, but the technique doesn't require much, just enough to blur his outline and swallow his chi signature. He holds it for 20 seconds, long enough to slip past a guard who's too busy watching the spectacle. The catacombs are damp and smell of old copper. Iron cages line the walls. Most are empty. Some contain skeletons in old Cheong robes. Guess the dead heirs didn't stay dead by accident. Seong-gi follows the tunnel's gentle downward slope. The gloom thickens. He finds the secondary altar just where the journal said. A round chamber with a ceiling of polished obsidian reflecting the light of 13 black candles. Moon is there. He's been moved from the cage above. Now he's bound to a stone slab, arms and legs pinned by iron clamps. An elder in crimson robes, different from the ones above, stands over him, holding a long needle of carved bone. The elder's chi is cold and hungry. He murmurs incantations that taste like static. The bone needle hovers above Moon's forehead. Seong-gi has a choice. One shot. No crown of stars, no iron embrace. Just a heartbeat, a staff, and the element of surprise. Good odds. He exhales. Then he steps out of the shadows and cracks the elder across the back of the skull. The blow doesn't connect. The elder's chi hardens into a crimson shield at the last instant. The staff rebounds, stinging Seong-gi's palms. The elder turns. His face is gaunt and lined, eyes like chips of frozen blood. He smiles and says he was wondering when the vault's little rat would scurry in. Seong-gi doesn't waste time on banter. He drops the staff and lunges. Not with a technique. With his bare hands, a grapple, a knee to the gut. The elder snarls, chi pulsing, and a wave of force throws Seong-gi into the wall. Ribs ache. The fragment behind the iron door rattles. It whispers. It wants him to crack the door. It says it can help. Seong-gi slams the door shut. No deal. The elder closes in, bone needle raised. Then a ribbon snaps around his wrist. Soo-yeon. She's behind him, crane mask askew, a bloody gash on her shoulder from the quarterfinals. She yanks. The needle flies sideways, and the elder stumbles. Seong-gi kicks the needle into a dark corner. Soo-yeon binds the elder's other arm, twisting him into a bow. But the ritual is already active. The black candles flare. Moon's body arches off the slab, lips moving without sound. The transfer hasn't fully started, but it's primed. The elder hisses that it's too late. The veiled one has already chosen. The tournament above will finish the process. Seong-gi grabs the elder by the collar and asks, "What process?" The elder laughs. He says, "Crimson Lotus doesn't host tournaments for sport. Every drop of blood spilled in that arena feeds the throne. When the champion is crowned, the throne will consume him and transfer Cheonsa's spirit into the prepared vessel. And Moon Gwang-seok is the vessel." Seong-gi looks up through the obsidian ceiling. Far above, the crowd roars. Someone just died. The transfer is getting closer. Soo-yeon tightens her ribbons. She asks what they do now. Seong-gi thinks fast. Then he looks at the elder and asks if the ritual can be reversed. The elder says no, unless someone with an identical spiritual anchor takes the vessel's place. Identical anchor. Like the fragment in Seong-gi's head. Soo-yeon's face goes pale under the crane mask. She says no way. He's not offering himself as a replacement. Seong-gi says calm down. He's not. He's just asking. But his eyes are on the throne above and the iron door behind them. And the fragment behind that door is purring. Seong-gi stares up through the obsidian ceiling. The crowd above is losing its mind. Another fighter just hit the sand. The throne absorbs the kill. Black candle flames leap higher. Soo-yeon's ribbons creak as the elder strains against them. She asks what the old lunatic means by a process. The elder's frozen blood eyes don't blink. He says the tournament is a harvest. Every drop of blood in the arena feeds the throne. When the champion stands alone, the throne will drink that soul dry. Then it will pour centuries of stored chi into the prepared vessel. Moon Gwang-seok's body. Seong-gi glances at the slab. Moon's chest rises and falls in fast, shallow spasms. The suppression collar's runes burn so bright they crack the air. Iron clamps vibrate like plucked strings. Soo-yeon says they need to cut the feed before the last fight ends. Seong-gi already has the iron spike in his hand, the old scout seal breaker from the storehouse. He aims for the candle closest to the slab's head. The spike plunges into the stone base. For 3 seconds, the ward shorts out. The candle gutters to a dull ember. Then the array reasserts itself, and the flame roars back bluer than before. The spike's tip warps and falls off. Seong-gi mutters that the ward is too deep. The elder laughs through bound wrists. He says the Veiled One carved this chamber from the mountain before the Crimson Lotus ever existed. No broken no toy can touch it. Seong-gi ignores him. He triggers Strategist's vision. The world snaps into cold blue threat vectors. Every candle is a pulsing node in a vast web of crimson energy. Threads of raw ki descend from the arena above, thick as pythons. They merge at the throne's black crystal base. From there, a single column of concentrated light feeds into Moon's meridian map. The pattern is maybe 8% from saturation. One more death might push it over. He can see the weakness. It's not the candles or the slab. It's the throne's connection to the arena floor. If he smashes the crystal at the linkage point, the circuit breaks. He tells Soo-yeon to keep the elder pinned. She loops a third ribbon around the man's throat. Seong-gi charges. He closes the distance in 2 hard strides. The staff whistles toward the throne's base. But 5 feet from the crystal, the air solidifies. A wall of compressed chi slams into his chest. He triggers Iron Embrace. His skin hardens to stone for 2 heartbeats. He pushes through. The pressure redoubles. Old cracked ribs scream. The staff touches the linkage point for half a breath. Then a shockwave detonates from the throne. It throws him across the chamber. He skids over stone and doesn't stop until his back hits a cage. Blood runs from both nostrils. Behind the iron door in his mind, the fragment stirs. It whispers. It says the throne will pulverize him. It says open the door just a crack, and it can redirect the feedback. Seong-gi slams the mental door shut so hard, the hinges in his soul groan. Not today. Not ever. He pushes himself up on shaking arms. Soo-yeon is losing her grip. The elder's chi swells with every surge from the ritual. His bound arms spread wider. The ribbons begin to smoke. He says the final bout is about to conclude. Seong-gi hears the roar above peak and crack. The tournament crown is decided. The winner stands alone in the sand. The obsidian ceiling fractures with a sound like a frozen lake breaking. A column of crimson light spears down through the crack. It strikes the slab. Moon's body convulses. The suppression collar shatters into a dozen pieces. The iron clamps snap as easily as dried twigs. Moon's eyes fly open. They are no longer human. They are mirrors of frozen blood, chips of nothing, exactly like the eyes in Seong-gi's worst dreams. The elder shrieks with joy. His bindings ignite and fall away in ash. Soo-yeon staggers back, palms smoking. Seong-gi's strategist's vision overloads in a blizzard of threat vectors. He shuts it down hard. The figure on the slab sits up. It rolls Moon's shoulders with a sound of popping vertebrae. It flexes Moon's hands one at a time. The voice that comes out is not Moon's. It's colder, older, measured in centuries. It says it has waited so very long. Seong-gi knows that voice. It's identical to the whisper that lives behind his iron door. No Chonsa, free and wearing the body of his rival. The elder drops to his knees. He presses his forehead to the stone. He calls it master, voice cracking with devotion. Chonsa ignores him. He steps off the slab. Stone floor cracks under his bare feet like old pottery. His chi is a hurricane compressed into a man's silhouette. The air bends around. Seong-gi raises his staff anyway. Chonsa tilts his head. He says the little guardian is still standing. He finds that genuinely amusing. Seong-gi doesn't waste time on words. He swings for the temple. Chonsa catches the staff between his index and middle finger. He squeezes. The reinforced wood turns to powder in a single heartbeat. Seong-gi's palms burn from the friction. He stumbles backward. Soo-yeon snaps out a silk bind. The chi ribbon wraps around Chonsa's throat and tightens. Chonsa glances down at it. He exhales once, softly. The ribbon freezes solid. It shatters into 1,000 crystalline threads. Soo-yeon's face goes pale beneath her crane mask. She says that wasn't even a technique. Chonsa steps forward. He says the centuries in the dark have sharpened his appetites. He asks if the boy wants to learn what a perfected crown of stars feels like. Seong-gi's chest locks up. He has no chi left. But Chonsa doesn't strike. He simply extends his arms. A wave of pure, compressed will detonates from his core. It catches Seong-gi in the ribs and hurls him into the far wall. Something deep in his shoulder tears. Old wounds reopen in hot cascades. Soo-yeon is pinned flat to the floor, ribbons shredded. Chonsa turns to the prostrate elder. He says the Crimson Lotus has honored its bargain. The elder nods, forehead still against stone. He says the mistress awaits above. Cheon-sa walks toward the chamber's entrance. His bare feet leave prints in the rock. The obsidian ceiling groans. Chunks of black crystal begin to rain down. The whole catacomb is eating itself. Seong-gi forces his body up. Blood pools in his mouth. His vision swims. But he lunges. He throws himself at the walking nightmare's back. Cheon-sa doesn't break stride. He flicks his hand backward. A blade of compressed ki slices across Seong-gi's chest, not deep enough to kill, just deep enough to put him down. He hits the stone on his side. The fragment behind the iron door is keening, not in fear, in ecstasy. It recognizes its own freedom. It wants to join it. Soo-yeon crawls through debris to reach him. She says they need to move. The ceiling is raining black shards now. A chunk the size of a horse crashes down 3 feet away. Seong-gi forces his eyes open. The last thing he sees that matters is Cheon-sa's silhouette. It vanishes up the tunnel. Into the arena where the crowd still cheers. Then a massive slab of obsidian breaks free and plunges. Soo-yeon hauls him by the collar into the nearest empty cage. She slams the barred door shut. World becomes thunder and dust. Minutes bleed. Maybe an hour. Seong-gi wakes to silence and the taste of copper. The catacomb is a crypt of shattered rock. The altar is buried under tons of black stone. The throne is in pieces. Moon's body is gone. So is Cheon-sa. Soo-yeon is slumped against the cage bars. The gash on her shoulder still seeps. She says he needs his herbs. Seong-gi pats the pouch at his waist. The heart's ease blossoms are crushed but intact. He chews one. Warmth spreads through his core. It won't weave bone, but it seals the internal bleeding. He props himself against the bars. His meridians are empty but not shattered. He's alive. She asks, what now? Seong-gi stares at the choked tunnel. Beyond it, the tournament grounds are probably a slaughterhouse. Cheon-sa has Moon's body. Cheon-sa is loose in the murim, and he's stronger than anything Seong-gi has ever felt. The fragment behind the iron door is chuckling softly. It says the boy has seen only a fraction. Seong-gi forces the presence quiet. He tells Soo-yeon they need to reach the surface. They need to warn Hong. They need to find a way to stop an immortal who just got everything he wanted. He digs through the debris near the cage and pulls out a shard of the obsidian throne. It still hums with residual chi. Maybe it's a key or a weakness. He pockets it. Soo-yeon binds her shoulder with a strip of torn cloth. They climb over the landslide of broken crystal. The upper corridor stinks of spent chi and something sharper. They find the bodies halfway up. Crimson-robed cultists, all dead. Their faces are frozen in expressions of absolute terror. Cheon-sa didn't just escape. He cleaned house on his way out. They step into the arena. The sand is a crimson swamp. The black crystalline throne is gone from the center. Consumed, maybe, or taken. The surviving fighters are huddled at the edges, weapons drawn, eyes wide. The mistress of Crimson Lotus is nowhere. Neither is the walking weapon that just left. Seong-gi and Soo-yeon don't wait for questions. They slip out through the competitor's exit Bae showed them. Outside, the Valley of Black Petals is silent. The sun crouches behind the western peaks. The air tastes of copper and scorched incense. Soo-yeon asks where they go. Seong-gi looks toward the distant No Mountain. 3 days walk through hostile terrain. He says home. And they start walking. Behind them, the valley's ancient stone gates groan and collapse. Something vast and hungry has just been born into the world, and it's only a matter of time before it turns its attention to the clan that imprisoned it. Seong-gi doesn't say it aloud, but he knows. The real fight hasn't even started. They walk through the dying light. The path is a wound cut through black rock and dead thorns. Soo-yeon moves with one arm pressed tight to her ribs. Her crane mask is long gone. The gash on her shoulder still seeps through the torn cloth. Seong-gi glances at her. He doesn't offer to carry her. She'd break his arm if he tried. He focuses on putting one foot in front of the other. The air tastes like the scorched incense from the arena. A wrongness that clings to the skin. Somewhere behind them, the Valley of Black Petals is a tomb. Somewhere ahead, a demon wearing a disciple's face is climbing toward the world. The fragment behind the iron door whispers. It says the boy is too slow, too weak, always one step behind. Seong-gi doesn't answer it. He's too tired for banter. The sun drops below the western peaks. The temperature plummets. He spots a notch in the cliff face, a shadowed crevice just wide enough for 2 bodies and a small fire. Soo-yeon sees it too. She nods. They climb the scree slope. The effort makes his chest wound pull. He feels the wet warmth of fresh blood under his tunic. He ignores it. Inside the crevice, he drops to his knees. Soo-yeon kicks loose stones into a low half-ring. She drags dead thorn brush over the entrance. It won't fool anyone looking for chi signatures, but it'll hide body heat. She produces a flint from her belt and strikes sparks into a pile of crushed leaves. A tiny flame catches. Orange light licks the stone walls. Seong-gi watches her work. The girl who blackmailed her way into his secret training. The girl who lost her parents to a Seo clan raid, who fought a possessed elder and didn't scream. She's earned a rest she won't take. He pulls the leather-bound journal from his coat. Hyo Jin-han's journal. The old man's handwriting is cramped and sharp. Like every word cost him something. Soo-yeon glances at the book. She asks if that's Hyo's. He says it is. She asks what he's looking for. Seong-gi doesn't know yet, but he knows Hyo left him a path. He flips through pages stained with blood and age. Diagrams of the catacombs. Notes on the Crimson Lotus. A half-finished sketch of the altar. Then the handwriting changes. It's tighter, more urgent. A section titled Heavenly Harmony in characters that bite the page. Seong-gi reads. Hyo writes that he discovered the scroll's location years before Seong-gi ever found the library. He never touched it. He knew what it demanded. Scroll is not a technique. It's a status. One that Cheonsa himself achieved. Heavenly Harmony merges every channeled art into a single balanced state. The wielder don't switch between Grandmasters. They become the synthesis. But the cost is absolute. The host must integrate 3 separate Grandmaster spirits simultaneously, without cracking the iron door, without losing the self. Fail and the ego dissolves. The body becomes a hollow puppet for whichever ghost screams loudest. Hyo writes that the key isn't power. It's acceptance. The host must face his own shadow. The version of himself that is everything he fears he is, and he must let it in. Seong-gi stares at the words. Soo-yeon asks what it says. He tells her it's a blueprint for a miracle with a butcher's bill. She doesn't flinch. She asks if he's going to try it. Seong-gi closes the journal. He says Cheonsa is loose in Moon's body. Every hour, the ancient monster gets stronger. Cheonsa knows Heavenly Harmony exists. He'll come for the scroll, or he'll come for the one man who might use it. So yeah, he's going to try it. Soo-yeon pushes herself upright. She says she'll guard the crevice. If anything comes through that brush, she'll give him 60 seconds. After that, she's throwing fire down the mountain and hoping for the best. Seong-gi almost smiles. He tells her that's the worst plan he's ever heard. She says it's the only one they've got. He pulls the jade scroll from his coat. The casing is pure white, veined with threads of liquid starlight. It pulses, cold and hungry. He remembers the warning beneath the title. Whoever reads this loses themselves, or becomes the counterbalance. No third path. He sets the scroll on the stone floor between his knees. His chi core is dry. His meridians feel like cracked riverbeds. This won't be a test of power. It'll be a test of everything under the power. He places both palms on the cold jade. The fragment behind the iron door shrieks, knows what he's doing. It hurls itself against the barrier. The iron door groans. Soo-yeon's hand twitches toward her ribbon. She can't see the fight in his head, but she feels the pressure. She says his eyes just went silver for a heartbeat. He doesn't respond. He's already falling. The world peels away like wet paper. The firelight vanishes. The cold stone disappears. He stands in the library chamber. But it's wrong. The thousands of scrolls are still there. Black iron shelves tower to a ceiling lost in shadow. The central pedestal pulses with a sick blue light. But the scrolls are all open. Every single one. And from each open scroll rises a thin coil of black smoke. The smoke shapes into faces. Hundreds of dead Grandmasters. Their expressions are empty, waiting. Seong-gi turns. Across the chamber, a figure stands beside the pedestal. A young man in a torn disciple's uniform. Split lip. Lean build. Silver scar on the palm. Seong-gi stares at himself. The shadow smiles. It asks if he's surprised. Seong-gi says he's been waiting for this. The shadow laughs. It says of course he has. He's always known the weak little disciple was just a mask, and under it was something hungrier. Seong-gi doesn't waste breath. He triggers Crown of Stars. The technique compresses at his crown and detonates outward. In the real world, a wave of silver light would vaporize a target. Here, the shadow simply holds up a hand. It matches the detonation exactly. The two waves cancel. The chamber rings like a struck bell. The shadow says he can't beat himself with his own tricks. Seong-gi shifts into iron embrace. His skin hardens for a heartbeat. He lunges. The shadow matches the angle. Two stone-hard bodies collide. The impact hurls them both backward. The shadow's face is calm. It says this is the point. He can't outfight his own limit. Seong-gi cycles into Heart of Shadows. The world bends. His outline vanishes. He moves through the dark. The shadow does too. Two ghosts hunting each other in a dead library. Seong-gi reaches the pedestal first. He slaps a palm against the stone. The cold sears up his arm. He demands access. The chamber groans. The smoke faces shriek. One voice rises above the noise. It's Heo's. Not the real Heo. A memory. A fragment left in the scroll seal. Heo's recorded voice says the answer isn't at the pedestal. It's in the mirror. Seong-gi's shadow appears 3 feet away. It stops moving. It says the old man was clever, but he never understood. The shadow isn't something to defeat. It's something to accept. Seong-gi stands still. His chi is dry. His techniques are matched. He can't strategize his way out, because his opponent knows every move before he makes it. He asks what the shadow wants. The shadow steps closer. It says it wants to be acknowledged. It's every failure. Every moment he was too weak. The boy who lost 17 straight spars. The boy who couldn't save Heo. Who couldn't stop the ritual. Who watched Cheon-sa walk out of a collapsing catacomb wearing a friend's face. It's the part of him that knows he's not enough, and it's been locked behind a door just like the fragment. Seong-gi feels the iron door in his mind. The fragment is still screaming, but it's distant. The shadow tilts its head. It says the fragment is Cheon-sa's leash, always trying to pull him toward the old monster. But the shadow is his own. It asks if he's ready to stop fighting. Seong-gi looks at the hundreds of faces in the smoke. Dead Grandmasters. All collected by a jealous patriarch who couldn't bear to be surpassed. All waiting for a vessel. He realizes something cold. Cheon-sa's entire system was built on fear of being replaced, of being forgotten, of being weak. Seong-gi has spent his whole life afraid of the same things. He looks at the shadow, his own face, with eyes that hold every doubt he's ever tried to bury. He says he's not afraid anymore. He takes a step forward. The shadow doesn't move. Seong-gi walks right into it. Their bodies meet. Cold floods him. Every insecurity he's ever had hits his chest like a physical blow. The memory of Kang's boot in his ribs. The taste of the kitchen poison. Hyo's dead eyes in the relay station. Soo-yeon's blood on the arena sand. Cheon-sa's frozen blood voice telling him he's seen only a fraction. Shadow pushes deeper. Seong-gi lets it. He opens the iron door. Not for the fragment, for the shadow. The two merge. The chamber erupts in white light. Every scroll on every shelf flares at once. The smoke faces scream. The Grandmaster's spirits feel him becoming something they can't possess. The central pedestal cracks. The jade scroll in the real world pulses with liquid starlight. The light seeps into Seong-gi's palms, flows through his empty meridians. It doesn't fill them with chi. It rearranges them, rebuilds them from the ground up. The cracks seal. The scar tissue inside his channels dissolves. The fragment howls. It throws itself against the iron door one last time. But the door isn't just iron anymore. It's backed by something woven from his own accepted weakness. The fragment cannot break through. It goes silent. The trance collapses. He's back in the crevice. The fire has burned low. Soo-yeon is crouched at the entrance. Her eyes are wide. She says the jade scroll just crumbled to dust. He looks down. His palms are empty. White veins of residual light fade from his forearms. He breathes out. He can feel all 5 techniques now, not as separate channels, as a single river. Crown of Stars hums in the same current as Breath of the Frozen Mountain. Iron Embrace and Heart of Shadows share a single balance point. Strategist's vision overlays everything without the usual migraine. He doesn't need to switch between Grandmasters. He is the integration. Hyo's final gift. Soo-yeon asks if it worked. The chest wound is still there. He's not healed. But the exhaustion is gone. The hollow hunger behind his ribs is quiet. He says it worked. He asks how long he was out. She says about an hour. She also says something huge just pulsed chi from the north, something she felt through the stone. Seong-gi walks to the crevice entrance. He pulls the dead brush aside. The night sky is clear. But on the northern horizon, a thin column of blue light flickers. It's faint, almost invisible. He knows that signature. Cheon-sa is testing his new body. drawing chi from whatever sources he's hunted. Soo-yeon stands beside him. She says they're still 3 days from the Noh Mountain. He says they'll move faster now. She tucks the torn cloth of her shoulder binding. She says she'll keep up or die trying. He glances at her. He says he prefers the keeping up option. They kick the fire out. The obsidian shard in Seong-gi's pocket vibrates once. It pulses in rhythm with the distant blue light. He doesn't know what it means yet, but he knows it's a key, or a weapon, or both. They climb out of the crevice. The mountain trail unspools before them under starlight. Behind them, the valley is a black scar. Ahead, the world that Cheon-sa wants to reshape. Seong-gi takes the first step, not as a boy borrowing dead men's skills, as a counterbalance. And somewhere in the dark, the thing wearing Moon's face stops walking, turns its head toward the east. It feels a shift in the tapestry of the murim. Something new, something balanced, something that might actually be a problem. Noh Cheon-sa smiles. He says the little rat learned a new trick, and he starts walking again, but now he's walking faster. The cold wind cuts through the mountain pass like a blade. Seong-gi's boots crunch on loose scree. He stops walking. Soo-yeon freezes behind him. Up ahead, the trail bends around a granite spire, and something is waiting in the shadow of that rock. The air goes wrong. Sound dies. Even the wind gives up. The boy with the chest wound breathes out slow. He knows that feeling. He knows exactly what's standing in the dark. The shadow detaches from the stone. Moon's body steps into the moonlight. But it's not Moon. Shoulders are the same, the scarred jaw, the warrior's frame. But the eyes are frozen blood cold. 400 years of dead jealousy staring through a stolen face. Cheon-sa tilts his head like a bird examining a beetle. He looks almost bored. He says the little rat finally stopped running. Soo-yeon shifts her weight. Her ribbon-calloused fingers twitch. She doesn't make a move, though. Smart girl. The old monster's chi pressure hasn't even flexed yet, and it's already hard to breathe. Seong-gi doesn't answer with words. He walks forward, each step steady. No hesitation. No grand technique. Just a boy who stopped being afraid of mirrors. Cheon-sa's frozen eyes narrow. "That new trick," he says. "It won't save you." The air cracks. The dead Grandmaster moves. One heartbeat. That's all he needs to cross 30 feet. His fist arrives at Seong-gi's sternum like a meteor. But Seong-gi isn't there. He's already flowing sideways. Cheon-sa's punch detonates the boulder behind him. Granite turns to powder. The mountain shakes. Seong-gi pivots. His heel carves a perfect half circle in the stone. He doesn't channel Crown of Stars. He doesn't call Iron Embrace. He just moves. Every dead Grandmaster's footwork sings in his veins as one song. Cheon-sa's second strike is a palm to the throat. Seong-gi catches the wrist. Not blocks. Catches. His fingers close around the stolen flesh. And for the first time, the old monster's expression flickers. "It's impossible," his eyes say. No one catches his hand. The boy tightens his grip. He says the founder built a library of 1,000 masters, every style, every secret, all because he was afraid. Then he pulls. The motion isn't force, it's redirection. Cheon-sa's own momentum gets borrowed and returned with interest. The stolen body smashes into the cliff face. Rock shatters. A 10-foot crater blooms. Cheon-sa slides down, lands on his feet. Dust settles. He's not hurt. He can't be hurt by simple physics, but he's surprised. That's new. 40 feet away, Soo-yeon watches with unblinking eyes. She's got her ribbons ready, but she doesn't intervene. She knows this isn't her fight. Not yet. Cheon-sa wipes granite dust from his shoulder. He laughs. It's a horrible sound, like ice cracking underwater. He says the rat learned to integrate. He asks if Seong-gi thinks that makes him special. The old master steps forward, and the world forgets its colors. Everything leaches to gray. That's not a technique. That's just his presence. 1,000 stolen arts compressed into one will. Shadow annihilation blooms around his fists like hungry smoke. He says he's done this before. 100 times. 100 rivals who thought they were the counterbalance. He says every single one begged at the end. Seong-gi doesn't flinch. He says he's not a rival. He's a mirror. And he opens the iron door in his mind. Just a crack. The fragment inside surges, but it doesn't scream. It doesn't fight. Because the fragment knows what's coming. It's been waiting for this too. Seong-gi reaches into his pocket. The obsidian shard pulses against his palm. Hot now. Almost alive. It hums in perfect rhythm with Cheonsa's chest. The shard is a key. Cheonsa's eyes lock on it. For the first time, something like caution enters his frozen stare. He asks where the boy got that. Seong-gi says from a throne that drinks blood. He says it's the other half of the pedestal seal. The piece the founder never wanted found. And then he closes his fist. The shard crumbles. Black dust pours between his fingers, but it doesn't fall. It hangs in the air. It spirals. A vortex of obsidian motes. It remembers what it was made for. Cheonsa lunges. Too late. Seong-gi's voice cuts through the wind. He doesn't shout. He doesn't need to. He says the founder's spirit was never free. It just traded cages. Moon's body is the new pedestal, and the shard is the seal. The vortex slams into Cheonsa's chest. The old monster screams. Not Moon's voice, a deeper, older howl. The sound of something that refuses to be caged again. But Seong-gi isn't done. He steps into the vortex. Soo-yeon shouts his name. Doesn't hear her. He's already inside the storm. His palms press against Cheonsa's ribs. Not to strike, to anchor. He channels heavenly harmony one last time. All 5 techniques ignite at once. Crown of Stars, Iron Embrace, Heart of Shadows, Strategist's Vision. Not as separate fires, as a single sun. The shockwave levels everything within 100 feet. Soo-yeon gets thrown backward. She skids, rolls, slams into a gnarled pine. The trunk groans. But she keeps her eyes open. She has to see. The light dies. And 2 figures stand in the crater where the trail used to be. Seong-gi and Cheonsa. But something is wrong. Cheonsa's left arm is transparent. Gray smoke bleeds from his shoulder. The old monster looks down at his dissolving limb. His expression isn't rage. It's confusion. He doesn't understand. He asks what the boy is doing. Seong-gi says he's not sealing him. He's absorbing him. The library's final secret. The one the founder hid even from himself. Heavenly harmony isn't just integration. It's synthesis. It doesn't suppress. It unifies. Every Grandmaster's spirit in the vault was a piece of Cheonsa's ambition. A fragment of his fear. And now the counterbalance is pulling them all home. Cheonsa tries to step back. His legs won't move. The obsidian dust has woven into crystal threads. It binds his stolen body from the inside. He snarls. He throws a lifetime of murder into one desperate strike. The blow could crack a mountain. Seong-gi catches it. Again. This time the impact rings like a bell. The boy's feet don't shift. He's rooted into the world with something stronger than chi. He's rooted into himself. He looks into the frozen eyes. He says he's not afraid of being weak anymore. He says he's not afraid of being replaced. He says he's not afraid of being forgotten. The iron door in his mind opens fully. The fragment surges forward. Not to possess, to rejoin. Cheonsa's spirit recognizes its last missing piece. The one that hid in Hyojin-han for 30 years. The one that whispered to Seong-gi from the pedestal. It was never a threat. It was a compass, pointing home. The crystal threads contract. Cheonsa howls. The sound tears the clouds apart. Then he's gone. Not destroyed, not sealed, absorbed. Moon's body collapses. Seong-gi catches him before he hits the stone. The warrior's face is slack, eyes closed, breath shallow but steady. The old monster isn't in there anymore. He's somewhere else, somewhere quieter. Inside the boy who was never supposed to win. Seong-gi lowers Moon to the ground. His own legs are trembling. His meridians hum like a struck gong. But he's not exhausted. He's full. So full it hurts. 1,000 Grandmasters and 1 jealous founder. All singing the same note. Soo-yeon stumbles into the crater. She's bleeding from a cut on her temple, cradling her re-injured shoulder, but she's grinning. She asks if that's it. Is he really gone? Seong-gi looks at his hands. The obsidian dust is gone. The iron door is gone. Everything is one room now. He says the founder is right here. He taps his chest. He's not a threat anymore, though. He's just another voice. A stubborn, ancient, terrified voice that finally stops screaming. She stares at him. She says that's creepy. He laughs. It's the first time he's laughed in weeks. Moon groans. His eyes flutter open. They're brown. Not blue. Not cold. Just a confused warrior realizing he's face down in a crater with a rival's boot near his head. He croaks out a question. He asks where the Crimson Lotus is. Seong-gi offers a hand. He pulls the bigger man up. He says the Crimson Lotus is finished. The Veiled One's champion just got outmaneuvered by a junior disciple who learned to stop fighting mirrors. Moon blinks. His brain is clearly running a lap of shame and confusion. Soo-yeon snorts. She says they'll explain on the walk, because they're still 3 days from the compound, and the No Mountain won't climb itself. But first, she looks at Seong-gi. She asks what happens now. What about the clan? What about the scrolls the Seo clan stole? What about the library under the eastern cliff? Seong-gi thinks about it. The 1,000 scrolls are still there. The pedestal is cracked. The founder's spirit is no longer waiting for a vessel, but the knowledge remains. Every technique, every story, every dead master's wisdom, now integrated into one living counterbalance. He says the library stays, but he changes the rule. No more fear, no more secrecy that breeds poison. He's going to teach anyone who wants to learn. No clan, Seo clan. Any disciple with the guts to walk in. Because the only way to beat 1,000 ghosts is to make sure no one ever has to face them alone again. Moon stares at him, the man who tried to destroy his clan. The man who got possessed by a 400-year-old parasite. He's looking at Seong-gi like he's seeing him for the first time. He asks if the boy means it. Even for a Seo clan dog who broke the compound gates. Seong-gi shrugs. He says the dog just helped lure the monster into the open. Seems like even a traitor can be a key if you use them right. Moon's jaw tightens. Then he laughs. A raw, wrecked sound. He says the boy is absolutely insane. Seong-gi doesn't disagree. They start walking. 3 figures on a shattered trail under a sky that's finally clear. No blue pillar of light on the horizon. No cold pulse from the north. The world's tapestry is still for the first time in centuries. Behind them, the Valley of Black Petals is a distant scar they'll never revisit. Ahead, the No Mountain waits. Hong Tae-jun's stern face, Baek's gray hair, Kang's bruised ribs and bruised pride. A whole clan that has no idea their lowest-ranked disciple just ate a legend. Soo-yeon limps alongside Moon, exchanging barbs about who got slammed into more rocks. Seong-gi walks ahead. His shoulder still aches. His chest wound still pulls. But the hollow hunger behind his ribs is quiet. The 1,000 voices don't argue. They just hum. Somewhere in that chorus, Hyo Jin-han's memory leans against a mental shelf. The old man is grumbling about something, probably about the mess Seong-gi made of his precious library. Seong-gi smiles. He says he'll fix the door, and the old man's echo, deep in his mind, mutters a single word. Typical. The mountain looms. Things are about to get complicated, and this time, the boy who was never meant to rise is walking into the roar with 100 lifetimes balanced in his bones. Game on.